Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, everyone. Today's gonna be a doozy. Yes, yes, yes. Hello, hello, hello. Today's gonna be an episode. Let me tell you, girls, I'm already okay. Let's do this. All right. Good morning. Hello. Ooh, I've gotten some stuff ready for you and I'm already a little shook to my core. Let's just jump right into it. I hope you guys are having a good day. Just a reminder, I'm going to pause Elvin's beautiful music. Just a reminder, tomorrow I am doing a live stream, same time, same place, members live stream, because starting Monday the 9th, I will be on vacation. My sister's coming into town. Very good things are happening, assuming everything goes correctly. I will be off. I'll be back the 18th. I will have content for you uploaded at least daily. I'm pretty sure between the two channels. I'm pretty sure I have a video every day. I don't mean to overpromise, but I've pre-recorded a lot of content, so you will have content. Remember to subscribe to the podcast channel because podcasts will be going out as I am away. With that said, today we're covering Aubrey Marcus. And you might be like, well, who is Aubrey Marcus, Brittany? That's a great question. Thank you for asking. Aubrey Marcus is a content creator and author. I've never really heard of him. And to be honest with you, I already have a bad impression. Now, I am an autistic woman with an amazing brain, and it is very good at noticing patterns in people and brands. And Aubrey Marcus has a very interesting brand. And I feel like my chat knows what I'm talking about. Okay. We've got a very specific brand happening here. The thumbnails are very specific. The guests are very specific. Let's go to the most popular video. Ooh, who's this? Joe Dispenza? Joe Dispenza. How do we feel about him? Negative. We feel negative about him. Okay, so as I move through sort of the thumbnails, Jordan Peterson and all these other people he's interviewed, this is definitely the boy bubble. This is the boy bubble, entrepreneur, make money kind of bubble, right? Chad says he was in business partners with Joe Rogan. So he was on the Joe Rogan podcast. He was one of the first advocates for psychedelics. And I think he specifically talked about ayahuasca and stuff like that. So, Chad says he also did one with Vervaeke. So, okay, we understand the bubble, right? Because Vervaeke, love Vervaeke, and he's gone in on the boy bubbles, but the boy bubbles are very specific, right? I think they have an undertone of, in my opinion, misogyny, right? And I would like to offer this as bad science and misogyny. This is the bubble of bad science and bad misogyny. Okay, well, all misogyny is bad, but you know what I mean? I'll give you an example. So as I'm scrolling through, I see these two thumbnails, one with RFK Jr. on it from 4 months ago. I'm like, what is that? And one that says men are not meant to be domesticated. Spoken word poetry. So here's what I'm going to do. I've already come to a conclusion about this person because of the clips that I've seen in the thumbnails and the way he's presenting his work. Okay. Do I think this is a bad person? I don't know yet. But I think what we can do is try to, today as a community, decide how to judge somebody on whether or not they are bad for the world or whether or not we just are different, right? Because sometimes, we're just different. And sometimes it's just a cultural difference. And that person's not really a bad person, but I wouldn't want the life they live, right? I think I'm already apprehensive that this isn't sort of doing a little bit of bad, right? But that's because, I think ultimately RFK Jr. and the combination of misogyny and bad science is always bad for everybody. But here we go. Look, check out this video here.
Can you love me in the blinding heat of a
This says men are not meant to be domesticated.
birthing star when I shower warmth on distant moons? Can you love me in the whole of the cosmic black where no one can reach me, not even you? Can you love me then too? Can you love me when I drag buffalo skulls through the dirt for days to the rhythm of an ancient drum? Will you love me if my beard hides the scars in my heart from battles I
Okay, so that's fine. Everyone's got a different way of expressing art. This one called The Snooze Button is Broken, a revolution in verse.
Wake up, world. You've had a nightmare.
Ethan, wake up, Ethan.
The ambulance chasing somnambulism, sleepwalking through minefields of propagandized fear.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
A pharmaceutical daze in a pornographic, algorithmic, polarizing haze. Heralding the blasphemy. The end is near. There is no God. Love doesn't work. I'm ashamed of my fuck. The game is rigged and we're stuck. Blink. Open. A new dawn is rising. The truth is returning. The God flame is burning. Culture is churning. Tides of empire turning. And the kingdom is here. This is your moment. Own it. Disown the bad dreams of fomenting puppets on big money strings, parroting the things of who pay them to sing. This is it.
That was the World Health Organization. So I see you guys are snapping in chat. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or if you don't realize what he's doing yet. But
Flame your birthright to spark Christic light in the chalice of Eros, a Rosicrucian crucifixion on a cross made of love, arousing feminine waters to douse the dictators, digital and criminal, and lead all of our planet through the long, dark night. Wake up, world. You're asleep in mother's bed, and the house is on fire.
ugh.
Sound the alarm. Ring Revere's bell. Gather the warriors large and the small. Dare to have hope. Elope with the possibility that the proclivity to have
How do these men get laid, bro? Ladies. His women are beautiful. He's got 2 girls and they're both fucking models. They're gorgeous. But you just know they're upholding the patriarchy. Because how?
habituated hate is not our natural state, but has
Okay.
been manipulated, enculturated by forces who forgot what source is. Let it start with a vote, a promissory note, shifting gear out of park to spark the revolution in the cosmo-erotic engine
And by the way, I like poetry. I think poets are real. I think artists are real. Maybe I'm just not feeling the art.
of Noah's orbiting ark. Hark, the return of the king, the bane of war's ring, the stinger of truth in the mendacious flesh of big brother's technocratic nest, a glyphosate ingrate, intransigent, independent, protesting the colonizing of our body of state with guns, germs, and steel, lies, fear, and needle, flying his falcons to remind the eagle the meaning of liberty. This is not just about Robert F. Kennedy. He's but the sword in the hands of the brave, in the land of the free.
Okay. Okay, Aubrey. Girl. Okay, humans going human, but okay. So, anyways, he wrote a book, Own the Day, Own Your Life. And so I went on Goodreads to try to figure out what the fuck was up with this book. Went to the #1 stars because, that's where all the drama is at. And this said I was skeptical about a few things in the start of this book, or in this book from the start. But the first time I audibly groaned was when the author recommended not using sunscreen because of the health benefits of direct sun exposure. Every complaint on Goodreads is about how unscientific the book is. It's bro science, bro science, bro science. Like, do you guys get, okay. So now this is the guy we're going to watch today. Okay. So he went viral because of a podcast he did with he did it on my birthday. Hey, shout out May 14th. He posted on my birthday, May 14th. Thank you. You're welcome. He did this podcast called A New Pattern of Sacred Relationship Emerges. He basically is making a claim that he was inspired by the divine to open his marriage. Let's talk about it. Apparently a few years ago, so he's been kind of an off again, on again open relationship person, and apparently closed it and then opened it. He's gone back and forth on it many times. Actually, you know what? How old is he? That's the question. How old is everybody? Aubrey Marcus, age. How old is he? 44 years old. Okay, just in case you guys are new to my content, my name is Brittany Simon. I'm 36 years old, but for all of my 20s, I was basically in a polyamorous / open relationship. Some of the people were more than others, but I practiced like open relationship polyamory for 10 years. Okay. I've seen very successful polyamorous relationships and very non-successful ones. I'm I understand the differences between open relationships, monogamy, polyamory, relationship anarchy. There are so many different ways to have different forms of relationships. All of it is a construct. I'm good with all of it. Nothing about him being in an open or polyamorous relationship is not an issue. Like, I do not care if people have more than one partner. I do not care if you're monogamous. I do not care about anything. I think the structure of your relationship should be specific to the people involved in it. That's what I think. Okay. So when we cover this and you see me being critical of him, my criticism is coming from his relationship to reality and maybe the way that his partners are conveying the way they feel about the relationship. Because allegedly the reason people are upset is the women seem unhappy and they're crying throughout the podcast. I don't know. I only saw clips. Let's watch it together and let's judge with an open mind and a critical lens. Only in the best way possible, though. Only in the best way possible, though. Okay, let's see. This is the intro to the pod.
One of the reasons why we haven't shared this is
How's
because
the
the path
volume?
has been arduous and bumpy, and we've been in our own chrysalis of understanding what this looks like, how it could be.
You know, I had a little bit of hesitancy about this podcast just because it's exposing the most vulnerable part of my journey.
But I am here with my beloved wife, Vailana, and we're also here with beloved Alana, who is a part of our relationship constellation and shares a deep love with both myself and Vailana. And we're also here with my beloved and esteemed teacher, Rebbe, Dr. Mark Gaffney, who's helped us navigate what this all means, how we're going to not only live in this moment to moment, but to create something that is pointing towards one possibility in the future of relationships.
It's beyond complex. Can we make it through this?
There's nothing more whole than a broken heart.
Maybe we can't go backwards. Now, what does it look like to go forwards?
I never viewed it as my job to make this work.
This is not prescriptive. And I can also hypothesize an evolution of consciousness, a new story.
Places within all of us, I think that we've had to die to, or ideas or expectations, and really just knowing that, like, oh, we're moving through this together, and this is actually something that is forging like a deeper bond within all of us.
We've given this a name. We're calling it radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. Lifelong, committed relationship, but not in the classical monogamous sense. It's an expanded monogamy of deep exclusivity between Aubrey and Vi. And then there's going to be a new goddess who will step into the field.
For me in my life journey, it has never brought me to anywhere but the most liberated, beautiful, beyond what I could possibly imagine if I had 1,000,000 hours to think that this would be where I would have been guided to, from just listening to the whispers, not submitting to the fears that can feel so real and can be so validated.
So many times, like when we're in conflict, you're there for both of us. Like, you're such a stand for our relationship. You have shown over and over and over, like, you're not here to take anything from me.
So worth it to forge and attune.
Okay, hold on. Somebody mentioned Israel in the comments. Is what's going on here? Are we watching Zionists? Apparently, according to chat, the Times of Israel, I just looked it up, says controversial ex-Rabbi Gaffney, an alleged victim, square off. Apparently, a couple of teenagers and maybe other victims are saying that they had run-ins with him. Literally not even surprised. Like, not even surprised. New age thinker. Yeah, not even surprised. So keep that in mind, right? Like, this is why I'm always hesitant about bro science bubbles and like the spiritual. I love spirituality, but it's just such a good vessel for cultism and negativity, and it's just like a faux enlightenment that I really hate. Okay, so yeah, let's keep that in mind. Thanks, chat, for letting me know
What truth feels like in your body and to you, and to create a relationship with truth.
Can I trust my deepest heart's desire? And can I clarify that desire? And if I can't clarify it, I shouldn't do it.
The hardest and most radically beautiful and majestic path that I've ever walked, and it's not an easy one.
All three of you have shown purity. You've all been exceedingly complex and a huge pain in the ass.
Through all of those moments, our love deepens and roots. It's like our love is like an oak tree, and those roots are so deep down into the earth. We know the insides of each other.
If you're in this type of construct, you have to be willing to put your money where your mouth is, proverbially in the erotic jealousy arena. Because both Alana and Vailana have had lovers while we're in this construct.
there's actually this interesting place where it's deepened our relationship, radical commitment and total freedom.
The idea that there are many possibilities, and if you stay with truth and with love and with honesty, grace, compassion, and compersion, you really care for each other, there's possibilities that can develop. And I think
Apparently, he's the creator of On It. I don't know what that is. And I can't exactly find the ages for his partners. I'm trying to figure out where they are.
that's where we find
This is also
ourselves
a long-ass intro, Jesus.
now. Well, buckle your seatbelts, everyone, because this is going to be a podcast that is going to be shocking for some of y'all. It's going to be stimulating.
I agree that Chet says spirituality attracts the ungrounded because it looks like an answer. That's why religion also has a tendency to do the same. It's why when people are going through the roughest times in their life, they find God all of a sudden.
For many of y'all. It's going to raise a lot of questions. And the reason is that I am here with my beloved wife, Vailana, which many of you who follow me on social media or have listened to our podcast have met and love. And we're also here with beloved Alana, who is a part of our relationship constellation and shares a deep love with both myself and Vailana in their own unique.
Okay, apparently, according to, let me go to her. This is her Instagram. This is the wife's, Vailana. It says medicine woman. I'm not sure what that's about. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, again, I'm not anti people having like a spiritual connection or feeling like they're having a spiritual connection. Let me see.
To see your reality, it transforms you, it elevates you in every
Coaching. Yeah, there's a reason that such a, like, I'm not anti-coaches, but I'm hesitant because a lot of people become coaches to make, how do I say this? This is why I keep encouraging you guys to make sure you actually like have a skill set, you know, to a certain extent, or like to make sure that you're not grifting in a sense, because like I think a lot of these people tend to be grifters. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you guys, I was invited to this like women's coaching group and I didn't pay for it. They sponsored me and I was like, okay, I guess. It felt so weird. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had in my life. Like, it's not like you're just, you know, supporting a content creator. It's not like, I promise you when I did my calls, like they were so chill. This woman was charging $25,000 for a coaching program. Like, just to be so fucking clear, these are not the same things. Now, are there business coaching classes that are worth the money? Yes. Like there are actually like businesses that give coaching. Are there photography coaches that actually teach you how to do photography? Yes. Worth it. Like that stuff is worth it. But when it comes to like the spirituality coaching, I'm very hesitant to believe it's real, mostly because it just doesn't make any sense to me. But religious people do coaching seminars. Like, you have to make money. You can't just produce content and not get paid. So I also know that there's a reality to it in which you can't have people labor for free. That's fucked up. So I understand, but there's something about there being like coaches who coach with coaches. And that's what it felt like when I was in this women's group. It felt like they wanted me to stay in it. And they were shocked when I left. I was like, I'm not staying here. And I don't know how you thought I would stay here. Like, you know, like, I think they expected me to recruit people and like bring people in. And I was like, yeah, even though it was a group of women, I was like, nah. Like, I feel really negative in this space. And it's funny because certain women even stopped showing up after a while. And that's interesting to me. So anyways, I don't know. The whole point is that I think that it's interesting. Like, there's a specific bubble. Again, it's not to say everyone who coaches is bad. And it's not to say that anyone who has a coaching something is bad. It's just to say, like, there seems to be a correlation between coaching and spiritualism that can bring hesitance. Like, it makes me hesitant to trust it. Does that make sense? Right? Thank you. Chat says, I'm sorry, but I just joined. I have to say your bow is adorable. Thank you. Thank you. I did a little photo shoot this morning before I hit stream. Posted a picture on Insta. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's flower. Thank you. It's all the flower magic. Okay, let's go back to, so this is her Instagram. Let's go back to the podcast.
Unique qualities. And we're also here with my beloved and esteemed teacher, Rebbe.
Your teacher who has a reputation and has accusations against him. Also a common red flag in these bubbles.
Mark Gaffney, who's helped us navigate what this all means. How we're going to not only live in this moment to moment, but to create something that is pointing towards one possibility in the future of relationships. Relationships that, as we know, if you look at the statistics, there's...
Oh my God, wait, before we get into this man, you're giving Easter church lady vibes. I saw, hear me out. I saw, what's that Amanda Bynes movie where she goes to, she finds out Colin Firth is her dad. Anyways, she was like at one of the, the rich people thingies. And I was like, oh my God, that's the vibe today. So I like put on a little, as you know what I'm saying? Like the UK people, how they wear the little hats. I feel like I'm ready to go to one of their events. That's exactly what you got it. Yeah, What a Girl Wants. I love that movie. Classic, Oh, Discord said, is he biracial too? I'm not sure why him having 2 biracial women on his arm seems like a yellow flag. At least do we know they're biracial? I'm open to being proven wrong, but I'm always a little hesitant to ask whether people are fetishizing Black people or not. That's a great question though, Discord. That's a great question. Is he doing that? I don't know. Aubrey Marcus, he might be. Aubrey Marcus, ethnicity. He for sure has African descent or ancestry. I don't know if that's true. Let's see. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything quickly. I'm not seeing anything right away. I don't know. Oh, apparently Bailana, her mother was a Polynesia dancer. So she's Polynesian? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I think it's more like, okay, and I'm going to say this with the biggest peace and love. There is a level of attractive that just automatically goes towards scamming. And I don't know how to explain it, but there are certain YouTubers, even when I see them, I'm like, you're too pretty and way too polished for me not to assume you're scamming me. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Like, they have that level of pretty where I'm like, what are you selling? What are you selling and what do you want me to buy? It's too polished. It's too packaged. I don't believe you. And I don't mean to be judgmental in that way because it's not like, oh, they're pretty, so they're lying. That's not what I'm saying. But they're curated. You know what I mean? It's a curation. It's not real. What's really happening,
Staggering percentages of infidelity. There's staggering and disappointing numbers that come from statistics and studies about the decline.
Okay, I'm glad you guys see it. Okay, you get it.
Of eros inside relationship containers. And so people are looking for different options. What are they? Do they work? Is it possible? And for some people, the traditional models, monogamy as it has been for thousands of years, just works perfectly. And so we're not here to be advocates of our way, but we're here to just humbly tell the story of our way. And the reality is that we didn't plan to be here. This was not like we set out with this intention. We arrived at this intention through a variety of choices and mystical interventions and just the acceptance of what is. And what is has really guided us to where we are now. And where we are now is a story that we have not yet told. And so here we are to tell the story and also tell the story in the context of a world, a planet that's really, as you would say, Rebbe, drenched in shame.
I mean, maybe that's, there's going to be so much to hear from you, Aubrey, and from Vailan and from Milana. So maybe we'll just kind of just set the frame and then, away we go. So first, I think what Aubrey said was...
If I find out he changed both of their names to sound like the other, I'm going to gag. Okay.
So important, which is we're not here to suggest that there's this new optimal form of relationship, which we are proselytizing for. Joseph Smith starting Mormonism. Nothing of the kind. So one.
Well.
Two, for most people, most of the time, classical monogamy, and I say classical monogamy, is probably the best road and not a simple one. Because actually in this kind of classical monogamy vision, everyone envisions classical monogamy as this, perfect man and woman, first off, right? Heteronormative, if we can use that word. There's always a...
Don't use the words. I don't like him already. I hate that he has accusations against him. Like, that makes me already suspicious.
Man and a woman. There's 4 perfect kids, incredible grandchildren. There's a philanthropic organization that they're all working in to make the world better. They have insanely beautiful Christmas parties and Thanksgiving. They all love each other.
Or at least pictures that
or at
look
least
insanely
pictures, right?
beautiful. That
Unimaginably, of just like this bliss and harmony, and you can just see the picture of all of them, and everything else is somehow reaching for that. Now, Donny Osmond might have made that happen in Salt Lake City, or may not have. That's a question. But that's not actually how it works. Classical monogamy, which, again, I think is probably the best path for most people most of the time, is filled with holy and broken hallelujahs. And the reason why Leonard Cohen's song Hallelujah has more covers made of it than any other story is because it's about wow, love is not a victory march, right? It's a cold and it's a broken, it's a holy and broken hallelujah, right? Meaning it's not simple. There's agony, there's ecstasy, there's pain, there's abandonment, there's trauma. So monogamy itself is a beautiful and gorgeous journey, which works for many people or doesn't, but it's a gorgeous, sacred possibility, which should be at the center of culture. Beautiful, we got that. And it's a critical and. Historically, what's happened is the way monogamy has been lived is through deception. There's actually a series of deceptions that are always at play.
Okay, so they're going to do the whole, like, we're upfront about it, we're talking about it, we really want it. But is it going to be, as the man, I desire multiple partners, so as the wife, you must let me do this? Or is it actually the wife is like, yeah, I'm also poly and I want to be with other people? Or is it more like, oh, I'm open on my side, but closed on her side? Let's see. And I'd love to be proven wrong and find out this is super egalitarian and it's not about gender, but.
Example, right now it's about 60 to 70% in classical monogamies of people who are having sexuality of some kind that violates the agreement outside of the monogamous container. And there's a range of what that means. Does that mean cheating of this kind? Does it mean pornographic play? Does it mean emotion? Whatever it means. But basically 60 to 7% of people color outside of the lines without telling anyone, which means that there's a fundamental lack of safety in the container because there's a fundamental deception at play, which is hidden every day. And it takes an enormous amount of energy to keep hiding it because you got to keep hiding it every day. You got to keep making sure it's not discovered. And then, of course, you know about it, so you feel shamed. And your essential shame is this experience that if everybody really knew what was going on, if they really knew where my mind, heart, and body were playing, whether in the palace of the real or the palace of the imagination, they wouldn't actually love me or honor me the way they do. So therefore, I feel like a fraud. So there's an imposter phenomena. You have a place where 65 to 70% of the population of the classical, let's say, Western world for now, but it's true also in the Eastern blocs, actually live in shame, an essential fundamental shame, which means that we have to actually begin to deepen because a planet drenched in shame, which is the experience, not that I did something wrong, but I am wrong, right? Not that I made a mistake, I am a mistake, right? Is a devastating planet. That's a planet which becomes rife with war, starvation.
Okay,
abuse.
hold on. First of all, I just want to say, in case like somebody's new to my audience or somebody from his Mark Aubrey's audience comes in, I just want to say, look, you fit a pattern. I'm already ready for the pattern. I'd love to be proven wrong. I'm always open to changing my mind. I've already said many times on this stream when I'm wrong. But even though you could hear the same words being said in a progressive circle, talking in a different way about the prevalence of cheating and all these issues we find in monogamy, the solutions are probably going to be different. So what I'm waiting for is, what is your solution? Because yes, everybody knows infidelity is huge and it's a problem. But I'm waiting to see the solution because the solution is really what tells me what bubble you're in and what perspective you're coming from. So I'm hesitant because of the clips that I've seen that the solution isn't just going to be rooted in misogyny, but let's see what the solution ends up being because infidelity is a big deal. I recommend being honest and talking to people and squaring your values down and making sure you know who you are and going to therapy and doing all the work, right? But let's see what they say the solution is.
So that's part one. That's just kind of frame one. Just have that frame. Let's just throw one more frame and then open it up and we'll weave as we go. But one more kind of critical frame, which is crazy important. Reality is, as we've talked about so much, reality is evolution. That's just true. Evolution means it's a story. It's an evolving story, and it's a love story. Right? Reality is not merely a fact. It's a story, and it's a love story. Two is reality is relationships. That's just true. Atoms are relationships. Molecules are relationships between parts. So reality is evolution. Reality is relationships. And reality is the evolution of relationships. Reality is, at its core structure, the evolution of relationships. And what moves reality forward from the molecular to the world of animals, of life, to the world of humans is crisis.
He's been married 3 times.
Every crisis is always a crisis of relationship. It's never not. So every crisis is a crisis of intimacy. You solve a crisis of intimacy by actually reaching for a next and new structure of intimacy. Reality is the progressive deepening of intimacies. So when we run into a crisis of relationship, okay, so monogamy, right, classically, it's not exactly working. So what do? So we move to serial monogamy. Oh, it's the right structure, but it didn't work with that person. The problem was the person. Let me try it another time. Didn't work, let me try it again. Let me try it again. So we move from monogamy to serial monogamy, meaning we're not willing to actually configure a new structure of intimacy publicly. Privately, we're doing it all the time, and no one's willing to admit it. So therefore, we generate
I mean, plenty of people are admitting it, but I think in certain normie bubbles, it's not happening. And yet in all of these bubbles, it is happening, like he said. So I think they're trying to say that we are going to come out and say that this is our life and this is what we're doing. Remember, Andrew Huberman was accused by 5 different women of leading them on, trying to have a baby with some of them while he was seeing other women, right? And this is the same, exactly the same kind of bubble relationship to the Andrew, the Hubermans, right? So this is why I'm like, and I'm waiting. Cause like, again, first of all, I'm already tainted because he has accusations against him, right? So I can't look at him like without judgment already. So I will say that my prejudice is coming through, that I do tend to believe victims. And this man, like every article I'm reading about him right now, I'm reading on the side while I'm listening, is like tainted reputation, bad reputation. So that automatically makes me think like, I don't know about this. And then the people they associate with, the fact that he's like a mentor or whatever, it's like, what does that mean? You know, so, okay, I'm trying to be honest and transparent about my own, like, I've never seen these people, but I feel like I know what I'm looking at, but let's see.
Planet drenched in shame. It's like, It's like, right? So what we need to do is we need to participate in the evolution of relationship, not to make something better than monogamy. No, monogamy should be deep, and it's a deep and beautiful and holy journey. It's a holy and broken hallelujah, absolutely. But it's not the only journey. There are other journeys that are sacred and beautiful and need to be held with integrity. And maybe the last piece.
Chet says, I'm so afraid that when I talk about this stuff, I sound like this. Well, listen to me when I say this. Somebody else could say the same exact words and it would mean a completely different thing. But coming from him in this bubble with these people, with their reputation, it means something else. 2 people can say, I love my children more than the whole world, and mean 2 completely different things. So what we're looking for is exactly context, exactly, chat. We're looking for the context and what you mean when you say love. What do you mean when you say this? You know, what do you mean? So you can have 2 people who say like, oh yeah, I get a little jealous sometimes. And one person just means like, oh, sometimes I'm really worried that when you leave the house to go hang out with your buddies, you're not going to come back home. And what somebody else means is like, I get jealous sometimes, so I hit my girl so she knows like I own her. Okay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so let's see what he means when he says words. And let's figure out what bubble this is exactly, even though I think I know.
I just want to honor all 3 of you. You know, Alana, Vailana, Aubrey, I'm crazy proud of you because all 3 of you have said, we want to live with integrity. We want to live without deception. We want to live without artifice. We want to live without cheating, without lying. We want to live in a full, profound authenticity and grace. And we want to do it not just for ourselves. We want to do it for the sake of the evolution of love. Not to proselytize, but to model wider possibilities of intimacy so that people can begin to find their own unique configurations of intimacy, not to imitate yours, but to find their own. And all 3 of you have been through 1,000 hours of journey, and holy and broken hallelujahs have been madly committed to living with integrity and with kind of a radical authenticity and open, radical open hearts. So like, oh my God, just crazy proud of you. And away we go.
Away we go.
Away we go.
I'm going to start the story and then I'm going to move to all of these stories. We'll keep a semblance of chronology here as we kind of tell the story. And the story really begins with me recognizing fundamentally that I was unwilling to actually be in deception. And that I had a thriving wild stallion of Eros that desired, different experiences, different connections. So I'm in around 2013. I'm coupled with my partner at the time, Whitney Miller. And I'm starting to rise as the CEO of Onnit. I'm starting to get a platform. I'm starting to network with a lot of influential people and athletes. And I see that the majority of the men, which were mostly my friends, but also some of the women that I knew, were unfaithful. There was so many of them, not all of them, but so many of them were. And they would tell the stories of the stress that they would hold in their body, breaking out as psoriasis, breaking out as all of these neurological conditions.
Ooh, I want to say, Chet said, I hardly tell people I'm proud of them because it feels condescending. Can I just tell you, this bubble, one of the reasons, okay, look, I really think there's a difference between I don't like it, so I don't like it, and I don't like it because it's creepy. This bubble is all about like, I am so proud of you. You've really owned yourself. You are just so amazing. Right there, the self-help adjacent bubble. And the praise always feels hollow to me. like really hollow. And so I think the reason it might, at least for me, raise a red flag is like, yeah, are you saying that because you're setting up the world to digest what you're about to tell them? You know what I mean? Like, why are you saying it like that? And a big part of it is because, and I hate to say it this way, please forgive my French, it feels like this is the kind of bubble where they all fart and smell and think it smells like flowers. Like, I feel like they're all sniffing each other's farts. And like, that's the whole point. That's why it feels like an MLM, because it's all these people coming together, lifting each other up to convince the audience, like, this is an amazing group of people. I'm going to recommend this group of people because this group of people changed my life. They didn't change your life. You guys are all just in business together. This is the same thing we see from Myron Gaines. If you read Myron's book, right, which I did for research purposes, he sends a thank you to all his boys, right? And it's like a group of boys, the same group of boys he does business with, the same group of people who come together and that's actually on YouTube. What makes most channels blow up, especially during lockdown, we saw, is when a bunch of YouTubers come together and pretend to be very, very close. Audiences love it. Audiences love to see multiple people collaborating and building, and it sends a message to their brain that these people must know what they're talking about, because look at all these other successful people that are hanging out with them. We saw this with the Four Horsemen. We saw this with the dark web, the Jordan Peterson, Weinstein brothers collaboration. And now the Weinstein brothers are out and always complaining. Everything they do now is whining about how they aren't accepted in the boy bubble. Like, this is the irony. Joe Rogan and all his friends, like, all you want to do is get, approved by Joe Rogan, like, approve of me. This, it's just like all of these boys and all of these bubbles, like, they might have, some of them definitely like sold businesses, right? All of them are worth like $20 million. It goes back to the, what's his name? What's the Italian's name who accidentally kissed his father that one time? Gary Vee. Gary Vee's worth like $50 million, but it's like all those boys, right? All these like speakers, these motivational speakers, they make all their money, speaking at engagements, but they had to usually make money first or become a New York Times bestseller. So they did something. And because they did something, then they get boosted but that's how they end up getting more and more famous, is they did one thing over here. And then that's why they say write a book, because it makes you look official. Even if the book is nothing, if you are famous enough on the internet, you can become a New York Times bestseller. And then boom, you can be like sold 50,000 copies, sold 1 million copies, sold, because you have viewers who will do it. You know what I mean? So like the idea is like you build a reputation that feels like you did something. And I'm not saying they didn't do something. Like Alex Hermosa selling his gyms and making $100 million or whatever it was, good for him. And yet Alex Hermosa has some of the worst fucking videos on the internet, including but not limited to the most infamous clip he ever posed, which is still my favorite one to reference because it just tells you how stupid these people are. When he said, if slaves can work 24/7, every minute of every day they're alive, then so can I. When he said, Alex Hermosa, and I'm paraphrasing this one because I don't know this one as well, that women, children who are female, so little girls who are married off in the families to help make that family successful. It was the past, but without those women, those families would never have made, have been as successful, and they weren't as traumatized. So maybe there's something to it. He says people in the past were just not as traumatized as people in the present. Cool, thanks. So all these boys that are hanging out, all these boys that are like, they made a little money, so everyone thinks they're successful, so everyone feels like, oh, I should listen to you. You did something with your life. Yeah, sometimes better advice is given to you by a dad who's watching his kid play soccer. Sometimes better advice is found by your neighbor cashier who's lived a long and like beautiful life. Sometimes better advice is found sitting next to your bestie while watching an anime than these guys whose whole life was dedicated to making money and honestly, sometimes taking advantage of people and pulling on people's vulnerabilities just to make, themselves famous or give themselves status to convince you that they're worth listening to. Okay? I don't know. Wheezy Cat Lady, thank you so much. Member for 1 month says, thanks for the bubble pop. Sending love from the UK. Shout out UK. Shout out UK. Thank you.
Conditions to physiological conditions and the stress of worried about whether they didn't caught her. And so not only is it the selfish desire not to have to bear that burden,
which I simply couldn't. I have a tendency towards far too much neurosis and also too deep a commitment to God every time I'm in a plant medicine journey.
Who?
Mother ayahuasca sits me down and lets me know every place that I've been out of integrity. So it was not a possibility. So then I sat down with Whitney and I said, hey, Whitney, like, I love you, but I don't think I can do this monogamy thing. Like, I want to try polyamory. And she was like, fuck off. Like, I have no interest. And I was like, damn. All right.
Okay, let me lecture everybody for a second. So, in my personal opinion, you should be, in my opinion, not settling in romantic relationships. There's nothing unethical with doing it as long as everybody understands this was what is happening. But I think you should end up with your high compatibility partner, right? And high compatibility partner means like a really rare occurrence. And the statistical probability of running into one, let alone 2 or 3 or 4 in a lifetime is going to be probably a little, like, pretty small. So even like polyamory and stuff like that, if I ever did it again, because it's not like something I think people are, it's just something you do. It would have to be about finding those high compatibility partners, which is like, is probably not going to happen in this lifetime. It's going to be probably really rare that happens, but it's possible, right? It's just like, okay, I'm not worried about it though. I don't think partnership matters that much. I don't think it's like important. I think it's just something you're lucky to have happen if you come across that person. But in monogamy, same thing. Like, you want to be with that high compatibility partner. So when people say, oh, I want to do poly, yeah, a lot of poly relationships can be short. They don't have to be long. They can be for a span of time versus a lifetime. You can do all kinds of polyamory, closed and open. You can do, temporarily open monogamy, monogamish. You can do a lot of things in your life. You can take on any label you want for the construct of your relationship. But what's interesting to me is that he went to a partner and said, I want to try this different lifestyle that makes it so you can't be in my life anymore. That tells me that wasn't his high compatibility partner. And that tells me that I wonder if he knows what that is. And if these 2 women that he's with now are people that can also be replaced by somebody else. Because I don't think you replace people. I don't think you can replace people. I do not believe in that idea. So are these women replaceable to him, or are they short-term or until the relationship erodes kind of situation? Is everyone on the same page? Do they think they're going to grow old with him? Are they going to do Alzheimer's together? Like, what is their idea of love is what I would like to know. Chat says this is the universe equal God bubble. Okay, so this is like, I don't believe in a literal God. I believe in more of like the universal. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Well, this path is true to me. And I want you to know it's totally fair. There's no special rights or privileges for me that are not granted to you. Like, this is what I'm proposing. She's like, still, fuck off. And
okay, so I think that was him saying that you could also be polyamorous and it's not just me being polyamorous. Okay, noted.
And we separated for a few months and I found a lover, and then we eventually got back together. And
so during his separation, he was engaging with other people. Noted.
And we tried to make it work. And this journey was very public during those times. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot about jealousy. I learned a lot about what works and what doesn't work. But through this whole process, I was always honest. There was nothing that I ever did that wasn't in the clear light of day. And despite the conflict and the challenge.
That's good. I will give him props for that, because cheating is pretty prevalent. So I'm happy that he didn't cheat his way into an open relationship. That's really good.
Challenges that arose, it was honest and I could live with that. And, there were other challenges, but there was something that was at peace in my heart.
Yeah.
And I felt comfortable there. And that's during that period that I met Vailana. And Vailana, I'm with Whitney and I'm starting to dance with Vailana. And she's like, what the hell are you doing, bro? That's your girlfriend over there. We were at Burning Man. She didn't get it. And then
oh, Burning Man people. Yeah, not my bubble. I dated a burner, but not my bubble. I did not enjoy, not my people. But okay, no judgment, because like Burning Man is for particular kinds of people. Okay.
We sat down in the RV and I explained, like, no, this is a different construct. It's called polyamory. Everything we're doing is blessed in the arrangement that we have. And, I kind of let her know without being too overt at that moment that I was quite interested. And she was also like, hey, fuck off. I'm not interested in being one of your girlfriends. Like, I got main character energy. I got main chick energy here. So I was like, damn, that's a bummer. And we've talked about this a little bit, but I was faced with this. Like, I had a vision, like, well, if I got rid of everybody else, then potentially I could accelerate the possibility of being with Vailana, because I felt this really strong urge and attraction and had mystical signs that came in, actually. We had an intimate encounter and a white star of light came in my third eye. And it was open-eyed, closed-eyed vision. I wasn't on any medicine. And it was like God put an asterisk in this moment. And I was like, fuck. And then she coupled with somebody else, and I just remained.
Calling it medicine is funny to me. I'm not in that bubble where I call it medicine. It feels like a cope when people say that. But it sounds like they're coping against the way that the world has like made it stigmatized by calling it a drug, like plants of any kind. But calling it medicine also sounds like a cope. But okay, like that's, I'm just autistically pointing out the differences of language. That's fine. Nothing unethical with calling it medicine.
Friends with her and carried on with my polyamory journey. And eventually she uncoupled. And at the point that she uncoupled, then this was this huge kind of unkinking of a hose. And I was like, I'm all in.
Coupled and uncoupled, very popular in certain bubbles. It's just another way of saying like a level of commitment has been placed on this relationship, but it's also like a nice way of saying like broke up, uncoupled.
All in. You know, it took me like a couple weeks to propose after we gave some time and space for the uncoupling and respected the.
Great. But Chad said maybe I'm just on the asexual spectrum, but the value and energy that people put into sexual pursuits is baffling to me. I think the level of dedication people put to sexual pursuits is a red flag to me, depending on what it is, how aggressive it is, and how healthy it is and balanced it is. I think being defined, people would say this about queer people, like, oh, homosexuality, you're defined by who you have sex with. That's like saying straight people are defined by who they have sex with. The straight communities have stigmatized homosexual communities by saying that all we care about is sex, but we're just trying to have the same amount of ability to express our relationship structure, or the fact that some kids have 2 moms and 2 dads and 2 parents, right? That don't fit the typical model. But that is a stigma put on by the heterosexual communities that, oh, all you guys care about is sex. But the truth is like all communities care about sex. It's just like certain people care about it a lot more than others. And I do think people who are defined on sex, when Myron says you should have sex with 500 women, like to be a man, have sex with 500 women, like, come on, can we please be serious? Can we please be serious? It just feels so unserious when your whole life is centered around the idea of having sex with hundreds of people. Like, can we please be serious? Like, it just sounds so silly and so hedonistic, and I just think that's ugly. But is it unethical? Is it immoral? Depends on how you treat the people in the relationships. Depends on the consent dynamics. Depends on a lot of things, right?
Boundaries of that, but we moved really, really fast. And, part of that covenant was, hey, I'm still going to be interested in some sexual experiences. We'll do them together. But it was largely under the auspices of monogamy with some exceptions. And Vi was exploring her comfortability with those. And she'd had some experiences with. So
she came into his life when he was with somebody else. Then he broke off the relationship with his main and got with his other girl. And now this same girl expected a level of commitment from the same man that was with you while he was with somebody else. Polyamory means many loves. It is different than monogamy. Polyamory is not monogamish. If you're monogamish, which is what he's describing now, you're not polyamorous. You are monogamish. Polyamory has boundaries between the 2 people in the relationship, or 4 people or 5 people, but it's not monogamish. This is monogamish, where we do it together. We have to be both present. Having all these rules and restrictions, this is the red flag. You're using the word polyamory, but I don't think you know what it means. And a lot of people use the word polyamory and they do not know what it means. And it annoys me.
Multiple partners, and had a little bit of that. And so she was cautiously open, I would say. I don't know if that would be fair, but cautiously open. But it was kind of on the table. But it was an idea of pretty much classical monogamy with a little bit.
And by the way, the word covenant, the word, like, those are like religious words I grew up with. Like, you have a covenant between you and your husband and God. It's a covenant. It's sealed. It's special. It's a ritual. When you make love, all the heavens rejoice. Like, it's very religious wording to, I think, put a construct of importance on something that isn't that deep. But it is deep to have like a profound love for somebody, a profound connection. But when you're putting it on like lovers and fuck buddies, it's just like, okay, relax. But also I get it. Like, this is his wife now, I believe. So like, okay, I get it. I'm just pointing out the language differences.
Bit of play, right? So then we start off and it's this wild and passionate love affair, of course, bringing things up for us as we've made this leap of commitment and got married by Elvis, and so much love and passion and so much beauty that's come in. And we start the process of exploring. And that exploring, certainly brought up a lot of different things for you. And I'd love for you now to pass it over for you to start telling the story here from your perspective, because particularly, as Mark was saying, you had never really experienced a relationship that was in truth and integrity all the way. And so go through kind of what those early days were like, leading up, of course, to the moment where Alana enters the scene. And then we'll hear Alana's story that'll bring us up to present. And we'll kind of tell the story, the most interesting part of the story of how we figured out what this was and what Spirit was trying to communicate to us.
Yeah. So, I don't want to get too far into my history, but my history was the 70% of deception and shame and lying and betrayal. So my, physical body has had a whole lifetime of a lot of trauma around that particular, like a lot of things in relationship, like there being something that was hidden. There was always something that was hidden, like I would feel like this was a beautiful relationship and we're deeply in.
Okay, interesting. Chat says, I noticed the women have been quiet until they were given permission to speak. Well, also, I noticed that they are, to be fair, giving everyone their time and they're not talking over each other, which is very the spiritual guru bubble, because no spiritual guru is going to be talking over each other, because I think it's part of the branding. So when Mark was talking, he was given the respect because in the hierarchy, he's the top. Then it's Aubrey, then it's the girls. I think that's the hierarchy that's at play here. That's why Aubrey gave Mark the right to speak first and then uninterrupted, which is interesting. So I wonder if there's hey babe, I can't tonight. My guru needs me. Hey baby, I can't tonight. My mentor is calling me. Is it that kind of dynamic? I don't know. Hey baby, the mentor needs to watch us tonight, make love just to make sure we're doing it correctly. Is it that kind of a vibe? I don't know. I'm judging.
And love and all these things. And then there was
I'm also making a little bit of a joke.
Something that would just come out of left field and just totally take my legs out from under me because there was something that was hidden. And so I stepped into our relationship, knowing the sensitivity around my animal body and my desire at that point to just really desiring to feel a sense of safety. I'd never known safety and stability and in some ways just feeling radically chosen by somebody. And so entering into it, that was our agreement. It was, I guess, monogamish, you could call it. We didn't have, Mark here to kind of help walk us through and help us to see alternate, possibilities and also just create the structure that creates, a lot of the safety. And so we were sort of just, trusting in ourselves. And what the journey felt like for me was feeling you in your desire and really wanting to find the place within myself where I could meet you in that desire, not from a place of me submitting to you, but how can I actually be on the inside with you? And so a lot of those earlier experiences that we had, our whole relationship has felt like me just pressing edge, pressing, okay, here's my edge. All right. Okay. Then I'm good here. And then okay, here's my next fucking edge. And it's just a constant pressing forward into really showing me a lot of the places where I've not been free. Because I've been so driven by fear. I think we have a choice when we're in fear. It's you can try to control and contain to feel safe, but how alive is that relationship really? And so what I felt like I've always been left with you is I want you to feel like you can be yourself. I want you to feel like you can be loved in being all of who you are. And that choice and me, willing that choice has meant a lot of shedding and dying for me of my stories of comparison or competition, or now if you look at them that way, am I not as important? It's just all of those things that can arise and just feeling the thing that the person that you love the most, placing their attention on something else, it brings up a lot of stuff. So it's, even our journey in the exploration, there's been so much beauty, and that's what I really carry with me. But it's felt, it's like a diamond that's been constantly forged over and over and over and over through the fire. But the fire is the truth. The fire is this paradox that I'm actually the most safe because there is nothing hiding in the shadows that's left to bite me. And now that doesn't make it easy, and we'll continue to progress through the story. But it's been the most difficult initiation of my whole life, by far, and the most rewarding and the deepest love and the deepest intimacy. And ultimately what I can feel over and over again when I'm in the choosing of this love and the loving you in the way that you deserve to be loved, because you really love me in that way. I found that through every death there comes so much freedom because there's not a lot that I'm afraid of anymore. And I think that, you know, understanding of I mean, it's so nuanced and it's so complex. It's like the intimacy and aliveness just gets like wider, which sometimes it's so hard. And sometimes and most of the time it's radically beautiful. But through all of those moments, our love like deepens and roots. It's like our love is like an oak tree, and those roots are so deep down into the earth that like we know the insides of each other. We're honest about everything. We're honest about every desire, any fantasy, any challenge that we have.
Okay, I gotta pause it. Bro, listen, it's not that deep, bro. Like, you make it sound that deep because it's actually so much harder for you. It shouldn't be that hard if it's a part of your joy. I practice a radical honesty relationship with my partner, and it is fucking based. We high five. We're like, thanks for sharing, bro. And it's like, we fucking love each other. We communicate. Yes, it can be shocking sometimes how honest we can be, but it's like laughter follows and joy follows, and we feel bonded because we're besties. Y'all are so fucking like, our relationship is so deep. It's so like profound. It's so nuanced. It's just life. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, they're making it sound so much more than it is, but yet it is so much more than it is. You know, relationships are profound. All relationships are profound, but it's like, it shouldn't feel, unless you're I came from a religious background. So maybe I just deconstructed a lot before I came to this point. But like, what is her background? You know what I mean? Why is she describing this as like something that's like, there's negativity in the story? You know what I mean? I just like love my person and we're vibing. But to be fair, I also love my friends and I love my partner, like my siblings, and I love my family, and I love, you know, so what am I, do you get what you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not like, why aren't you talking like a person? And I get it. Maybe it's the bubble difference, right? Chet says she seems like she's really into the woo-woo shit. I mean, they all are, right? But that's the problem. Is that because of your ego? You're like, I'm so special in the universe. And I'm like, you know, I'm going through the universe with this great, powerful connection. I mean, are you talking about sex? Are you just talking about your person getting like coming? Is this conversation that you're trying to make so profound about your person's penis going off in another woman? Is that all this is? Just go have sex, bro. It's not that deep. Just enjoy the fucking connection with people. What do you mean? I want him to be his full self. I want him to fulfill himself in every way. He's just never loved me in such a great girl. It's sex, girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're selling me something that is just like, it's just called a fucking Friday night with your friends, bro. Go play some D&D and have sex. But you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe my friends are too grounded. All my poly friends, all my friends, like, we're all just like normal people, but there's multiple people. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not doing anything different or profound. People have been poly for this whole time. You guys just don't hang out with those people because you think they're like different and nerdy and ugly or something. But like, we're all just like chilling, bro. I swear, there's something about pretty people that they think they're doing something profound they've never done before. Average people have been doing it forever. Okay, we've all been doing it forever. And I think that's what it is. I really do think that really traditionally pretty people think they're doing something deeply profound that nerds in D&D communities have been doing this whole time. But they don't think ours is the same because we're not millionaires, even though they all make money, and because we're not conventionally pretty. But like, okay, we've already written all the books. We have all the underground communities. We have all the conventions. We literally have people who've dedicated their life to teaching people open relationships in a wholesome and loving way. And then there's these people. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, it's the beauty dynamic. Chat said, thank you for holding space for my nut. Yeah, like, thank you for holding space so I can come. It's like, okay, girl, we get it. He wanted to come. You know, whatever. Chat says, I think they need to spin it that way to seem profound because deep down it doesn't sit right with their values, or they're literally just trying to sell something because of their business. Like, but that's what it is. That's why it always feels like a scam to me, because I know thousands of people that are living very happy polyamorous lives. They're writing books, they're going to conventions, and none of them sound like this. None of them need to sound like this. All of them are like, yeah, how are you? Oh, good. I just took the kid to school. Oh, cool. How many kids do you have? 4. Oh, cool. You and your partner? Me and my partners. Yeah, between us, it's 4 of us. Big family stuff. Oh, cool, dude. You going to the barbecue on Sunday? Yeah, dude, I am. Normal fucking shit. It's just with more partners. It's like, it's this kind of shit that I'm like, I know you need to feel important in the world, like you're doing something profound, and there is something profound about life, but I maybe it's just the way that I prefer my life. I want my life to not have to be exaggerated to be profound. I don't want to sensationalize my life to know that it's profound. I've always struggled with this. See, I've always struggled to make this content because it just sounds like you're taking something that's so fucking normal and not that big of a deal and making it so sensationalized, which is why conservatives are the ones who are like, see how weird this is? Yeah, when you show it like this, it's weird, dude. But when you just realize that poly people are normal ass people who are trying to go to the mall and get their kids gifts and take pictures with Santa, you realize it's not that big of a deal. It's just so fucking basic. Like, yeah, cool, dude. Lots of people are poly. Like, I get what they're saying, but you know what I'm saying? There's something about the sensationalism that I'll never like in people. It always feels bad to me. But who knows? Maybe that's just my bubble. Okay, so far, I like that consent is being considered. I like that they're being open and vulnerable. I hate that that guy is there, the Mark guy, because he has Mark Gaffini, because he has accusations. But okay, fine. Chat says the normal poly people don't make headlines because it's not that special. Honestly, exactly. It's just like fucking life, bro. But okay, fine. I'm sorry, wait. You know what this is? It's like parenting. It's like the parent people that go viral and they're like, we don't educate our kids traditionally. We stay home and we teach them. You mean homeschooling? No. This is unschooling. You mean homeschooling? No, this is different. Okay, buddy. It's like, oh, our kids, we don't raise kids like other people raise their kids. We actually spend time with our kids. You mean parenting? No, we actually spend time with our kids. It's like, okay. I just feel like, I don't know. It's all fucking the same. It's just people have to create new labels and new ways to feel good about their life, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just want to make that abundantly clear. I am not opposed to people making as many labels as they need to show the nuances between the bubbles. But just like when I tell everybody I was homeschooled till 15, they get an image in their head that doesn't actually represent my lived experience. It's still just homeschooling. But it's not homeschooling in the way that you probably think. Because I had classes outside the home and I was in a school and I was interacting with a bunch of kids my whole life who were also homeschoolers, which doesn't sound like homeschool at that point, does it? But it was still homeschooling. So again, I'm not trying to say it's wrong to have a label. I'm just trying to say, why do you feel a need to have the label? But that's okay. I don't see anything unethical yet. But I'm uncomfortable with the way they're telling their story, which raises a red flag for me. Okay, let's go.
In perspective, like whatever it is, it's like our relationship is so rooted in truth. And that's the life that, I want to live. So that was my experience leading up to Alana making her way into our life. It's been a wild journey and I've died. I mean, I've died so many times I can't even count. It's just hundreds and hundreds, but ultimately, to kind of like bring us to that.
And when I said I didn't see anything unethical, I mean, like, he's not saying that he cheated his way into the relationship. They're not saying anything. Obviously, I see things that are questionable, right? And I know chat's warning me it gets worse. I believe you. I'm trying not to, you know what it is? Can I just side tangent? I feel incredibly sure of myself right now. And I'm trying to make sure I remain humble when I judge people because I feel like I know exactly the bubble and exactly the people. And I feel like I know exactly what's coming, but at the same time, I could be wrong and I want to be open to being wrong. But I'm trying to like humble myself a little bit because I am feeling very confident. And now that you're telling me it's going to get worse, I'm feeling even more confident, but I don't want to get too confident. I want to be loving and compassionate through this process. So,
point, that's what I'd say.
Even before we get to Alana, which is entering stage left in a second, you said one sentence, which I just want to reflect back. It was a passing sentence, but it was so important. You said to Ab, you said, I wanted to meet your desire and to love you the way you deserve to be loved. And then you added a really critical
I want to meet your desires. I hate that language, but okay.
Sentence, which was because you've loved me in that way. And I want to just really just to hear that, right? That actually you're wanting to meet your man in the depth of his desire because you feel he's meeting you.
Yes, the depth of his desire, all 6 inches. What are we talking about? The depth of his desire. This is the stuff my religious parents hear and go, see, Betty, it's all bullshit. It's all about hedonism. This man just wants to have sex. Y'all making my parents look so good right now. I wanted to meet my husband in the depth of his desire. Girl.
In the depth of your desire.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not a model of, how can we please the man?
Yeah.
It's how do we
Well-
please the beloveds
And it's
who are madly pleased.
yeah, and it's also not like an equal, like I haven't had a natural inclination towards desiring other men. That's not really been true for me. So it's also not an equal, like you give me this and it's not like
Right.
this there's a reciprocity of energy in the ways that he loves me is different,
Right.
and I've had to kind of overcome these things in my mind to feeling like this should be equal, because if I give this, and I think that I think a lot of relationships get stuck in that. It's like, what do I get? Which was a frame that was really helpful that,
Sure. I don't think that in a polyamorous or a healthy open relationship, it's like, well, if you have sex with someone, I have to have sex with someone. I think that's really unhealthy. Right? Like, I want to be clear that if that's what she's talking about, I think that is also unhealthy. I think if she naturally is attracted to somebody and wants to engage with it, then that makes sense. But I don't believe in this whole like one-to-one thing. Well, if you get this, then I have to get this. It's like, no. Because I remember when I was in my polyamorous relationships, everybody would joke that I was so monogamous because I wouldn't date as much as my partner did or my other partners did. And it was like, I still dated, guys. I've been with like 9 different people, maybe even 10. I have to count how many people I've been with. I've been with like a dozen, or let's say 10 people. That's a lot of people. Okay. Like, that's a lot of people in a lifetime that I've been intimate with over the years. Like, I feel like for me, that is saying that I have engaged, but I got that sort of like joking reputation that like Brittany's so monogamous. But when it was authentic and I really wanted to engage, I did. It was like, I don't want to force sex or intimacy or dating with people just because I could. It was more like I wanted to wait till I met somebody. But some people are those kinds of people that like to go on dates like every weekend. Yeah, I'm not that person. Right. So I feel like when she says like, I haven't had a natural inclination, that's okay. But I agree with her if that's what she's saying, that you don't want to make it, well, if you had somebody, I have to have somebody, because that sounds really toxic. Because there have been those couples. We've seen YouTubers try to have open relationship dynamics where it's like, you can't have sex with people unless I'm having sex with people. Like, that's crazy. Don't be open. You're obviously like, you're not happy there. Right? So that kind of stuff. She leans mono, he leans poly. Well, or maybe they just don't, maybe they have different. He doesn't even lean polyamorous for me. For me, this is not polyamory. Polyamory has nothing to do with having sex with people. It's having multiple committed relationships, monogamy, right? Like, he's just into open relationships. He's not polyamorous. Polyamorous to me is monogamy plus partners. It's more than one partner. You wouldn't say, oh, I'm monogamous, right? And then equate monogamy to sex unless you were super shallow, which I guess people do. But if, you know what I mean? But if all you're doing with people is like having sex, you have lovers, which is, maybe that's my categorization, but like, you have lovers,
Yeah.
You've offered to me. And I also just want to give the context that, we started working with Mark as our teacher to learn Dharma, and then, found ourselves with you being the main person that we come.
Okay. I mean, when I hear Dharma, I hear Dr. K, and I like Dr. K, but I don't like this Mark guy.
To whenever we have struggles in our relationship. When Alana came into the picture, like, you have been such a necessary anchor to us being able to sit here right now. So in the same way, just really wanting to like honor and recognize, like, I cannot see a way that we could be sitting here right now without you.
Yeah, we've all been together. Just so beautiful. And I know you're about to unfold, and we're going to unfold the next step. I just want to just reflect back that last sentence again. So you made this great distinction, right?
Chad said, Brittany, how much of this do you think could be avoided if they all went to therapy? Well, what is it they're avoiding? I don't think any of these people are probably high compatibility partners. So they're all trying to. So here's the problem. In my perspective, relationships fall into 2 categories, right? Main categories: settling relationships and high compatibility partnerships. Those are the 2 main categories in terms of cohabitation. So obviously not like lovers or dating or short-term relationships. But if you're looking at long-term relationships, and you know what I mean? And I feel like when you're in those relationships, it's easy. If you're in a high compatibility relationship, it's easy. You're on the same page. You're vibing. Things are good, right? If you're in a short-term relationship, that's different. If you're in a settling relationship that's long-term, that's going to have more issues like this, in my opinion. Keep in mind, a lot of people keep telling me, oh, you're just in the honeymoon phase. You've only been together a few years. Like, you have no idea. Please know that for the last couple years I've been with my partner, it has been amazing. Or the last 3 years I've known my partner, all of them have been with their partners less than I have, and are all explaining that they had issues day one. That is the difference. I, just like with them, in my other relationships that were toxic or settling, also had problems in the beginning. This is the first relationship I've been in where we do not have problems in the beginning, nor in the middle, nor in the present. And that's what I'm trying to say. If your relationship, if you're going to compare our relationships and say like, oh, you're only happy because you're a couple years in. Well, why are they only a couple years in and they're not happy? Now, I understand present time, they've been together longer than a couple years, but the way they're telling me the timeline is even at the beginning, they had problems. That's all I'm trying to say. Right? So that tells me that like, that's the problem we're running into right now is like from the start, from the jump, y'all have problems. Okay. So Chad says the way you describe the joy in your relationship is very similar to mine, and we've been together 10 years plus. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So yeah, I'm poking holes in all of this because I've seen it time and time again. It always happens. The pattern is so clear. I'm so frustrated by it. But I think the best way that these kinds of relationships can be avoided is honestly, it's like a lot of solo work. Notice that Vailana was explaining her relationship, kind of what you guys said in chat, exposure therapy, getting to her limit and then breaking it, not in relation to herself, her education, her self-reliance, her relationship with her consciousness, but in relationship to being with him. What does she think about her own life? What does she think about her own relationship with herself? Everything is external, 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 external. And I would love to know, where did she test herself and get to her new boundary with herself versus in relation to being with him, right? That's what I would like to know. That's the danger I see in this bubble right now is like, can you guys tell me a little bit about you guys, like yourselves solo? Who are you outside of this relationship?
Alana Ab, which was, so it's not that it's like quid pro quo. Right? We all have this like list, right? I remember when I got bar mitzvah, it's like a lot of bar, not so much mitzvah, but anyways, there was, everyone was getting presents, right? And you got like, these people gave us a $7 present and these people a $15 present. And my parents had a big list and you checked off. And then when you went to their bar mitzvah, you have to make sure you gave, the exchange present. So it's not that, right? It's not this kind of quid pro quo. It's that Obs is pouring into you in 1,000 ways and you're pouring into him in 1,000 ways. And they're not always the same ways. But I love the phrase, in the reciprocity of energies, in 1,000 different ways of exchanging, there's the sense of deep mutuality and wholeness. Is that fair?
Yeah.
That's integrity. Yeah.
We all have this innate sense that love is the most powerful force in the universe and in our own lives. And yet we only have one word for it. Well, the ancient Greeks had 7. Eros was erotic love. Mania, that obsessive love. Pragma, that rational love. Storge, that parental love. Philia, the brotherly love.
Yeah, I learned this in high school. We get it, bro. Next.
Philautia, self-love, and agape, universal love. And each of these tones of love have their own characteristics. And I ultimately realized that all of the poetry that was pouring...
This kind of a person bothers me. He's selling a book. Skipping.
From love.
I think, I want to get to this, the entry of Alana into our story. I'm super eager to get there. I think, one of the things that also prepared me is for, eventually, and we'll get to this part of the story, but there's a lot of men who
I initially didn't want to skip it so we could understand his personality, but I think we get it. We get it, okay? Do you guys see why I'm offended when the boy bubbles are like, is Brittany in this bubble? Ew! 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 With peace and love, no judgment. No judgment, but like... I swear to God, I will never talk to another person again. This is how much I resent this way of like, you do you, whatever, bro. I'd rather go to Catholic church than go to this bubble. I'd rather go to church where they tell me I'm going to hell for being gay than this bubble. Because you know what I'm saying? At least that bubble got donuts after. I don't know about this bubble.
Pretend that they're in a place where they can bless their women to do the same things that they do. And then when it comes down to actually ante up the chips on the table, the hand gets a little shaky, right? And the cards fold. And, Vi, although it hasn't been the richness and depth and love that I've shared with Alana, also had that moment where she had a lovership and she got to watch me, put my chips unflinchingly on the table, actually be her wingman, help her make this connection with someone she was interested, someone I play ball with who I thought, this is a good man.
No, literally, chat. Why is that? The church telling you you're going to hell for being gay somehow feels more grounded than this bubble. Literally, why? Like, why does it literally feel like it's more? I think it's because they don't talk like this. They don't talk with this whisper, like, they're like, listen, this is the bubble and you're going to be with us. And I put my chips on your table. And like, it's like, girl, please stop talking. Like Chat said it perfectly. Man takes shrooms for the first time, finds empathy for the first time. Literally, this is what it feels like. Take me to church, girl. Take me to church. Take me to church, girl. And tell me I'm going to hell, because that feels more real than whatever this is.
And she got to watch me bless her in this path. And I think that's also important to recognize, is it's not these rules are good for me, but not for we, and so while it's not quid pro quo, there's the openness in the space that I think also
there's a profound equality.
There is equality.
Not quid pro quo, but there's a deep equality. There's
fundamental,
a deep mutuality
structural
and
equality.
Respect.
Yeah.
Deep respect of full possibility and love within. And this is just the name we're calling it. And that'll be a perfect time to go to the next. We've given this a name. We're calling it radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. So paradoxically,
Okay.
this is not about polyamory.
Oh, okay. Let's listen up, girls. Ready? We're getting a new term. I love a construct. They made up their own construct. Let's see.
And that'll be a perfect time to go to the next. We've given this a name. We're calling it radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. So paradoxically, this is not about polyamory. That's the paradox. It's actually about radical monogamy, meaning deep, exclusive, lifelong, committed relationship, right? But not in the classical monogamous sense. It's an expanded monogamy. But there's a radical monogamy, but it's just not a monogamy of two. It's a slightly bigger monogamy, but it's not, okay.
Closed polyamory. So there's a term called closed polyamory, in which you have more than one main partner and you close the relationship and you no longer date other people. They could have read a book about polyamory terms before they started making up new ones, but okay, fine. Fine, that's okay. They're all constructs. He can make up a new term if he wants to.
We're not like moving in and out of partners. No, it's not the polyamory road. It's not the classical monogamy mode. It's
polyamory. Okay. Obviously polyamory is not having an open relationship. That's why it's called open relationships. It's different than polyamory.
It's a radical monogamy of deep exclusivity between Aubrey and Vi.
Oh, polyfidelity. That's another way to say it.
And then there's going to be a new goddess who will step into the field, who will also...
I don't like the goddess language. I don't like when people are like, this is my king, she's my queen, this is my goddess, this is my god. I don't like any of that language personally, because once again, bro, you're just literally a person. I like how they mentioned evolution before. See, this is, again, no judgment. I don't like language that pedestals people. I don't like it. Because it's just like, we're all just people, bro. You think way too highly of yourself. Thank you.
Also step into this field of radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. So it's a very deep structure. I'm just remembering a person right now. And if you all remember, Aubrey, this is dating ourselves. I'm a little older than you, but there was in the Vietnam War, there's a man named Daniel Ellsberg who challenged the war and he did the Pentagon Papers. It was the big explosion in the 60s. So Daniel was actually in this exact configuration in his life, relationally. And, I knew his sister-in-law, Barbara Marks Hubbard, very well, and his wife then, Patricia Ellsberg. And, Daniel and I met with him. We sat and chatted before he died. And had he not had this configuration, he said he couldn't have done anything. He couldn't have stood in integrity. He couldn't have been in his aliveness. He couldn't have had fought the battles that needed to be fought, because he would have been so empty, right? So in deception that he would have lost his connection with his full value and ethos. Yeah. So I just remember Daniel just comes to mind, and I can think of 10 other people, off the top of my head who are in different configurations. Our friend Paul Chek is in a kind of, right, post-classical configuration. And there's a wonderful book by Rofi called Uncommon Arrangements. And it's about the greatest people in history, 8 stories, all of which what she calls uncommon arrangements. And when we allow for uncommon arrangements, something beautiful emerges. We don't make it classical. We don't proselytize. We say, but something beautiful wants to emerge.
See, that's what they're doing. That's also weird. You're making it weird. You're trying to be special or something. It's like when certain streamer bros would be like, I'm not saying anyone should have my relationship. I don't think most people can do it. You couldn't do it. You cheated on every partner. You couldn't do it. Many people have successful, non-cheating, non-abusive, open and polyamorous relationships. You're not special because you're open. You're not special. And that's the problem. You're not special. So when you say things like the norm should be the norm, monogamy is monogamy, most people should be monogamous, you're acting like you're special. You're not special. You're just in a different structured relationship. You're not special because you only eat plants. Like, you're not special. Like, you're just a person doing something different. But it's this desire to feel like we're doing something special or unique or different and no one can be like us. And it's not the average and normal people shouldn't do what we're doing. Okay, it's not that abnormal. And a lot of people have been doing it. And it just like, ugh, you know, you're acting like you made something up that's literally been around forever. I swear these people, I'm telling you, I was right. It's pretty privilege and rich people privilege. And they just don't understand that normie people have been doing this forever. And yes, we're not normal to the normies, but we're pretty fucking normal at this point. I feel like not literally, but I think it's much more common. I mean, it's in every Netflix show I see polyamory is being named. I'm like, poly, like every show I watch now is very open about man and women friendships. That's my new favorite one. My new favorite thing is actually seeing healthy dynamics between male and female friends. Like, that's my new favorite thing to see in shows, which had existed in other shows. It definitely existed during the 90s, but it's nice to see it now, especially in contrast to what we see on the internet. Like, media is showing these things, and I'm not saying it's normal to be poly, but I'm saying normal people are poly. Do you guys get, I want to make sure I'm being clear. I'm not saying poly is normal or common. I'm saying normal people do poly. And they're adding to that weird stigma that you have to be weird to do poly, when in reality, no. Perfectly randomly average people do poly. You're not special or connected to the universe because you fucking did drugs, first of all. And that's the other thing, no offense. It is like people who do drugs and think like they're connecting with the divine. Look, I've done a lot of drugs and it does feel like you're connecting to the divine. But I think the best thing to connect to is yourself. And I think that can be profound. But when you try to like feel like you're, I don't know, like a goddess in the universe because the divine God spoke to you through ayahuasca, it's like, okay, we're not talking about the same things. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm going to take issue with it because I think it's further from truth than actually closer to truth. But okay. Yes, chat. You can be normal about drugs and poly and everything else. Exactly. You know, but okay, whatever.
And here in this place, something beautiful has emerged.
Yeah, I think even Carl Jung had an uncommon arrangement.
He was getting really uncommon. That's
Too uncommon.
He was getting a little
too uncommon. We'll
He's
go
getting
for that.
really uncommon.
All right, so let's. Okay.
I would love to, sorry to interrupt. I would love to be able to
Okay, she like spoke up. She like had her piece.
to speak to that, because for me in my experience in my lovership, there was such a depth and a richness to it and so much perspective, and I couldn't move forward. I know this is like interrupting the conversation, but
Yeah, chat says, okay, exactly. Maiden in chat says this bubble is definitely very into psychedelics and that they believe fully their drug experiences. That's what it is. Like, I love drugs, but you see how like I don't do drugs like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't come on stream and I'm like, guys, oh my God, the trip I just did, just like, like I don't talk like that. And I'm not, look, I'm fine visiting those bubbles, but like I don't want to live there with you full time. Because again, in my opinion, it's not, I'm not saying these bubbles are unethical or bad. I'm saying that they're stagnant in a way that I'm not interested in because they think they found it. Like they think they found an answer to the universe. You found an opportunity and a tool, but you didn't find the answer to the universe. You know what I mean?
I just wanted to sort of land that because that felt really true. But like there was a really deep depth and richness that I would love to, bring a lot of love and light to. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. And that's a part of it. It's a part of this love that it isn't ephemeral.
Chad said, strange that the AFAB in the room is apologizing for speaking on a podcast. Very typical, right? AFAB people are raised under patriarchy and we're taught to apologize when interrupting. So actually pretty common. Actually not very strange. You know what I mean? Even I do it all the time. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. But also I want to be kind to the people I'm talking to. And it is rude to talk over people, to be fair. But also it's cultural. So it can be considered not rude and expected. I don't know. I don't think it was that weird, right? Given how we're raised. And also like if a man interrupted, anyone should apologize for over speaking. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I agree that I want to poke holes in everything they're doing, but also keep me humble, guys, by not poking holes in everything they're doing, right?
And in this way that it just disappears, when you form these connections, if it's true, as Paul Selig says, what is true is always true. In the love that you feel, it doesn't go away. It's there. And so I think it's beautiful that, and you took that moment in your own integrity to say, yeah, that love was there and it was real and
rich.
And
it remains.
Yeah.
Meaning there's a depth of love. The love doesn't really, you said beautifully, Aubrey. We think that when this relational contact is over, love's over, change the locks. The locks on my heart, we change. right? We close our hearts. And what Ob says and what you're stepping into is so crazy beautiful. Right? The relationship structure that you were in particularly might be over, but you haven't closed the lock of your heart.
No.
You're still loving. You're still honoring.
Mhm.
And that's forever.
Mm,
That's
absolutely.
forever.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful.
All right.
All right.
So Vi and I are in Miami. We've made it through some trials and
Red flag.
tribulations
Sorry, Miami. Red flag.
of, having a lot of fun with different loverships and different experiences, and all of them had kind of gone in different separate directions. And we'd had so much fun, although there was challenges, we'd had so much fun. Both of us were like, we're here in Miami for a month. We're going to look around. We're going to see if we can find anybody here in Miami. And it was coming towards the end of the trip. And I go downstairs to a beautiful gym there called Anatomy. I'm down in the gym. And, so both of us were on Raya, and we were not actively pursuing.
Raya is that celebrity dating app for people who don't know. So you have to be invited onto the app in order to be there and date on the app.
But we were just kind of leaving.
I was checking all the time.
Yeah. I was there.
I'm like, I wonder what they think of the profile and what do you think they would believe we're just here for friends? Because we could just be here for friends, but also it'd be cool if it'd be more than friends. I was looking all the time.
Yeah. So I'm in.
know that. I love that.
I'm in the weight room, and again, the mystical plays it's a theme, it's a motif in this. And this was where the mystical first steps in. I'm in the middle of a set, and we just worked out today. You saw me, my phone was there. It fell out of my pocket, but that was about the only time I gave it attention. When I'm working out, I'm fucking working out. I've done that for most of my life, right? Like workout is almost like it's a sanctuary. It's a sacred place for me. So I'm in the middle of my workout, and I just get this message. And the message is, go on Raya right now, and you're going to find somebody there that's important. And I go, huh. Okay. And I've had enough messages from Spirit that I tend to listen, especially if it's low cost. It's interrupting my workout, but that's a low cost. To ignore God at that point to finish your workout would be absurd. So I open it up. First picture pops up. I'm like, nope, that's not it. Click one time, and there's Alana. And I'm like, and I just get this kind of like chills. And I'm like, fuck.
You showed me immediately too.
I was like, fuck. Like, I think this is it. I think this is what Spirit was telling me about. So I sent her this message on the app. And the message is something like, hey.
Wait, chat, thank you. Chat said people are so interesting. Let's just ground ourselves right now. This is a real person's experience on Earth, and they are on a podcast saying it with their full chest. And it is just their life, their bubble, their life. Not my bubble, not my language, not my word, but not the way I communicate. But also, no one in my life is like this. I stay away from people like this. Not my favorite bubble. I don't really want to be friends with you. I feel like there's a lot of unnecessary pain in these bubbles that I just don't like. And I think a big part of it is because they are convinced they're special. And I just can't vibe with it. I can't vibe with a bubble in which people think like the Spirit is talking to them, or God is talking to them, or they've been chosen, or the universe is like, I love a little woo-woo in my language. I love my intuition. I love moving off feeling. I love relating it to the data. But yeah, I'm just not the big, personally, but as a Britney, I'm not the biggest fan. Chat says I gotta use that pickup line. Spirit told me I'd find my person tonight, and here you are, baby. God led me right to you, baby. God led me right to you. It's like, look, I I get it. I grew up religious. This idea that God has people waiting for you, or spouses that are going to be good for you, is definitely a thing. But I also don't adhere to that belief as an atheist. I just think if you're lucky, you get to run into very high compatibility partners, people that are just reasonably very connected and can see you and are having a similar biological experience to lead you into sort of a cohesive existence together. But you just fall in love, bro. You fall in love with your bros. You fall in love with your besties. You fall in love with people that are good people, and you decide to do life together. You spin your hand and shake on it type thing. I don't know. It's yeah, interesting bubble.
This is going to sound super woo-woo. And I totally understand if you think I'm a crazy person, but I got a message from Spirit, and it said I would meet somebody right at this specific time on this app. And so I'm just messaging you, all good either way. I was kind of embarrassed. And then she hits me back real fast and says, woo-woo. that's the place that I live and love. And I was like,
Match made in Raya. Get it? Hey, I mean, at least they're all kind of the same category of person, except Vailana, who actually had to be convinced to be this person.
so that was the kind of mystical beginning. So I'd love for you, Alana, to take us, people don't know you
Oh, wait, you're right. He used the pickup line. He did use it. You're right.
here yet on the podcast, and they don't know your story. So just moving through some of the kind of key points that brought you to that moment, finding yourself in Miami.
Yeah.
In many ways, not even knowing why you're in Miami
Totally.
at that point. So give us a little bit of your story so we can get to know you a little bit.
Yeah, that was really interesting because I think one of the most interesting pieces of that was that I had been on Raya for a day. I had downloaded it the day before. I had never really done like the dating app scenario, but prior to that, I had decided to leave a relationship that I was in for a couple of years, and ultimately it was one of those relationships that
She does look half their age. She looks like she's 21, 22, and they look like they're 40. He's 44. I don't know how old Vailana is, but she looks about 40. And then Alana, this is Alana. She looks like 21, 22. I don't know.
was beautiful, but there was just a deeper truth running through me that I knew wasn't in alignment. And so I'm kind of in Miami in this limbo place, just kind of not really knowing what I'm going to do or what's next, and feeling anxious and leaving what I had done for most of my life as a career and feeling that there was something more, but not
And
knowing
career
how that was going to
being
unfold.
Largely a model.
Yeah, modeling mostly. And just
Okay, hold on. I found this the other day. And I just want to show you, this is Aubrey Marcus reflects on his polyamory as a married man. Chris Williamson, another one of those guys in the same bubble. This is 3 years ago. He was interviewed. Aubrey, look at this interview really fast, really fast.
Your period of non-monogamy now as a happily married man, woman of your dreams. Does that reframe that sort of experience? Do you have a different sort of view of non-monogamy generally now?
Chat says Alana is 28 and Vailana is 38. Okay, noted.
It just part of a journey? Where's your headspace at with that?
It was definitely part of a journey. It was definitely part of like a deep learning practice. I mean, we all have jealousy to a certain extent. It's just inherent. And if you think you're not jealous, I dare you to get into a non-monogamous relationship.
Yeah, I don't experience jealousy. Next. See? This like generalization they make is like, oh, you don't think you get jealous? I dare you to be open. Literally in the 10 years I did open relationships, that's why people would come to me. They're like, I don't get why you're not jealous. I was like, I don't know. It's like, I don't believe in losing things. I just believe in life shifting. So like next, it's a very logical conclusion. Like I'm not entitled to you as a person. If you want to leave the relationship, like I value your consent. But also, I talk to my partners. That helps.
Where your sweetheart is getting fucked by somebody else and you're home
Sneeko, is that you?
alone and just imagining what's happening. Like, if you can do that, like, fucking get an ashram somewhere. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it takes to be able to handle
Interesting shifts in 3 years, huh?
that. But, so you really confront the dragon. You confront the dragon of your own jealousy. Like,
What? Did somebody say dragon? Did somebody say dragon?
the thought of me being jealous in my current relationship now with Vailana is absolutely preposterous because I've lived the worst case scenario.
What he say?
Is absolutely the thought of me being jealous in my current relationship now with Vailana is absolutely preposterous because I've lived the worst case scenario. I've lived the absolute nightmare.
And by the way, jealousy is a very normal human emotion. By the way, I'm not saying you shouldn't have it. You're not bad if you do get jealous, but you should deconstruct your jealousy. I'm saying don't make prescriptions that say all people feel this way. Don't do that. But jealousy is really normal. It's actually more common than not common. And you should deconstruct it. It's okay to feel jealous, but it's usually stemming from a fear of losing something. And you should talk about that. It's okay to feel jealousy. You're not a bad person for being jealous. You should deconstruct it, right? It's okay. It's totally normal. I didn't mean to say that like people don't get jealous or it's bad to get jealous. It is not unhealthy to get jealous. It's unhealthy what you do with the jealousy. But for him to say nobody gets jealous is a generalization I don't think is true.
Of jealousy so many times that I'm liberated from that. It's just not in the spectrum of possibility of what I would actually worry about. And that's one of the beautiful things that you'll get from it And that's what happens when you go head first into your deepest fears or your deepest challenges. It's like the ayahuasca of jealousy. Right? You're in it. So that's beautiful. It's also beautiful that, I got to experience so many amazing people. And actually, I was only able to meet my wife and become friends because I had the freedom of a non-monogamous container. Like, if I wanted to go out on a friend date or whatever with Vailana, like, there was never any question because I had multiple other girlfriends. So it's not like there was an issue, like I was really free. So I think it's a great path to overcome jealousy. It's also a great path if you're not quite sure. I loved Whitney a lot, but something wasn't just quite right. She's amazing. Whitney's fucking incredible, but it wasn't quite right for either of us. And we've both actually subsequently, since splitting, we're still friends, but both of us have really come into our own in a beautiful way.
Isn't that, he's very different in the last 3 years, which is normal. So he's about 41 here then, and he's about 44 where we're watching him now.
She's a country singer now, and she's like using her voice and she's recording.
Notice all the grifter conservatives are going country music. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pause this interview for a second and go back to present time.
Feeling like that was completed. I wanted to do something more. And just not really, honestly, being in kind of a place of being really lost. And I had a friend who was like, just download.
Oh, great. Perfect time to get into a relationship when you're really, really lost and you need someone to save you. I'm being sarcastic.
Raya, and just talk to people, because it's so not my pace to online date and just be in that exploration. And so I was like, okay, I'll do it. And then the next day was when I got your message. So, and also for most of my life, I've really had the beautiful opportunity of having synchronicity be such a part of what's led me through so many beautiful portals. And so always listening and being willing to lean in. So when I got your message, it was great. Let's see what's here, and have a fun whatever lunch or whatever it will be, It was exciting.
Yeah, beautiful. So talk to Vi, show Vi, and we see some Hawaii connections that are there. And we're like, oh, this is awesome, because obviously Vi's Hawaiian and you'd spent a good portion of your life living in Hawaii. So it's like, wow, there's some crossover here. This is going to be cool. So we only had a couple days left in our Miami trip. We'd been largely unsuccessful in our own quest, although we got...
Who? Chet says he was on Dr. Phil accused of abusing a 13-year-old girl. Which one? Because I know Dr. Mark Gaffney is accused of abusing teenagers. This one or the Aubrey, who was accused? I'm Googling.
Tried to get picked up by a couple swappers at different restaurants and things. And we're like, no, thank you very much, but not interested.
Swingers,
swappers. I was also
Swappers.
moving out of Miami in 2 weeks. This was also an interesting, and my age limit was set to the age up to that you were just turning, essentially. So there was all of these little pieces.
It had to happen.
Ooh, interesting. Are they not mentioning ages for a reason?
At that moment, if it would have waited a month, I would have aged out of her. I would have aged out of her limit. So I'm currently aged out of her limit. Thankfully.
It's a preset limit. It's a preset limit.
It's a moving limit. It was you said it exactly right. So anyways, we're like, hey, let's go grab some lunch. We'll grab some lunch at the Faina at Los Fuegos, good Argentinian steak restaurant. And we go there, and really, I don't even say much during that whole lunch because Vailana and Alana were just hitting it off, talking about special spots in Hawaii.
It's just a different thing when you have somebody that is from Hawaii and has.
Interesting. Dr. Phil's also a piece of shit too. So it's not like we trust Dr. Phil.
Do you think that given the situation with Sarah, you're 19 and she's 14, now you're 24 and this girl is 16, still a child in the eyes of the state, and whatever happened certainly was sexual in nature. Both of those are crimes in the eyes of the state, misdemeanor, felony, whatever.
They're both misdemeanors in the eyes of the state.
You're saying that these people that are out to get you have just made up this smear campaign out of whole cloth.
So A, right, I did both of those things wrong. B, I've taken total freaking responsibility for them in any way I can. C, right, they've completely and blatantly, and I'm gonna use the word again, absolutely lied about what happened, and the best thing I could do was to do polygraph. 4,
polygraphs are fake. Next
campaign. And those two things are unrelated, right? Both of them are true. And it's what more can I do? And tell me and I'll do it, than taking direct responsibility, right? But I can't take responsibility for something that's completely wrong.
This did not happen when you were 50. This happened when you were 24.
31 years ago and 36 years ago.
Then we now jump to 2006.
Please.
That wasn't 31 or 36 years ago. That was 10 years ago.
Right.
Oh,
And we now have the situation in Israel.
what?
Right.
And we're talking about women there that are complaining about harassment.
Oh.
You decide to explore this.
Oh, I'm gonna get blocked. I'm gonna get blocked. Okay, fine. Here's a Dr. Phil story. I can't play any more of it. I'm gonna my stream's gonna get blocked. Okay. YouTube, don't take me down my stream. Don't take me down my stream. Please don't take down my stream. I'm still here, right? Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the pod that isn't copyrighted. I should still be here. Okay, OBS looks good. Everything looks good. Okay, so shout out to the chatter who told me to look that up. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's go back to the podcast.
As the Aloha spirit, and they understand the lingo and the food
How's the
and all the
volume?
things. Like I don't get to ever experience that, and that's
Is it okay?
all my family. And so
Yeah.
immediately it was just like, yes,
Yeah.
I get to experience this super excited
Totally.
part of me, and we just like, shot off.
Yeah.
What? I didn't even understand the context of that. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit.
Kind of about
Yeah.
special spots
It's
in
like-
Hawaii.
It's just a different thing when you have somebody that is from Hawaii and like has the Aloha
They're
spirit.
both Hawaiian. That's why they look like sisters.
And they understand the lingo and the food and all the things. Like I don't get to ever experience that, and that's all my family. And so
Yeah.
immediately it was just like, yes,
Yeah.
I get to experience this super excited
Totally.
part of me, and we just like, shot off.
Yeah.
So for our second date, we share with Alana that Vailana and I had been developing, what we really believe is a lineage medicine practice that we call the God Bomb. And there's been many people who've come on here and shared their experiences with the God Bomb, from, Layla, who's shared it, to, Shaman Jen and Valko, who's shared it, and many people who've shared it. And we were in the developing of this, and we let you know, we're like, hey, we have this particular type of ceremony. It's quite intense. But
Oh wait, Discord is saying, I think the girl Alana lives in Hawaii, not that she is Hawaiian. Oh, okay.
but it's really safe, and we'll be there with you, to guide you through this process. And you're like, yeah, let's go. And we're like, really?
Unless Discord heard wrong. I don't know. You guys can let me know if we're hearing it wrong.
For sure.
Wow, she really trusts.
I was like, for sure, really?
Like we're good and we deserve the trust, but like you also just met I mean, I know we're great, but
Yeah. So good read of character in that, and good discretion. And so you show up for ceremony. It's not a ceremony that you're familiar with. And
This goes back to this idea of what is medicine? What is healing? And I do believe this is really difficult, because I do believe the West is limited and it needs inspiration from other parts of the world. But I also think other parts of the world are also unscientific in a way that is really harmful to people. And I feel like both bubbles have things that are wrong and both have things that are right. And you take from the culture that is right and leave what is wrong. And I feel like they may have all the wrong stuff,
the purpose of this isn't to describe that ceremony. There'll be many other chances to do that. But we've been with a lot of people and a lot of people's energy in those ceremonies. It's a place where we merge consciousness in a very kind of fundamental way. And we're on the inside of the inside together. And it's just me and Vi and you on the bodywork table. And the energy that you were putting off while you're in this was so profoundly different than anything that Vi and I had ever experienced. We're like, whoa, who is this being?
yeah, I had all this shock. Yeah, first of all, I'm normally doing energy work and shamanic breath and doing sound and all the things, and I sat there for a lot of it because there wasn't really a whole lot to do. But my Shakti was so open, and there was this moment. There was this moment where I was just feeling. It's almost like you feel like what it feels to be that person. And there was this part of me that was like, man, I want to be you when I grow up. I was just like, you're so much younger than me, but on a soul level, I kind of want to be like you when I grow up. And it was really beautiful, because everything that we shared after that, I remember you having thank God, almost like somebody can really see.
Wait, chat says you might want to qualify that so people don't think you're saying the rest of the world doesn't do science as much as the West. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm trying to think of what I said. I'm trying to say that take out the West. That doesn't matter. When people do science in whatever the traditional way you're thinking of is, the going through medical school, going through some sort of government body, that traditional sense of medicine, compared to ancient traditional medicines, which you might associate with a medicine man in the or in Iraq, my dad called him the medicine man in the mountains, where like even in Iraq, my dad has this story where he was run over by a car from his cousin on an accident and it broke his leg. And the medical doctors at the hospitals in Iraq wanted to amputate. But my grandpa took him to a medicine man in the mountains, and the medicine man rebroke my dad's leg and put it in like a wood stint or something. And my dad walks today. And I never knew that. I never knew my dad almost lost his leg. So what I mean to say is like that comparison of like, educated through school versus like learned it from nature. Splint, thank you. Learned it from nature. That's what I was comparing it to. Fuck the Western, Eastern stuff. It doesn't matter. But just that idea is like, there is something about a guy in the mountains who knows how to survive and fix you up, even sometimes compared to the doctor who's been through school, but it's not one or the other. This is what's happening with conservatives right now. That's why there's like a crunchy pipeline to conservatism. Like hippies, they used to be liberals, but now you can be a hippie and be a conservative. I always joke my sister-in-law is totally a hippie conservative. She's all about raw milk and no vaccines and all this other stuff. Not completely. They vaccinated the kids with some things, but not all the things. And that also makes me nervous. Trust me, I've heard it all. Okay. But like, they're like, oh, RFK Jr. is probably going to really help the food supply. But like RFK Jr. is also RFK Jr. So it's like, there's like this weird, we need the right balance of trusting the data and the right balance of evoking the sort of learned from experience perspective. And I just think like we've forgotten that there is going to be a wrong answer and there is going to be a right answer. There is a right answer. There is a wrong answer. The question is like, do we know how to actually identify the differences? And that's what's difficult, right?
See me. And there's so many more
Totally.
details we don't have to get into, but
Totally.
it was like almost like my experience of the afterglow of that process was like a kind of at home feeling.
I will say when I did BDSM for all those years and I was in the dungeons and I was doing stuff with people, I've had so many threesomes in my life. It's crazy. All of it you can make it feel really, really magical. Like you're in another planet. And then you can just make it feel like a Saturday night. That's not the power of magic. That's the power of your brain. Like drugs are having a relationship with your brain. That's not magic. That's your brain. Your brain is literally a computer that's like fucking vibing, bro. And I think sometimes we think that this thing that happened to our brain is so mystical and magical. It must be outside of our brain. It's just inside your head. That's why when people say like, is it real or in your head? Well, girl, everything is in our head and it is very real, but it's not real in that tangible outside my brain sense. And I think that's what I hear from their language is like they're having very real experiences in their brain, but they're attaching it to something outside of themselves, which is so human, but like you don't need to do that. You can attach it outside of yourself, meaning like you're a biological creature on a planet experiencing the universe, but you don't need to, calling your product a God bomb or calling your thing medicine or branding your brand as like this thing is just so specific. It feels weird. It feels like you're selling me something as well. Yeah. And I can understand why people had an issue with me doing calls with like the levels and introspection stuff. But just a reminder, like people were accusing me of like, oh, if you pay Brittany more, she'll level you higher. That never happened. That's never happened. I was just a content creator who needed a way to fund her content. And I had seen that Jordan Peterson and other people were recommending, oh, you should do calls. Okay. Like I am so like innocently autistic in that way where I was like, oh yeah, like I will definitely give you my time in exchange for you funding the content. And that's all it was. But I think there is something, rightfully suspicious about people who are selling you an answer, which I've never done and will never do. I actually want to make it abundantly clear. I will never guarantee you any outcome because I can't. I can only, guys, this is something I was just talking to my partner about. I want to incorporate it into my work. No outcome is guaranteed. It just, it's a possible probability now because like, as an example, raising your kids with love, raising your kids with good values has a higher probability of that kid not turning out to be a rapist Nazi, but it is not a guarantee. It is not a guarantee. And so nothing in life is a guarantee. That's why when people say, oh, the kid is fucked up, it must be the parents. Even if you raise that kid perfectly, there's no guarantee that kid won't turn out to be a horrible person. But it will bring down the chances. That's all we're ever doing in life. All we're ever doing is mitigating harm. We're trying to do less harm because you can't guarantee an outcome. You can't, right? Chat says Dr. Honda talks about that. Love Dr. Kirk Honda. So, I'm never going to guarantee that if you raise your kids well, your kid will turn out well. It's just, the data has shown, right? And so That's the problem with these bubbles and other bubbles I listen to. They're very like, they sensationalize and they uplift, I think, just like the wrong thing. And somebody said it in my comment section the other day, nothing's worse than spirituality or connection to spirituality in the hopes to become a millionaire. There is something really gross about it. There's something really gross about like, I want to become one of the universe, so I become a millionaire. It's like, you really think the answer in the universe and everything you're seeking is money? You're still so focused on money. How could money be the answer to the universe? Beauty and sex and orgasms. Like, how could this be the answer to the universe? It's a great part of the universe, but you think this is the answer? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's the Christian in me though, that says, you know, God came in the form of an what's this? A carpenter. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the Christian in me. That's like humility is where it's at. You know, but I don't get this whole idea of like money is the most important thing. And look, this guy sold his company. He's worth like, I think 40 million or 20 million or something. So these are really rich people. But that's also the problem, is like your God feels like it's money. And I think that I just refuse to engage in a belief that like that's the answer. No one I've ever seen whose life was revolving around money, sex, and hedonism ever had a good life. Pull back the curtain and tell me the truth. How often do you cry because your relationship is too stressful? Be honest with me.
Of feeling like really deeply seen in a way that almost felt like you've been looking for.
Totally.
Like, are these people going to grow old together? And look, that might not be their goal either. Your relationship isn't predicated on the construct of growing old together. But like, that's another conversation to be had. Which relationship are they presenting to us? And they're not making a prescription, which I appreciate. So, okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's like, it was interesting because up until that point, and I think also what I wanted to mention in here was that it's just to distinguish, like, I've had so many opportunities to really forge what truth feels like in my body. And I feel like that's what a lot of my life leading up to this period was preparing me for. And so like in meeting you, yes, there was like the newness and having gotten out of a relationship, but there was like a deep coursing. I could feel the truth just running through both of you. And that was like really where the permission and the openness to step into whatever you were offering, I could just feel that there was a quality of truth. And also in the listening, like there was something for me here. And yeah, coming out of that ceremony, first of all, going into it, I hadn't ever really experienced, I had some experiences with medicine, but nothing like on this level. And I just remember dropping in and being like, oh, this is a real, like, this is like, I just remember kind of being like, oh, this is real. And like, no fear, but just like, okay, like, wow. And yeah, it was this deep sense of like feeling so seen in a way that I don't even think I fully knew I was looking for. Maybe I had a band.
Ooh, girl, you know, I could be wrong, but I will say the most powerful thing in the universe is being seen and feeling really seen. And I will tell you, just like after you get out of an abusive relationship, the next person you date is like slightly nicer. You're like, oh my God, I've never been in a relationship where someone's so nice to me. Sometimes that happens in the reverse, where it's like, oh my God, I've never felt so seen. But like, I wonder if they're being really seen, or if they're being seen in the way that I thought I was being seen in my 20s. I remember being in my 20s in my really bad relationships. And when they were good, I was like, oh my God, no one's ever seen me this much. Like, this is such a weird, profound thing that's happening to me right now. And I'd be so grateful for it until I realized how bad it was. And I was like, oh my God, what is this? And it's like, there is a thing in life where it's kind of like the deception of what looks like happiness or joy, but it's actually just temporary. And that's why I'm asking, is this like a temporary lived experience that's shifting them and bringing them into their next version of self? Or is this like truly the most grounded and like greatest, like healthiest thing that like means it is as significant as they say? I don't know. Right? That's the question. Is I do think there's a difference, but I understand the feeling of having a lived experience that feels like, oh my God, this is so real. And again, when she says, I've never done medicine, drugs, when I've never done drugs and I love drugs, and like, oh, this is real. What's real, girl? The chemical reaction your brain is having with the drugs? It's very Peterson versus Matt Dillahunty. Peterson says like, it's a mystical experience, so it must be mystical, or at least it's evidence for mysticism or mystical, not mysticism, but like something mystical. And that Matt Dillahunty says, well, it's evidence for a possibility of something mystical, but most likely is just more evidence for it to be a chemical reaction in your brain. Right? Is it this thing or is it not? And is it just from the drugs? Because like, how is this any different than falling from any other religious experience where you're sitting in church and you feel the Holy Spirit? You're not feeling the Holy Spirit, dude. You're feeling literally a biological experience with how your brain is processing the information. That's why I am Like, that's why I'm so critical. It's because I've already been in church. I've already cried because I thought the Holy Spirit was in me. I don't want to be in that situation again. I don't want my brain to trick me that I'm having an experience I'm not having. Even though you're having the experience all the same. Like my therapist said, your feelings are happening. They're valid. They're real. But are they grounded? Are they coming from a place of data? Do they make sense for the situation? Do you know what I'm saying? That's the dilemma people are in. It's like, how do you know the difference? And you can know the difference. The data shows you the difference.
Abandoned being possible because there is somewhat of nuance, and I had been around people who could see me, but just to be on that level of the inside and feel such safety and feel so honored in like the naked truth of my being was so profound. Yeah.
Yeah. It's something two things to pick up here that are so beautiful.
Ugh.
You know, I'm thinking about Neo and Trinity.
This
We always
guy.
have to go back to the Matrix. And when Neo and Trinity
Red flag.
first meet,
The only time I want you to mention The Matrix is to point out that it was written by women. That's the only time you should mention The Matrix, is how cool it was for the time because of the technology and the fact that it was written by two twin sisters or two sisters. I don't think they're twins. That's the only thing I want to hear about The Matrix. Otherwise, why are we talking about it?
you know, they don't meet in the kind of classical romantic way. Trinity whispers in Neo's ear, we've been asking the same question.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And, you know, Alana just said
Deep,
so
bro.
beautifully, and Vi, you're pointing to it, and Aubrey, you're pointing to it. You said, it's not just that I was open because I had just broken up from a previous relationship. It's like, this was the truth I was questing for.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a recognition because all three of you had been and were on and are on the same currency, the same journey. And so there's this very deep recognition. And sometimes, you know, Neo meets one Trinity and sometimes he meets two, right? You know, it goes the way it goes.
We've all
right?
been asking the same
right,
questions.
Right. And or you meet Trinity and then Trinity's friend in a different context, right? Which is right more of a, but it's, we've all been asking the same question. That's one. And the second thing is, you know, Aubrey, you've referred to it, and Vi, you've alluded to it in many conversations, and Alana, you alluded to it, which was listening into the signs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, both are trans. I'm moving away personally from always pointing out that somebody is trans, mostly because I think, I don't know, there's something malicious happening in the world right now where everyone, I have a podcast I'm going to show you guys tomorrow. There's like a maliciousness in people being like, but you're trans, but you're trans. And I kind of feel like there's something there that doesn't vibe with the trans communities I'm in, which is like, you're born trans, you don't decide to become trans. And so like I'm vibing with like not pointing out that everyone's trans just because they are. But yes, the sisters, Swartzkys, they're both trans sisters. They're both trans, which is significant. But also, you know.
And it's very easy to kind of dismiss that as some, is that a new age thing? Well, that's not a new age thing, right? I think anyone who knows me well knows that in terms of intellectual integrity, new age is a little bit anathema to me.
Well,
but there's actually this deep sense of the intimate universe. And the intimate universe.
I kind of feel like if you're an adult who's been with a teenager or a child at some point, you should probably retire from public life using your face and name. Like he asked, like, what am I supposed to do? I did this years ago. You should probably not try to be a relationship coach. I think the best way to hold yourself accountable is maybe not being a relationship coach and the way that you've decided to be. I think that's the answer. I think the answer is like, if you want to write books and do stuff, do it under a different name that doesn't give you the credit, you, the person with the reputation of being a grown legal adult in their mid-20s having sex with a teenager. Yeah, I think that's how you do it. But see how he wants the validation? He wants his face on the books. Yeah, if you really want to help the world, do it without taking any of the credit for this person giving the advice.
Universe whispers. The mystics, you know, the interior scientists call it, the erotic mystics, remise de oraita, the glimmerings of she, the glimmerings of light. And of course, you can overlisten and think that tarot deck told you to sell your house. Probably not a good idea. But there's a discernment.
Mm-hmm.
There's a discernment. We can discern. We can listen deeply. And we're all in this intimate meshwork where there's direct personal address. We're all personally addressed. And cultivating the capacity to listen to those unique, intimate whispers is a very...
Wait a second. Sense8 was by the Wachowski sisters? Wachowski sisters. I got to read their name again. It's hard for me to remember how to pronounce it. Wachowski sisters. I loved Sense8. Sense8 was them? I didn't even know that. Wait, did I know that and I forgot? Maybe I knew it and I forgot. I loved Sense8. Oh my God, I love that show.
very big deal. And all three of you, and I want to just say this because it's a really big deal, all three of you have said thousands of no's.
Me too. I have yet to watch the second season too. I got to get around to it as well. But oh my God, I loved it.
And that's really important for people to understand, right? In other words, I think two things are important. One, you said thousands of no's. So you guys are very big on no, right? You say very few yeses. So that's a big deal. There's 1,000, 10,000 no's that allow for any yes. And two is, and this is a strange thing to say, but let's say a strange thing. The three of you would be at this table if you were poor. And that's a really important thing to say. This is not, oh, wow, we've got some dispensable time, a little extra income. You know, we're kind of in Miami. No. And it's, in other words, and we've been through these depths. If you guys were like, for whatever reason, wow, right? The whole world turned around and we were poor, God forbid, right? Because everyone should be filled with plenty and we should take care and there should be no poor people on earth, right? But if you were, you would still be in this constellation. And that's deep. So there was a deep searching. There was a deep integrity. There was a deep listening to.
What was that whole thing? Is he saying that the universe would have brought them together? Or are they saying that they're not poly or they're not, sorry, and whatever their fucking relationship is, just because they're rich? I mean, obviously they wouldn't have met because they wouldn't have been on Raya unless they were rich, right? So like if they were poor, they wouldn't have been on Raya, which means they wouldn't have met. So is he saying that it was destiny, or was he saying that money wasn't the reason they got together?
To the intimate universe. And there's not a bone in my body that's not proud of that.
What?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So away we go.
Do they believe
thus begins our pre-tragic stage of this constellation. And I remember, Vi, I remember you saying, you sang so unbelievably beautiful because you had your crystal bowls out and you sang as part of our God Bomb ceremony. That's one of the things you offer. I offer the body work. I have apprenticed with Parangi. You offer and some words, and you offer your song and also your magical practice.
Hold on. Chet says I was born and raised in Miami and I was actually poor. Well, obviously people, no offense. We're not saying you have to be rich to live in Miami. We're saying you have to be a celebrity to be on Raya, but also like people live in LA are not also poor. Like I lived in California my whole life. It didn't mean people were rich. That's not what I was saying. In case it sounded like that's what I was saying. Like you're not rich if you're in Miami, but if you're a guy who's worth $30 million and you're in Miami and you're meeting on Raya, it's a different bubble is what I'm trying to say.
But there's always the sound healing that's at some point in that. And you sang with so much force and precision and things unlocked in your voice in such a way that you were like, oh my God, like I want Alana everywhere.
To be there
to
for
be
all
there
of them.
when I'm whenever I'm
Gotta
singing.
be in the field while I'm singing. It was really good for everyone.
So Alana starts journeying along with us where we go. And anytime Vi has a
Okay, hold on, guys. Are we being autistic today? You said theoretically Raya is for artists and creatives, so not everyone is on Raya is rich. Obviously, not everyone's Raya is rich. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just misspeaking today. But it's invite only, right? You have to have status. It's not for average fucking people. The guy who works at Walmart isn't on Raya, right? We're I'm sorry, I'm not getting heated, but I need to distinguish the bubble differences. I'm trying to make it clear you're not on Raya. It's a status symbol. That's what I'm trying to explain, right? So like, you have to be invited. Yes, I've known people who were not rich who were on Raya, but they had status, they had networking. Somebody let them in. I don't have that. They don't, like they have it. Them mentioning Raya is them telling us where they're coming from. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. So just to be clear, I'm getting passionate, but that's because like, I feel like I'm just trying to point out the bubble they're in. Stop making excuses for them. It sounds like you guys are trying to make it sound like they're not those people, but like they are those people. They're exactly those people. But maybe, you know, I'm waiting for him to talk about his yacht. Just kidding. He's too poor to own a yacht.
the performance or something like that, Alana's there, like helping with the bowls and offering her presence, and Vi's stepping into new octaves and levels of your own capacity, partly because of this shared field. So that was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And then we started tiptoeing into the erotic intimacy, and I kind of embarrassingly tiptoeing, actually moving real slow, so slow that we laugh at it now. It was just like, you know, we had, I think, so much just respect for your purity, you know, in that way that we couldn't quite see yet the primal aspect that you had, where your roots and your leaves both stretch down. But we tiptoe into that, and that's beautiful, and that's exciting. And so we've spent quite a bit of a stretch in that period of the pre-tragic. We're like, this is fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Why
of
is he calling
course,
it pre-tragic?
as with all stories, the pre-tragic moves into the tragic. And you've heard us talk about this on many podcasts. But, you know, Mark, if you want to actually, I'll turn it over to you rather than, since you're the source that's transmitted this teaching, talk about just briefly, and I know we could spend the whole podcast on pre-tragic, tragic, post-tragic. We're going to use this model to kind of explain some of the other elements of the story. So just
let's totally do that. The pre-tragic, tragic, and the post-tragic is just so crazy helpful to understand life. So the pre-tragic, as we've all done deep dives in, the pre-tragic is clarity. You're ecstatic. It's clear. Let's say in the realm of love, which is one of like 60 examples of the pre-tragic, but in the vector of love, I'm madly in love. Love conquers all. My beloved is filled with pristine purity and grace. They're obviously without blemish. Right? Love is quite beautiful and blind, and there's a radical clarity. Everything is clear. It's pre-tragic. And it's important to know that it's clarity. So even it can also be theologically, right? I'm a fundamentalist. Pre-tragic, it's all clear. Even if bad things happen, I know exactly why. There's no mystery. Pre-tragic is clear. And then at some point, we always hit the tragic. So in the realm of love, we're like, we fall out of love, or it's complicated, or it's painful, or it's not the way I thought it would be, or it's not clear, or I'm confused, right? There's clashes, there's holy and broken hallelujahs, right? That's the tragic. And that's station 1 is pre-tragic, station 2, oh my God, tragic. And most people, when they hit the tragic, as we know, it's tragic. Let's get back to the pre-tragic. So we get to station 1 to station 2. Station 2, that's a little complicated. Let's get back to station 1. And most people spend their lives in a station 1, station 2 dance step. But as we've said, there's a third station, the post-tragic. And the post-tragic is, oh my God, I'm not bypassing the tragic. We're working through it. We're staying in. We're saying, this is where we're going to stay and do the work. And then we get to a place that y'all are beginning to experience, and then I'll pass it back to you all, but just we'll leave it with the poet. The post.
Whoa, Mated Monster gifting 10 memberships. You guys can come join me tomorrow. I will be member streaming for a special Saturday tomorrow because I will not be here on the 9th. Next week, I will be on vacation. My sister's finally coming into town. Everything should go smoothly, fingers crossed. And I will not be streaming next week, but I will be posting content for you, so don't worry there. It's scheduled. It will go up. You guys will get a video. Podcast channel will have podcasts. So if you guys just got gifted a membership or are a member, come join me tomorrow. Same time, same place for a Saturday special stream. All right.
Post-tragic.
Thank you, Maiden.
Says, when such as I cast out remorse.
It's harder for me to follow his language because I don't know how I haven't learned the terminologies, and though he's explaining it, it's a little too fast for me to cling on to. I'm sure if we knew the language and knew the terminology and knew all those things, we'd be able to process it, but I don't know these words yet. So it's a little hard for me to understand it. It's probably how people sound when they listen to my work, is like they don't know the words, and so they don't understand. And I'm not in this bubble enough to know what he's talking about. So it's a little confusing, but it's okay. We'll focus. Okay, we'll focus. Discord said special stream tomorrow about the trans podcast you were talking about, right? Well, and other things. I'll cover that. I'm covering a bunch of other stuff. It will be like a normal stream for members, but tomorrow. That's the only difference. It's just because I won't be here Monday. So normal stream for members, but tomorrow. So yeah, we'll have I have a few topics saved for you guys. And I will clip some of it for everybody else, but not every story, obviously. Okay.
So great a sweetness fills my breast. We can dance and we can sing. We're blessed by everything, and everything we look upon is blessed. The post-tragic. So that's a beautiful context for this conversation.
Yeah. Let's see. Discord says, question, do you think an alternative reading of what they're doing language-wise could be overselling their experience to make it seem just as sacred as monogamous relationships? Is this word correct here? Because people put monogamy on a pedestal and it isn't poly as sacred, as opposed to using language to make it seem what they are. Make it seem like what they're doing is special in and of itself, like making poly seem just as sacred as monogamy, because people typically don't think that's the case. I don't know what they're doing, but I think they are. I think they're making the mistake. I don't know what they're doing. I think they're doing a very human thing of just trying to oversell everything they're doing right now. But also, I think they believe it, because I think, how do I say this? I think they believe I think they believe in the bubble. Even if they didn't start off believing in the bubble and it was a grift, they've had to start believing in the grift for it to become reality. So I don't think they're grounded. I don't think they're healthy, but I think they're genuine, and the only way these types of people in this bubble can be. But I think they're doing the very human thing of over sensationalize and over explaining their life and making it sound bigger than it is in some sense. But also life itself is bigger than we even process every day. And in some ways we can't live our life knowing that, like actively, because we're never going to go to work or do anything in some ways. So there is something about there's some truth in this bubble. But I also think there's a lot wrong with this bubble. But I think all of us run into a situation where we feel a need to defend our relationship and the status and the way people perceive it, because people are always judging us, right? Like people are always judging. So they're probably just being very human about it. Something like that, right? And chat, for those of you saying you really want me to cover the Diddy stuff, I haven't watched almost any of it because I'm just not ready to go into that bubble and consume all the information. But when I get there, I will talk about it. I just feel like it's ongoing. It's a closed case. We're not seeing the courtroom. There's too many people talking about it right now. And I'm not trying to make money off of it. Like if I was, look, I try to make money every day. If I really want to make money, I would make brainless content about it that isn't fully formed. But I'm telling you right now, I don't have any fully formed thoughts about it. It's a tragedy. It's horrible. I hope Diddy goes away for a long time. But I really want to give it its respectful attention. So I'll make a podcast about it. I'll talk about it maybe on stream. But I just think it's like, it just feels like too much for me right now personally. I mean, it's really serious. You know, it's like a really serious thing that happened. And so for me, I need some time to process it emotionally. And I'm too busy processing Palestine. I'm too busy processing so many other things. Immigration stuff is insane right now. And my brain is too overwhelmed with like those issues right now, probably because they're kind of bigger. Do you know what I mean? So I'm kind of like all my emotional spoons are going towards like really big government tragedies right now. But I will get to Diddy, I promise. Okay. Katie, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. Hello, girls. Hey, thank you guys so much. Oh, congratulations, everybody. I love that. Love that. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, we're going to go to a moment where the tragic hit like a lightning bolt. The tragic really, it wasn't a creeping tragic. Yeah. It was a tragic that hit like a lightning bolt. So in this general frame of Alana makes both of us better. We love her being around. She's just such lovely company, always helpful, very present, listening, you know, to all of us, supporting us. And she just has a natural way and an ease about her energy that made it just a lovely addition to any adventure that we were on. So we were going to take an adventure to Egypt, taking a boat up the Nile. And we go to our first stop on this. And in this first stop, it's the Temple of Isis. And beautiful temple.
Lord.
And I'm just kind of cruising around, and we're all cruising around. Wow. Like are
they on ayahuasca during this conversation? Is that what is he explaining to me a drug trip right now?
This is powerful. This is beautiful. And then we enter this one dark chamber.
Is this real? What are we talking about right now? Chet says, who pays for all this? Him. He's worth millions of dollars. He sold an app.
And I'm in there in the dark chamber.
It was the Holy Police.
The Holy of...
What are we talking about? Is he talking about a physical... I missed the beginning of the story. I got to go back.
To any adventure that we were and an ease about her energy that made it just a lovely addition to any adventure that we were on. So we were going to take an adventure to Egypt.
Oh, to Egypt. Okay, I missed that.
The Nile. And we go to our first stop.
Okay, Egypt.
This. And in this first stop, it's the Temple of Isis.
Okay.
And beautiful temple. And I'm just kind of cruising around, and we're all cruising around. Wow, like this is powerful. This is beautiful. And then we enter this one dark chamber.
Okay.
And I'm in there in the dark chamber.
It was the Holy Police.
The Holy of Holies, like the sanctum sanctorum of this temple. And Matthias is there, and he's doing an activation in there, and we're in the dark, and Alana and Vi are in there. And I receive a message, as clear as any message I've ever received, and it felt to me coming through the voice of Isis. She didn't announce herself, but that was implicit in my understanding, and it's almost telekinetic understanding. And it says, you need to have children with both of them. And I go, excuse me? Like, what? And then the voice repeated itself. And I go, what? Like, I was just like, my heart sank into my belly, and I was
Okay. It's okay.
like, fuck. So I quietly exit the Holy of Holies and find some place where I could look out at the water and just go like, what the fuck was that? Because I knew that that was not the covenant that I'd made with Vi that brought her in. That was not when I got down on my knee and proposed. That was not part of the plan.
Oh my God. He's like, I'm going to have to make babies with her, even though it's not what we agreed on, because like God told me to. YOLO. Like, what?
And so now I was in this tragic place of complexity where I had just received what I felt like was a clarified voice, although I'm always suspicious of any God voice that comes in. And that's another important topic of conversation. You can't take these as face value. Also, a child could mean a book. It could mean a tarot deck. It could mean a variety of different things. It could be a birthing of something else. So I'm going through all of these possibilities, trying to figure it out. But I'm deeply troubled, deeply troubled. And Vi is deeply attuned to me. So, you know, we kind of make it through the Isis temple and we're back on the boat. And, you know, we're lying in bed together. And Vi asks me, like, hey, what happened? What happened in the temple there? And she'd asked me before. I was like, I don't feel like I want to talk about it. And I was trying to avoid it. But she just point blank, she's like, what happened? What happened there in the dark? And I take a deep breath and I tell her what happened. And that was just such a deeply, you know, painful moment.
They turned off the comments on this video for the record.
For you to receive that.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't love. This is not high compatibility partners. This is what in the man? This is what in the rich people? This is Jesus fucking Lord, guys. When I say meditate in the mountains, I don't mean this. I don't mean this. God, why do women sit in these relationships and uphold the patriarchy? Girl, get out this relationship, girl. Get out. Both of these women should go be with each other. Though their age gap is questionable, you know, whatever.
It's felt like, at first when you shared that with me, I felt pretty calm and collected and was able to like hold it from a place. But the more that our conversation continued, you know, like it was bringing up that piece of me that feels like, you know, like I always get like hit out of left field. Just like as soon as I feel safe, like there's something else. And so it was a lot of that woundedness around like, this always fucking happens. And like, I've been so open in the blessing and trusting. And then like the thing that I literally was the most afraid of. And this is like, you know, I had a little bit of hesitancy about this podcast just because it's exposing the, you know, the most vulnerable part of my journey. And, you know, we had a really difficult day, as you can imagine. And, you know, once we kind of, both of us are very dramatic. So we went like full out. I have a little thing on my ring, but I like tried to like pull off my ring and I couldn't pull it off. And then that.
Habibi, please don't do this to yourself. Please don't put you in a, what is it? What is it? The money? What is it? His dick? What? Why do you need to be in this relationship? What is so important in this relationship that you got to be this unhappy? What do you believe so hard? You know what I mean? This is cult behavior. This is cult energy. This is crazy to look at your partner and say, believe in me. You'll want this one day. Trust me. God sent me this message. God sent you what now? No. Chat said kids don't do drugs. No. Kids do drugs and know that they're just drugs. They're just drugs. Okay? Love drugs, but don't think you're talking to God just because you did drugs. This annoys me. But I think these women are capable enough of consenting to this relationship, even though it could be manipulative, even though he could be a narcissist, even though they might be being abused. You can be both things, right? I want to well, that's the problem. I don't know how much of it they believe in. So if they've been tricked, they're just fully victims. I don't want to victim blame. So if there's like I don't want to also take away their agency. I'm in a hard place, okay? I don't want to take away their agency because they're grown-ups, and I also don't want to I don't want to blame a victim if they're really victims. So whatever the situation is, I hope they find their joy, and it can't be in this. This is too painful to be the right decision. They believe it. Yeah, that's another one of the problems. How you believe God is sending this man a message. What in your brain is allowing you to believe that anybody in your life is channeling with God? Like, what is your belief system? Like, I get it, but like, I don't get it.
Hate when that.
This part of it is called the revelation, a message from Isis. Girl, Isis not talking to you, girl. Okay? She's not talking to a man.
That happens. You're trying to get the ring off in a dramatic way.
Just kidding. Is Isis a girl or a boy? The last time I looked into Egyptian gods, I was actually like 19 and obsessed with the movie The Mummy. So I actually don't remember anything about the gods. I don't even know the gender of Isis. Don't quote me on this.
I mean, it was full drama.
Okay, it's a girl, so I was right.
The Nile, right? In the Nile, like
It's dramatic.
people next door. I'm just like, Jesus Christ,
That was me.
Yeah.
But you know, kind of coming down from
okay, so she is the goddess of love. So I stand what I said. She's not gonna talk to no man.
like the big energy, like I feel like there's so many dimensions of myself. There's like my wounded self, the part of my imprinting and programming and fear and everything that I've been through in my life that's like one dimension of me. But I also have a really deep access to seeing above that. And so a lot of times, you know, especially throughout this relationship, it feels like this tear between the two of like me trying to bridge them together. But when I could lift myself out of my own personal fears and ego and all of the things, like there was a part of me that was reflecting that could see the beauty of that. And I expressed at that time, I don't know if I could ever choose that. I don't know. Like I can see it and I can totally hold that as a possibility, but I am so not there to be moving towards that reality of, you know, just still all the things that we were working through.
Wait, Chad says it's giving spiritual psychosis. Like, I don't know who this is, Catherine. It's not giving spiritual psychosis to me whatsoever. It's giving me grounded, reasonable, I love the smell of my own farts. Ego is very good at convincing you your farts smell good. Do you know what I mean? It's not giving me psychosis. I don't think any of these people are outside of their own minds, at least not in this podcast. Like psychosis would be very different, guys. It would be rambling. It wouldn't make sense. Like I can follow what they're saying. They might be silly, but I'm not seeing psychosis, right? Like it's giving, I believe my own bullshit, which is very interesting. And actually, while I'm away next week, you guys will be watching the Ruby Frank series that I did videos on. You tell me, is Ruby Frank insane or does she just believe what she's doing? Because these are different things. Believing what you're doing, but not being certifiably like out of your mind is different than being sort of out of your mind, right? Like these are different things. So you guys will see that series when I'm away. Ooh, girl.
Through in our relationship.
P.S. I cried and it is sad. Oof.
And so, you know, I was sort of like holding the whole landscape and then simultaneously feeling like my love for you, you know, like you're not just a person. You're not just this like random exploration of like, you know, bodies that pair well together by like rubbing genitals. Like you're not just like a person, like you're you.
Thank you for that description.
Yeah. It's not, you know, it's not just a bit, it is about that and it's not about that, you know, it's like
it's all about sex and it's not about sex at all.
Totally. So, right? So yeah, just in that moment was really like, and at the same time, we're in Egypt. I'm having like the most like supernatural experiences of my life. And then this just felt like it felt like my whole world was like falling before me in front of my eyes. And there was, you know, and I'm just trying to like hold it together to make it through the rest of the trip with like every new temple that we're going through. But, you know, luckily at that point, was able to see beyond just my woundedness, but a real clarity that like, I don't know that I could ever choose that. And I'm not going to try to figure that out right now. But ultimately we shared that with Alana, which, you know, our relationship is so much about just radical truth. You know, like I definitely in my comfortability could have just like held that and not shared that because that would feel for sure more safe. But, you know, our relationship, there's just such a flow of truth and we all feel each other so much. It's impossible to hold anything. And, you know, you had a very interesting reflection when we shared that to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually just tracking the same thing and was going to think.
It's giving I'm the young pretty thing that these two older, wiser people are picking. And that means I'm special because like these really rich, successful, beautiful people have like chosen me to be a part of their like thing. And one day this girl is going to watch a Netflix series and realize she needs to go back to real life. Okay. She's going to watch like a YouTube video and be like, I need to be in real life. Like, this is not real life. You know what I mean? Like, there is a realness to life, a groundedness to life, and I am not hearing it in this bubble.
Thank you for thinking back to that moment of like coming and sharing it with me and just feeling how easy it would be to not or to let it sit. And it was also surprising to me in a lot of ways. And it was also very much probably the first like extremely mystical moment of this path, because within the previous month to that trip, I had had 2 experiences with friends who, for me, are people who I like really honor their channel and like what they see in their reflection. And they didn't know that we were kind of dancing in any kind of like romantic context. I hadn't shared that with them yet. And both of them had shared that they had had some kind of vision of me.
This is not my world. I'm going to be real. Visions, premonitions, like all of that stuff. Like, I just don't really believe in this stuff in that way. And if I really could see the future, I wouldn't be telling none of you bitches. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, kind of silly. Chad says, I say psychosis based on the trance she seems to be slipping into, which makes you drift from reality. Who? Are we watching the same video? You mean these girls here? Yet she still has an ego and isn't unaware as we think. This girl here or these girls here? I don't know. I've only had one real life example of psychosis. And when I see it on the internet, it's like very, very different than this. I don't know. Maybe, oh, you guys are talking to each other. Never mind. I'll mind my business. You guys figure it out. Never mind. I think you're talking about something else. Yeah, there's something like, again, I'm not anti whatever is true, but I've already been religious. I know how easy it is for people to trick themselves into thinking what they're experiencing is technically outside of themselves, like a god. You know, if they told me, I don't really believe this is real, I just think it's inspired from the universe. But no, they're saying, I was inspired to make a baby with you, so I should do it. Versus, you know, sometimes I'll meet a friend and I'd say like, hey, I think we're supposed to do something together. I don't know what it is, but I bet we'd vibe pretty good with a project. That feels different to me than like, I got a voice, I got a premonition, I'm having a prediction. I like playing guessing games. I like gambling as much as the next person in the sense that I'd say, ooh, I want to make a bet that in 10 years this is happening. But it's not because I think a divine voice spoke to me and gave me a future. So that's why I'm uncomfortable with this bubble and its speak. I don't know how literal they're being. Like, that's the thing with religious people, right? God can be real, but gender can't. It's like, let's talk about that. What is gender? What does it mean to have gender, a relationship to gender? What does it mean to have a God and a relationship to God? I think all those those conversations are great. Let's talk about it. But I want to know what you mean when you say God. What do you mean when you say God? What do you mean when you say mean?
And Aubrey having children. And at that time, I kind of dismissed them because, you know, in my mind, one, that was not a possibility. And I was tracking how, you know, like my brain could see you as like, you know, the divine masculine in this example. And so it would wanted to, you know, make this context. And so I hadn't really tracked those super clearly. And then when you brought this to me, it was kind of the moment of being like, okay, like maybe there's something here that's tied to my destiny. And also sharing in the, well, how does this even work? Like, what does this mean? Not being like, oh yeah, perfect, we'll just figure it out. You know, I've been very blessed to have really great relationships with most of the sisters in my life, always been very much what you would call a girl's girl. And like our relationship as well, like would never want to hurt you or like, you know, bring, you know, bypass or like, I want you to be in your happiness and seeing how that had the potential to do that. And so in that moment, I think we all just kind of shared this, like, what do we do with this while also acknowledging that there was something that was coming to meet us.
Yeah, and I think we made an intentional choice to kind of bracket this mystical experience and temporarily regress back into our pre-tragic. Let's just try to keep things back to where they were.
And that's a good moment, right? I remember in this moment, where I was sitting and Aubrey, you left a long message from Egypt. And I looked at it and said, that's a really long message. Like, what's that about? So I listened to the whole message and, you know, I turned to KK, Christina, you know, my wife, and I said, they're in trouble. I said, I thought this was going to be easy. We were just studying. So this is going to be a long year. But everyone was so deeply authentic and graceful and pained and broken, and there's nothing more whole than a broken heart. And Aubrey, what you just mentioned there in passing, and what we're all pointing to was this thing of bracketing. So I want to get this bracketing thing, in play. A genuine person who's on a quest knows when to bracket. And bracketing means, I don't know what to do with that. It's radically irresponsible to act on. I can't close down and just pretend it didn't happen. So what I do is I bracket it, and I step back into my life, and then we see, is it going to be persistent? Is it going to come calling again? Or will it recede? Was it a moment? And there's a great maturity and depth. Trustable people know how to bracket, right? It's not an impulsive move. This wasn't an impulsive leap into the abyss. It was like, whoa, we listened and we bracketed, and then the journey begins. But now we're trying to go back to the pre-tragic, but once the tragic has disclosed itself, and the tragic is not horror, the tragic is lack of clarity, right? Pre-tragic is clear. The tragic is, where should we go? What should we do? And the depth in which you, Vi, were able to sit in the question, the depth, Ilana, that you were able to sit in the question, the depth, Aubrey, that you were able to sit in the question, bracket, let's re-enter life and keep listening.
Yeah. And I think that, as you said, once the tragic has disclosed itself, despite the fact that we bracketed it and tried to move back, there was a fundamental lack of safety that had touched you, because there was that question mark that was there that could not be, you can't erase it from the memory. I always think it's hilarious when judges tell the jurors to strike that from their records, as if we have a,
you can bracket, you can't delete.
Yeah, you can't
There's no delete button.
Delete things from the mind. And so the normal encounters that we would have became more difficult and became more challenging. Of course.
No, not of course. No, not of course. See, I don't like that idea of like, of course it became harder to like do this, do what thing? Like, no, not of course it's harder. Why is it harder? Don't you want to deconstruct? No, you know why? Somebody in chat said it. It's the romanticization of pain. It's hard, so it must be good for me. It's difficult, so it must be a sign that it's worth it. Oh, I'm crying every night into my pillow. That must mean I'm doing the right thing, because at the end of this, I won't cry in the same way. It's like, girl, why are you crying? Why is it painful? Hey, why is this so hard? Why is this relationship so hard? Why am I struggling so much? Why do I feel bad about being here? Like, it's just this glorification that like pain must insinuate goodness somehow. Wise suffering. You must suffer wisely. This feels like unwise suffering to me. I'm not buying it yet. I'm not hearing anything good yet.
And more things started to come to the surface in the relationship. And I don't think it's worthwhile to belabor all of the different little points, but I will share that, as a psychonaut, I'm kind of a wild guy. I push the edges. I push the boundaries. And occasionally, every psychonaut knows that there's boundaries that need to be kept and there's boundaries that need to be broken.
What's this word he's using? What's this word?
And occasionally, every psychonaut knows that there's boundaries.
What's a psychonaut? What's that word?
That need to be kept and there's boundaries that need to be broken. And sometimes the discernment about which of these boundaries should be kept and which ones should be broken is not always perfectly clear. So I've made mistakes along the way. And it was actually a mistake that I made where I went into a journey that was far deeper than I anticipated.
Oh, psychonaut? Someone who, it's what Kay said earlier in chat, right, Kay? A person who trips. Yeah, what do you mean your whole identity is that you do drugs? Yo. You know what I mean? Like, there are people who rely on the metaphysical relationship through psychedelics, right? I Googled it and it said like somebody who has a strong relationship into like using drugs to have a deeper relationship with the metaphysical. Is that like, yeah? Girl, just say you like drugs, bro. What's the difference from a psychedelic user and somebody who does psychedelics? Like, you know what I mean? So just like, is there a word for this that is, it's not, whatever.
It was going to be, which left me in a really shitty situation where I couldn't actually go support Vi for one of her, sound checks for a big performance that she had. I was just unable to leave. I was like, and so I was like, okay, I got to go, and this is, and then I was like, but I was not in any place to be by myself because the depth of the medicine journey was such, and Ilana and Vailana and I were used to navigating this medicine space. So it was like, Ilana, all right, stay here with Ob, make sure he's okay. And in
you
that
mean a trip sitter, bro? Like we do in college? You mean a trip sitter? You know what I'm saying? Like, we get it, bro. Like, you needed a trip sitter. We got it.
You know, there was this kind of, I'm like, you know, kind of cross-eyed from the medicine journey, but there was another point that actually pointed to that, man, there's something deeper there in this.
When people say, Brittany, do I need to do drugs to be introspective? No. And this is what I was just talking about on my podcast. Didn't I mention it in the Jordan Peterson podcast? Didn't I? That like sometimes people do drugs and think it's God. It's just drugs, dude. Like, it's just drug. You got to be grounded. You got to be the most realistic. If it's God, you won't need drugs. Okay? If God is real, then God shows up when you're sober. That's why a lot of religions don't believe in partaking in drugs, because they know drugs aren't God. Like, the idea that like God is only found through chemicals is so funny to me. Like, again, we're talking about literal gods. I don't know what they're talking about, but like to use the word God in this world feels like a choice. Like, it feels like a decision. And again, like, because again, like when Peterson's like, what do you mean by God? Like, look, when Peterson says, and this, I'm going to make a video about this. The atheists don't know that they're rejecting God, and they don't know what they're rejecting, or they're rejecting God, but they don't know what they're rejecting. If you like, we could be having the coolest metaphysical conversation about God as something not literal, and I would be 100% on board with you. I fucking agree that one of the coolest things about existence is a metaphysical relationship with this concept of a God. The worst part about it, though, is when people use that relationship with a God to then discriminate, to decide to abuse people, to trick people into relationships. And the issue I have with Peterson, his transphobic ass, and this guy pushing his partners past their boundaries, okay, is exactly that. You're using this thing, this relationship to sort of this objective God, even if you mean in a universal sense, to then be transphobic. Well, that's not helpful. Or to be weird in your relationships. Well, that's not helpful. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that. So no, I don't want to talk to you about your God. If you want to talk to me about God being sort of like a universal energy that we think about as like this greater force that isn't necessarily literally there, but is sort of like inspirational through processing, I'm down. But this doesn't feel like that, because again, to say that God told me to have children with both of you, well, you see that it makes your wife feel in deep pain. Fuck your God. Your God should not make your wife cry hearing its quote message. No, I don't like that. I don't like it.
This dyad in the love that's, you know, kind of blossoming between Alana and I, that was also there was an isness to it. And it was like, fuck, you know, because we were trying to go back to this pre-tragic, but then this other thing happens and it's like, I don't know if the pre-tragic's available anymore. And that kicked off the exploration of, okay, maybe we can't go backwards. Now, what does it look like to go forwards? And that's been a long and bumpy path. And one of the reasons why we haven't shared this is because the path has been arduous and bumpy, and we've been in our own chrysalis of understanding.
Our relationship has been toxic and back and forth, and we didn't want the public to see that our relationship wasn't working. So we wanted to get to a point where it was more stable, to use it to make money, because we knew this would be sensational and people would make it go viral. There, I translated for you.
What this looks like, how it could be. And we've had glimpses of the post-tragic. I remember we were having dinner in Kauai, drinking heaven sake. And it was like a glimpse of what the post-tragic, we got just a taste.
Man, are these people ever sober? Hey, you guys ever sober? Hey, are you ever sober?
The goddess like gave us just a taste. And it was like, wow. But then the tragic was still there and strong. And, you know, all of us have made countless choices throughout this process to stay in and figure out, because there was something there that was us and beyond us. And we've always come back to that. And now it lands us where we are, which is in, you know, this kind of much more stable post-tragic. And I don't have the hubris to say that the tragic, you know, the chimera that comes from the tragic won't rear its head, of course. However, we've navigated those challenges in our odyssey many times and have landed to a place of real comfort and stability that points to a stable structure that is one avenue of, you know, as...
Agree. Chad says this is just a different flavor of twin flame bullshit. Literally agree, bro. Ugh. What is this? The Evolution of Love? Who's this by? Is it by the child engager with her, the pedophile, Mark, whatever.
Your latest book, The Evolution of
Mark
Love.
Gaffney, the guy who at 24 engaged in sexual activity with a teenager, that guy.
Points to, not necessarily in the structural form, but the idea that there are many possibilities. And if you stay with truth and with love and with honesty and with grace and compassion and compersion, and you really care for each other, there's possibilities that can develop. And I think that's where we find ourselves now. But
Man, I moved to Croatia 2 years ago now, and I've been drug-free since because their drugs aren't legal here, and I followed the rules. But if I told this guy there, he'd be like, then how do you talk to God if you're not on drugs? That's what it feels like. It feels like the guy who's like, oh, I could never move to Croatia if I couldn't do drugs. It's like, yeah, I think you might have a problem. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I could never move to a country where I couldn't do drugs. Like, I love drugs, but not enough not to move out of America, or not enough not to follow like my joy, or not enough. You know what I'm saying, girl? Like, some people ask me that, like, oh my God, how do you deal without weed? Y'all, I'm not dependent on it. Like, I have a life. You know what I mean? Like, no offense. Like, what do you mean? Like, I love it. I miss it. But like, it's not that big of a deal. You know what I mean? It's like, how do I deal without hot Cheetos? Honestly, worse. It is harder for me to be without Cheetos than it is weed. If I could pick, what would you rather have, hot Cheetos or weed? Hot Cheetos, 1,000 fucking %. Hot Cheetos, baby.
But I'd love to, open up, to both of you, anything that feels really important in each of your journeys during this process that you'd like to share, and obviously any reflections from you and then ultimately getting to our model, and then what that means for the bigger picture.
Yeah, I think there's so much about this whole thing that has been a really familiar path. I guess I'll give a little bit of context to where I want to go. So I am the older sister. I have a younger sister that was born when I was 2.5. And as you could imagine, I'm a very, I'm a very big-willed kind of human. And I loved my mother so much that when my sister was born, I've had this come up in a lot of medicine journeys. It's like I couldn't understand at that age, when my brain was still developing, how all of the love and particularly attention, it's not really about the love, it's the attention that is placed, then transferred to this little crying thing.
All about attention.
It's the attention. And
did we go to therapy, or is this your therapy? See, when people say like, oh yeah, I do therapy, is this your therapy? Is this the therapy? Because like,
and I love my parents so much, and I know that they did their absolute best, and I've had a lot of things with sisterhood in my life because I ultimately made my sister my enemy, and we hated each other until we were in our 20s. And so I kind of came into life having this sort of conflict with the feminine, particularly in relation to attention being placed, love, time, all of those types of things. And so, as everything progressed into, this isn't just about an experience that we're having together, which was the place of comfort that I, found in our exploration. But now there is a desire for there to be their own intimacy where I'm not there, which was another really huge death for me, and coming up to a really, big place of my fear, which ultimately, ensued into like a breaking point in our relationship of like, can we make it through this? Like, I mean, I think that's important.
Bro, I never struggled so hard in my life. How did I grow up? This is so interesting to me, like monogamy or polyamory or open relationships. Like, it shouldn't be this fucking hard. Like, it can be this hard individually as an independent person. It cannot be this hard in your relationship. In my opinion, there is a difference. Going through the struggle of deconstructing monogamy is the only way you can love a person is an important road to go on as a person. And that can be very hard. Deconstructing your desire around monogamy for the sake of your partner who wants to open up their relationship is different. These are different things, right? Coming out of religion, I was very young when I found out about polyamory, or at least what I learned was sort of polyamory in the future, because I read it in books and I was like, oh, I wish this was real. Like, I would read about open relationships in books through story and be like, oh my God, I wish this was like real life. And then I found it was real life and people were doing it and it wasn't just in books. And I was like, cool. So I knew as a teenager that I was good. BDSM, polyamory, queer relationships, I found that all in books. And so I was like, okay, Cool. I'm going to find out if it's real. And when I found out it was real and adults were doing it, people with jobs, people with education, people in society, like when I found out people were doing it, I was like, oh, I want to do that. And so what I think I learned from all those opportunities was that I could have whatever relationship I wanted, which is why the relationship I have now is exactly the relationship my partner and I came together to build. It's custom built for us, by us. And that's what I want for you. That's why I recommend The Ethical Slut, the book, because what it teaches you is that you get to build the construct. Now, here's the thing. And I've had people tell me, like, why do you judge my relationship? Because you say relationships are constructs, but you don't like my relationship. I don't like how much your partner cries about your relationship. That's what I don't like. Your partner should not be complaining to other people about your relationship. Your partner should not be crying over your relationship. It's not working if somebody is unhappy. That's my problem with your relationship. So when people come to me and say, but we can have whatever relationship we want, can't we? Not if somebody is complaining or sad or distraught in the relationship. No. So, anytime I judge a relationship, it's because of the level of unhappiness that I am seeing in somebody in the relationship. And now I'm concerned that somebody is in a situation they don't need to be in because they think, well, this is love and it's divine and it's God and, it's my soulmate. It's what I need. You shouldn't be this unhappy in a relationship that's supposedly from God. You should not be this unhappy in a relationship that's supposedly with your soulmate. You should not be in a relationship with somebody that is supposedly the love of your life if you're this upset. This is not the relationship you want to be in. Okay? So that's what I'm going to judge your relationship. I'm not judging your structured relationship, though I might have opinions. I just don't like that people are so unhappy and convincing themselves that they could be happy in something that it's not bringing you joy, dude. Right? Chet says, do you think sometimes people just give in to toxic relationship because it's more eventful than being alone? Yeah, I mean, yeah, like remember how I said to you, somebody asked me, do you think you'll get bored in your relationship because it's so healthy? Yeah, that person's facing a felony in Florida or wherever they are. So, yeah. And you see what happened with their life and their choices? Yeah, no, I'm not going to be bored in my marriage because it's healthy, bro. Good luck on that felony consent violator. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point, is like these men will break people's consent and then look at you and you're in a healthy relationship and be like, but won't you be bored? So they would rather violate their partner's consent as a way to get a thrill, right? Than realize that they're the problem and they're the ones who are dangerous and toxic. Yeah, no. That's why I say when this woman, Vailana, is saying, that I need to let my person feel fulfilled. I need him to be himself and to go as deep as like he wants to go. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Chet says, did we talk about how they gave Alana DMT on the second date? I haven't gone there. Wait, have they talked about DMT on the second date yet? I haven't heard that. Wait, what is this Discord? Oh, Lord. I'm speaking about Destiny, for those who don't know. That's Destiny. Destiny's the one who asked me, don't you think you'll be bored in your relationship because it's so healthy? Well, he's facing a felony. My Discord just shared a screenshot that came up on their timeline. It was brutal. Destiny court hearing nearly brings him to tears. What is this? This is his own channel? Is he dramifying his own felony facing? Jesus. What a fucking loser, dude. All these men are losers. It's not about being in an open relationship, right? That's not what makes them the loser. The loser is thinking you can break people's consent. You can make people sad. You can sit there and watch your partner be distraught and literally emotionally like falling apart. And you can just say, well, like, this is the life I want. Accept it or don't accept it. Let people go too, right? So sad. All of this is just so depressing to me. But P.S., we haven't gone to the DMT part, so we'll see what that's like. But see, I'm pro drugs. If you do drugs the first time you meet a person, like as long as you've done your harm reducing and like you've consent based and everyone's done I'm good with it. So I'm not opposed to people doing drugs with people they just met. Like it's not smart. It's not safe, but like people do it all the time. But it's like, why are we doing it? Right. But like in some bubbles, everyone's doing drugs all the time. I mean, I've done drugs with strangers, right? And I had a great time. But like not everyone has a great time. So you have to risk aware activity, right? Be risk aware. Okay, let's go back to the pod.
I think that's important to note.
I think they did talk about it on the date. That was the God bomb. Oh, that was the God bomb? Oh, okay, here's my question. If these people are never sober, then like, of course they're staying in a relationship they don't want to be in. Look, if you don't like your relationship sober, you're not in a good relationship. If you need to be high to be in love, you know what I'm saying? If you need to be drunk to get through work, if you need to be high, like girls, we're having a problem. So this is the vibe I'm getting from this unit right now. Is like basically without psychedelics and drugs, like is this gonna last? Like, what are they gonna do this until they're 90? You know what I mean? What is this relationship? You know? Yeah, I agree, chat. Says I'm pro drugs mostly, but it should not be a big factor in your life or your relationships. Well, I'm not opposed for daily smokers and stuff like that. Like if you want to smoke daily, that's fine. I think if you come home after work and you take a hit, that's not a big deal. But obviously, weigh the pros and cons. There are health consequences. Not everyone's brains are going to have the same relationship with drugs. Use caution, right? And look into the long-lasting effects of a lot of these things and see if it's worth it for you to engage with them. But yeah, I think they need to get sober, these people. I want to see if they're sober 6 months, if they like each other after, or do they even like life? Because I do think it's possibly like a red flag if you need drugs to get through your life. Like if you cannot go sober for 6 months, like we might need to talk about this. Separate from chronic pain users, separate from people with cancer. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about just like people in their life not being able to be sober. Like that's really interesting.
It's like it reached a total breaking point where we actually spent 3 months apart to just sort of, come back into our own energy to try to find the clarification with your support. And all of us during that time were suffering, like you're knowing that this was something, so deep and true and sticking in while we're trying to figure it out. I mean, it's beyond complex. And there were so many moments during that time too, where it's like, I could feel this like wounded.
She keeps saying that like it's beyond complex. Look, life is simply complicated, but once you radically accept that like you don't know anything, then everything else becomes like simply information. This idea that like it's so complex as if to imply that like you're just not going to get it unless you get it. Yeah, but like once you're educated enough, once you have enough tools, nothing's that complex, but things can be difficult. Does that make sense? Like it's not that complex. It's just difficult to find the solution if you don't have the right tools. Complex implies something like something else, something different. That's why I say life is simply complicated, but it's not really that complex. It's pretty simple. But then I'm very much into like, I'm into here. I'm observing my life. I think the issue is like if you're in your ego and you're trying to claim to have power in life, if you're trying to solve problems that are beyond you, yeah, then it's complicated. But that was your ego telling you could solve things that were outside of your ability anyways. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like the way she says it's complex.
Sister, are you trying to take something from me? Are you trying to take my place? Or, like all of those things that can arise. Like, I mean, I went through so many waves of all of that over and over and over again. And one thing that I've learned through our relationship is when I like really lean into the love instead of isolating.
Girl, go to therapy. Go to traditional fucking DBT, CBT therapy. See? No one's mentioning therapy. No one's mentioning doctors. Everyone, they are trying to heal their childhood wounds through sex and drugs. No, you can't heal your childhood wounds through sex and drugs. It can help, but it's not actually getting to the root of things. You need to have, that's why you can't fuck your therapist, guys. You got to take away all those. You got to have a very, you know what I'm saying? You can't be fucking your therapist. It's like they're fucking their way through their childhood trauma. It's not going to help.
And making you other, but I lean into our relationship. It feels the best in my system. I feel so much more at home, and I feel like it's been healing the parts of me from my younger self that has needed that love and sisterhood and care. And so there's been such a big piece of the deepening of our relationship as like a really big driver to the unfolding. But in the total, I mean, you've been there for all of it, the messiness of just all of the intricacies and wounds and fears and desires and all of the things. And I'll say for myself, like there was a part of me for a time that was really angry about, being in this blessing and opening and then everything unfolding in the way that it did. I've had to process a lot of really.
It almost feels like this language feels a little bit like, if you can't handle what the universe is handing you, you're not grateful enough or good enough, or, it almost feels like they're making it sound like they don't want to pass up an opportunity to be a part of something bigger, but it's not. It's just literally a relationship, but it's not that big of a deal. And like, it's not even your high compatibility partnership. This isn't even the love of your life. There's no way, in my opinion, as an observer who's a stranger, I do not think these people are the love of each other's life. Like, you think this is good? Wait until you actually run into that person. Or you think this is good? Wait until you have that relationship with yourself. Oh my God, excuse me. Dehydrated queen here. Like, you think this is good? Wait until you have that powerful of a relationship with yourself. Chad, you said, Brittany, do you think you can establish the contract years into the relationship? Can you expand on that question? I'm not actually sure what it's in reference to. I'd like to answer it, but I'm actually a little confused on what it's in reference to. I think I missed it.
Really, really deep stuff. But then, we moved to a place where we came back together in our breaking, like the ultimate crisis of like, can we even stay together in our relationship? Like, how do we do this? Neither of us know if we can, like he was so like really clear in his truth and desire, which at this.
So they weren't a team. I feel like, look, in my opinion, when you have a high compatibility partner, like the love of your life, somebody that's values on the same page as you, then the life gets hard, but the marriage doesn't get hard. Life gets hard, but the relationship isn't hard. Does the relationship get challenged? Yes, but not usually from within, right? Because you're growing together. You're on a team. You're heading in a direction, right? So I think there's something to be said about what you think you're supposed to be doing in a relationship. But if you're having a conversation about breaking up because he wants to open the relationship, like you were not on the same page, right? That means you didn't have the same values. That means he deviated from what you were signing up for. And yes, he deviated. I'm sorry, it must have felt like out of the blue. Because he never cheated on her. But when did this happen? Now, he was in an open relationship prior, then got closed with her and then opened it up again. Why does he want an open relationship? Where does it come from? And he's literally conflating or convincing her that it's actually from God. And that's why we have to be in this relationship. Do you know what I mean? Like, may a relationship like this never find you. May you stay single and flourishing. Absolutely not. Yeah, I don't know.
This point of me sitting here right now in this seat, I'm so grateful for you trusting that. At that time, I could not see what was ahead, but I think that there's something to say for like the trust if a desire is clarified, and if it's love, it's true. This isn't just like a satiation of some kind of emptiness. Like our relationship is so rich.
If it's love, it's true.
Rich and full. It's not like there's anything lacking for either of us. But I think that there's something to say about like trust.
There's nothing lacking, but you had to have a conversation about breaking up.
Trusting what feels true and trusting in the love. And
red flag, trusting in the love. What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it.
For me, I can say, sitting in this seat, like, it has been the greatest liberator for me of everything that I've always been afraid of everything that I've been trying to control so that I could feel more safety of, all the wounds that I've had with the feminine. It's like, no, lean in more, love more, be open more, soften more. And like every single time that I've done that, they've just been these little baby steps of helping me to find my way through. And yeah, I'm really grateful to you. I would love to say, obviously, very publicly, and Aubrey has said this so many times, like when we're in conflict, you're there for both of us. Like you're such a stand for our relationship. You have shown over and over and over, like you're not here to take anything from me. Yeah. There's no part of you that.
I've seen this relationship 100 times over the last 15 years since I've been meeting open relationship people, I know, I'm sorry, there's no way this lasts. No, there's no way. If it lasts, they're going to settle because something, access, networking, maybe the money, status, I don't know. But this isn't it, girl. This isn't it. But good luck, this isn't it.
That doesn't want me to be in this picture because you desire, there's no conflict in you. You're just such a stand for our relationship. And we don't need to go into all of the stories, but in our most recent one, really, really feeling like my sister has my back. And in a way that our shared intimacy, we both know you on the inside so deeply. When I'm struggling with something, and the way that she's able to see me, hold space for me, resonate with me, and just like be there as this like beacon of just love, light, presence, devotion, listening in so many of the ways, like it's because of you. It's not like you're just something, like it's because of you that we're able to sit here right now, and in a big way, like why our relationship could come to its full fruition. And I couldn't always see that. And you've seen me in all sorts of crazy.
It's like she's saying they're sister wives and there's their relationship and their relationship. I don't understand this relationship. What is this? What is the dynamic here? Are they using her for therapy? Are they like, it's so weird. It's like, is she their, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Lots of times, like there's no, you've seen me in the most, both of you have seen me in the most maximum crazy you could possibly imagine, but both of you have held, so much love.
Oh, and by the way, Chad says, I've been in a relationship like this. It's so triggering. I mean, I've been in dynamics like this. It's very triggering. Not exactly like this, but I was part of a polycule for a long time. I thought I was getting into a relationship with 3 people that were very healthy and very stable because they were educated and had good backgrounds or / seemed to have their life together. Holy fuck, I walked into the most cesspool of drama that I've ever seen in my whole fucking life. And honestly, it derailed my life for so long, but also it was the journey. It was what it was. It was so toxic, but not because it was poly or open, but because of the people in the relationship. And it was bad. Like, it was not great. Now, did I feel at times like the universe has sent them my way? And I felt like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing I ever experienced? Yes. Was the sex great? Yes. Did I have a lot of foursomes? Yes. Did I feel like, oh my God, these people are so fun, I want to spend every day with them? Yes. Until I didn't. Until it got weird. And it was weird before we even all started dating, to be honest. It got weird so fast, but I kept making excuses for the behavior. Every time I would go home crying, I would make an excuse for how maybe I just didn't understand it. Or I would go home crying and block them. And then they'd be like, please give us another chance. Like, we can get through this. And then I would think, okay, well, maybe I just need better tools. This is pre-therapy, pre-diagnosis. If I had gone to therapy, I probably wouldn't have gone into this dynamic. That's why I keep asking, have these people been to actual therapy to talk about their childhood traumas? Because they can be in open relationships or poly relationships that aren't bad. Like, do you know what I'm saying? But I have been in dynamics where it's like the main dynamic is having issues. So the side dynamics or the other dynamics, because it's not like side chicks. It's not like they're monogamous and they have a side chick. When you're polyamorous, you're all in a relationship, or you're dating some of the people. Like, some people are dating and then you're dating some people. Either you're all dating or some people are dating. Okay, you're equal. So then let's say one couple would be having a problem and then the other people in the relationship would give advice or be there. Like, it was hard. Now, to be fair, when I was in my 20s, I also didn't have my values solidified. I didn't know what I wanted out of life exactly. I mean, I was still pretty suicidal. I was like trying to figure myself out. I was like pretty young. You know what I mean? So again, like when we have these conversations, we first have to ask ourselves as individuals, who am I and have I healed? Because she feels very unhealed to me. And because she's unhealed, she's going to use drugs in this relationship to cope through her childhood trauma instead of actually facing it in an office with a professional. And that's my concern, right? The most successful monogamous and polyamorous relationships I've seen is ones in which the individuals in them are whole human beings who are on a path to healing, or at least are healed enough. You know, people who have their own personalities, their own beliefs, their own values that coincide with their teammates, but they're not defined by the relationship. They're not defined by the people in the relationship. It sounds like this relationship is all about him and the girls meeting him where he's at, and then him rescuing them from like their childhood trauma. You know what I mean? That's the issue, right? Yeah, Chad says Vailana was never really on board to be open. Yeah, like that's the thing. She wasn't. And then she had to question herself. And had she done this outside of this relationship, I would have thought it was valid. But because she did it only in relationship to this relationship, it made me question. Now, his former relationship right away was like, I'm not doing poly, fuck you, and left, which is fine. But for her, it feels sad. Like, I don't feel like she's like, oh my God, I read this amazing book. I did this amazing work. I talked to my therapist about it. I never knew poly was a thing. I'm so excited. I never knew this organic way of doing monogamy was accessible to me. I'm so excited. It's sad. This is a sad story. You're not telling me a happy story about a happy relationship. I'm depressed. Can I please see some happy polyamorous representation, please? Or / open relationship or / and relationship anarchy and / you know, not that we're owed that because like monogamous people are unhappy every day, but you know what I mean? Like, where are you? Can I see the good sides of this, please? you know?
And patience and honor and just, you know, thank you from the depths of me for like those.
Well, hold on. Chet says she could have somebody who only wants her. She's gorgeous. Well, that's not, no, not that I think you mean this, but I caution this language use because she's just going to end up in another unhappy relationship, right? The person who is going to be with her shouldn't be with her because she's pretty or because they're monogamous, right? But that language boils it down to that. And I don't think you mean to do this, Chatter. Like, I want to be clear, but I think we're raised to think that, oh, you could be with anyone, you're so smart, or you could be with anyone, you're so pretty. Yeah, but now you see, like, now we're not we're still settling. And I know you didn't mean it that way. I see you, right? But that's I just wanted to write that in case somebody else saw it and thought the same thing. In the American bubble, it's usually another way to get people to settle. Like, you're so pretty, you could be with anyone, but you don't want to be with anyone. You want to be with the specific, you know, like a specific person. Chad says she seems like a good person. She does seem like a good person, but I think she's too unhealthy to date. I don't recommend dating her. Until she heals from that childhood trauma, until she faces herself, she is undateable to Brittany. My standard, I couldn't date somebody like her. She's too fucked up. I'm sorry. Like, there is a level of too fucked up. And like, you got too much going on, girl. You need to go to therapy and figure it out. And then we can talk about dating. So that's the other thing is, like, I do think there is a point in which you're fucked up enough to only date people within your fucked up level. And then eventually you're only able to date people within enough of a health level, right? So I'd love to see her go to therapy. I'd love to see her tackle that childhood trauma with her sister. I would love to see her grow because I don't want to live her people's potential, but obviously there's potential everywhere, but I see it in her.
The places in me that have felt so just not entrusted in safety with the feminine, and it's touching me in different places that I've never been able to access because I have a lot of beautiful friends, and you know, a lot of friends actually that came from, you know, me and the other woman being involved with the same man, and so this is like a pattern in my life, but it's really healed places of me that you almost feel like a guardian of. And yeah, I'm just really grateful for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the entire process, again, I think having this experience of just knowing what truth feels like in my body and knowing.
Hold on, chat's like, the crying is like, why is she crying if she's happy? Happy tears exist, but I don't think these don't feel like happy tears to me. But I don't care that she's crying. I just think they're sad tears. Do you know what I'm saying? If she was crying happy tears, I'd be happy for her. Like, wow, she's really in love. She really found it. But they don't feel like happy tears, which I think is what we're trying to say, right? You're not trying to say, why is she crying? You're trying to say, why is she crying sad tears, right?
And that never leaving, you know, within the witnessing of the difficulty and like feeling both of you so deeply, and my own, you know, struggles of like, am I a disruptor? Is there, you know, like, and never not being clear in my intention, but just also the fear of, will I be received in what the true intention is? Because I could see the ease of assuming, or especially when you have other patterns from the past, like there were.
Yeah, this bubble, since they probably have never done this dynamic before, everything can feel like a threat. But when you've been in poly circles for a long time or open relationship circles for a long time, you don't really think people are coming into your relationship to destroy it anymore, because you can't destroy it by sleeping with my husband. You can destroy it if they cheat. You can destroy it if you sleep with my wife and it's against my consent, but you can't destroy my relationship by having sex with my partner, right? Not me, Brittany, but I'm just saying if I was in that position. So what's interesting is like, yeah, I don't think about it like that anymore. Because truly open, truly poly people, like, yeah, the thing that destroys the relationship is the dishonesty, and it's not the fact that you exist in the relationship. And so that's interesting. You know what I mean?
For so many places where that could have unfolded, and to just feel like I got to witness you continually leaning in and receiving me truthfully, and like feeling the truth of my intention and choosing to trust the truth of my intention, I think really allowed for us to deepen and for that truth to stay alive within all of us, and for us to be able to share in that space of the unknown, but know that we were in it together. And obviously not without its challenges and, you know, very scary moments and like all of our own individual fears. And there's been so many places within all of us, I think, that we've had to die to, or ideas or expectations. And really just knowing that like, oh, we're moving through this together. And this is actually something that is forging like a deeper bond within all of us. And also, you know, just to, for me, I think a tone that's been constant throughout our connection is that, again, like you really seeing me, but also that these natural expressions of my being and just how I be, which isn't always necessarily attuned to in the capacity that you both do, like seeing my beingness, my presence, my intention, the purity of the intention that I carry, be of service and be like expansive to both of you has given me such a deep.
You're right, Chad. It is giving. Chat's right. It is giving. It's giving. Young person comes into old couple's life to like be a third, and she's adding to their marriage. But it feels like she's here temporarily. Like she might peace out. She might find them too drama. Honestly, I wonder if she's gonna wake up one day and be like, "Your marriage is drama, bro. I'm out." Or if she, you know, what's really happening here. Yeah. It doesn't sound like they're a team. It doesn't sound like any poly or open relationship people that I know who are in a deep relationship. It sounds like a shallow relationship. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like all the people I know who do poly or open or monogamish or whatever, who are shallow in the same way that monogamous people sound, right? It just sounds shallow, but you know, it is what it is, you know?
Confirmation and such a deep sense of purpose beyond just my small world. And it just feels so incredible to be received and for that to be so additive to incredible human beings. Yeah.
I want to just share too that, you know, there's been many, many private moments that I've had with Alana where Vailana and I were in some form of conflict, and we're in the tragic, all things are on the table. There's questions.
Boo.
And to understand that from a selfish perspective, right? The idea of us being able to share a bed every night. I mean, you have strong sugar glider energy. Like you really like a good cuddle. Like really, really do.
I do.
And so all of the selfish desire would be to say like, yeah, maybe it's not going to work with Vi. But for you to have never once taken that road
Boo. It was a Princess Bride. Boo. This is settling relationships. That's the problem, right? Like when you settle and you have a conflict in your marriage, you don't go to a counselor, you go to a marriage counselor. You're having problems. Like they're both settling in their relationship. This is not going to last, girl. Ugh, boo. Boo. This is not going to work. Sorry. This isn't love, bro. Yeah, boo.
or even hinted at it is like a shocking testament to a purity that it's really like transcendent of what I've known in the world. And that purity that is a part of your essential quality. I was just talking with Mark about this in the car, is like people who, if you don't have an experience of purity, you don't know what you're fighting for in the world, you know? And and we all have our purity.
I'm sorry, did Mark say that?
In the car is like that is a part of your essential quality. I was just talking with Mark about this.
Mark, the same guy at 24 who had sex with a teenager / was sexual with a teenager. Is that why he's talking about purity? That Mark? Yeah. His guru, who's his mentor, admits fully that when he was in his 20s, he was sexually active with a teenager, a minor, and for the record, is a relationship guru. So I don't like this bubble. I don't like anything about this bubble. And the women in that room should know better. And they don't. And that's the point. The women in this room should know that, hey, the man I'm quote in love with, the man I'm having sex with is being mentored by a man who, when he was in his mid-20s, had sex with a child. What are we talking about? Let's be so fucking serious right now. I know this has been fun so far, girls, and I've really loved having this conversation with you. What are these women doing? And what the fuck are you making excuses for with these men's decisions? Why are you being so tempted to be in a room with these fucking losers? What are we doing? Okay, the women are 28 and 38. What are we doing, ladies? Let's fucking go.
This in the car is like people who, if you don't have an experience of purity, you don't know what you're fighting for in the world, you know, and we all have our purity in our different forms. And, you know, Vailana and I,
We're not. I mean,
we have it in,
we're like
in our different
we're like
forms.
two sides of the same coin, which is like awesome and crazy.
A little bit of good, a little bit of
A
bad.
little bit good, a little bit bad.
But the goodness and purity that
Yeah.
you've maintained through this
Mhm.
process is like, it's really been absolutely stunning and exceptional,
Mhm.
and been such a blessing, and it's such a blessing to now be able to share you on this world stage.
Chat, what are you asking this? What is a loser to you and how do you identify it? What do you mean? What does a loser mean in your bubble? I've never had to define the word loser before. You know what a loser is, bro. Don't be a fucking loser. What do you mean? I think you're asking me for real, but like, it's kind of asking me like, oh, what's a dork in your bubble? What do you mean? Don't be an asshole. What's an asshole to you? This isn't a question. Do you want to ask like an actual, like, I'm not coming for you. I'm sorry. I'm heated because of the people, not because of you. I'm heated because of the men and not because of you. But like, when I say like, you're a loser, bro, like, what do you mean? Like, I don't even know how to answer. What's a winner? What's a loser? What do you mean? A loser. You're a loser, bro. You know, like you suck. You know, I am getting heated. I'm getting heated. Bro, men like this piss me off. And women who uphold it, they make me mad, but I do see them as victims. I do. I do. Unless they become women who recruit, then they're guilty. That's the thing. Is this woman recruiting? Because then they're guilty. But no, this woman is victimized because he had to convince her through her tears to get on board. These women are victims. Victims of their own inability to walk away, I think. You know? Ugh, I hate it. I hate it. Yes. Oh, chat. Discord said, I present to you a loser, and gave Hey Arnold. Whose dad is he? Whose kid is he? Whose kid does he have? Yeah, exactly, Discord. Discord knows what's up.
As an archetype, and not to reduce you to a single archetype, but the archetype of purity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's like, there's just something so potent about that, which was also an aspect of this that was like, it evokes something that's very important, I think, particularly in the masculine. It's like in the pure.
Oh, he has no kids. He's just a man baby. Man, I haven't watched that show since I was a kid. Discord, yes, he is a loser and a one, I would say, from my memory of that as a kid.
Of the world is what evokes the warrior, the protector, the one that says, this world, I'm willing to die for this world. And every movie shows that, you know, the bad guys kill the pure one, whether it's Murren and Braveheart or whatever. It's like, you done fucked up. There was purity and you took it, and now my life doesn't matter anymore. It's like, what matters is my commitment to the purity of she, ultimately.
Is he crying? I'm going to kill myself.
And it's not just in one person, can't be reduced. It's spread all around, but to have the visceral contact with that purity, you know, it's what causes the sword to gleam resplendent, you know, and for the warrior to smile and say like, Nakanulawaum, like, I'm ready for whatever's next. It's been a real gift.
Yeah, and really, I mean, it's so beautiful, and really, all three of you have shown purity.
Yeah.
Meaning, you've all been exceedingly complex and a huge pain in the ass.
Like, I was about to cry receiving that because I don't know.
Just to be clear, right? Like everybody, these guys are such a pain in the ass. To be clear, but you've all been like wonderfully complex, but also you've all held at different moments the place of purity. So there were times when Alana was holding the purity and the clarity and was the kind of stable arc. And at other times, Vi would go down into her deepest place and clarify.
Who is Mark? He's a pedophile. Doctor, in my opinion, child predator. Dr. Mark Gaffney, who's not a good person, and he has multiple accusations and admitted with his full chest on Dr. Phil that he engaged with a child when he was in his mid-20s. Bad person. Okay? He's like, I've held myself accountable. Hold yourself accountable by never showing your face on my goddamn computer again. Okay? I don't want to see your face anywhere, buddy.
And find her purity, and it would hold everything. And at other times, Aubrey, right, would find his deepest purity. And, you know, when you have three people, you know, we were talking yesterday, there's like 9 relationships, right? At least, right? Right? There's everybody with themselves, and then with the other person, and then with God. And there's moments where at each moment we turn to one of us to hold it, and then we kind of pass the torch, and then in the end we hold it together.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that's one. But the second thing is, I just want to kind of say something just a little bit to kind of, you know, people listening. No one here needs rescuing. So just relax everyone at home.
Yeah, please don't.
You can't rescue. people who need to be, you can't rescue adults. You can only give adults an opportunity to get out. Okay? But like, we can't rescue these women. None of them need to be rescued, but they definitely need some saving. But there's a difference. We can't save you. I ain't gonna save nobody, girl. Okay? Can't save nobody. But, you know, that girl, we'll see where they are in 15 years.
Don't project onto
Right.
me
No
that
one-
I'm not
no-
choosing this for myself.
Oh, no. I believe she is choosing it for herself. I personally think it's a bad choice, but you know, you do you. It feels like you're settling. I do believe she is choosing it. I want to make it abundantly clear. These women are choosing their life. Just because you chose it doesn't mean you're not miserable.
Please.
Right?
It's okay if
Everyone's
you do, but-
made beautiful choices, and that's really important. In other words, we never had a sense in this last journey that this has to work.
Yeah, Chet says they're such cowards to turn off the comments on this video. I mean, I'm just saying.
And there was always a moment where everyone said, okay, let's really go deep. What is our deepest heart's desire? What's our clarified will? And there was an enormous sense of freedom here. And I never viewed, just in kind of my little seat here, I never viewed it as my job to make this work. Not at all. It was to have the maximum integrity in this journey. And if the maximum integrity in this journey means that there's going to be an evolution of love and there's going to be a new configuration of intimacy, then, oh my God, like blessings on high. And if it means something else, then it will mean something else. And
look, Chet's right. Like, they were getting a lot of hate. And I just want to say, like, you have a right as a content creator to turn off harassment. They probably were getting super harassed, right? That's fucked up. You shouldn't be doing that. So honestly, I kind of do back them blocking the comments for that reason alone, because I don't think they deserve to be harassed. Like, I want to make that abundantly clear. Do I think these people are in a healthy relationship? Nah. But like, at the same time, you know, that's none of my business. They're adults. They can figure it out.
really followed this deep listening and this deep refusal to bypass. And if you would ask me, which you haven't, but I'm talking, so what the fuck, right? But if you'd ask me, like, what should a person listening, take from this? So there's definitely like lots of guys saying, I want my wife to hear this.
Well, chat's saying people are sending them love on social media. Well, maybe because you've deleted the comments, because the stuff I saw was not good. Like, the reason I know this story is happening is because somebody in chat asked me to look at it. And then when I looked it up, people were hating. I mean, hating. So like, just because their social media is curated, they're probably deleting bad comments. But that doesn't mean that they're not getting an overwhelming amount of negative comments, right? And we do want to remember they're people and they're real people. And the women in the relationship, like, they feel like they're really happy. And so it's confusing, and like, they're going to feel attacked and they're going to get defensive. So, they're still people.
Well, bad idea. Okay, that's not.
But then I remember they're hanging out with Mark Gaffney, and now I'm pissed again. See, I don't know what to do. No, is this me giving into patriarchy? I can't tell. I want to be compassionate towards the girls. Remember, they're people. But then I remember that they're on a podcast with this guy, and they know what he did, because I know they know what he did. So why are they making excuses for what he did? See, nah. If I had a relative who did something like this, they ain't coming on my podcast. Even if I love them, you're not coming on my podcast, because we do have child marriages in my family. And some of those people feel like they were happy. They were together till they died. Like, a lot of those people feel like, don't judge me and my marriage. Okay, but you're not coming on my podcast. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not coming on my podcast. And I'm glad you're happy, even though I bring that into question. Like, you're not coming on my podcast. So there's that kind of stuff where, like, listen, I get it. Like, but I don't like it, and I don't have to like it. And just because, you know what I mean? I don't have to like it.
The way to go. It's more like this is a model for radical commitment to purity, to love, and clarity.
Ugh.
And that means something utterly different to each person listening. So whether I'm single or whether I'm in a classically beautiful monogamous relationship with all of its holy and broken hallelujahs, whatever my model is, all the split off parts need to be brought into the conversation. And I also just want to say something. There are hundreds of millions of people sleeping alone who don't want to be sleeping alone. And so the notion that there's only a particular version of a city on a shining hill, which looks only a particular way, with a particular white picket fence, with a particular kind of dog wagging its tail, with particular configurations of children and grandchildren, that's nonsense. Love comes in many distressing and wondrous and gorgeous and complex disguises. We have to love with integrity, and everyone has a right to love. And everyone has a right to be loved. And it's just simply not true that you only have a right to love and be loved if it fits into that model.
Mhm.
And if you don't fit into that model, you should be ashamed of yourself, and you don't have a right to love or be loved. You know, as the Bible says, fuck that. Right? That's just not true. That's not true. Right? There's a fundamental right to love and be loved.
Mm.
And so we have to hold what are the highest possibilities.
Mhm.
And everyone's got to find their way. Vi, take it away.
Yeah, I think something that feels like it's pressing and wanting
Please.
to come through that I think would be really helpful, that you helped me to really meet within myself, because it's been such a journey of, can I really choose this? Can I really choose this? Because, you know, in a beautiful sound ceremony that we did with Alexandre, I met a part of myself that felt like I could potentially be really happy in just a monogamous relationship where there isn't this shared time and attention and all of these things. And I was sort of overriding that with my will to choose.
Right.
But I actually met that very real part of me. And so I was in this inquiry for a while of, who am I? Am I the woman that abandons myself? And it was torturous because it's so not who I am. And I think it's important to speak into the space of like,
Beautiful.
you know, you can look at it as me, you know, submitting myself to his desire, but I would love for you to speak to
It's beautiful.
the unique sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've talked, and Aubrey, we've talked about this so much, and Alana and Vi, and it's just true for all of us. We all have a unique risk. And my unique risk is not Aubrey's or Alana's or Vi's. And we also have a unique sacrifice. But sacrifice, and I love the distinction that we've made together, we can never abandon ourselves. And all the people are thinking, oh, right, you know, Alana with her background, Mark with his, Aubrey with his,
What did I miss? Wait, chat's going, girl. What did I miss? Tell me. I had to pee.
right? We pathologize.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to mythologize, not pathologize. What's the great myth of my life? And of course, all of my early stories play in. But there's a moment in which, in order to be a hero, to be the hero of my own life, there's a sacrificial act. There's a reciprocity of the sacrificial in all great relationship. And anyone who thinks they can do great relationship without an act of radical sacrifice that's born of love is wrong. It's not possible. Not abandonment. I want to make that distinction.
Yeah.
That discernment. You never abandon yourself. But what is right sacrifice? And just for a moment to be kind of mystics, the infinite intimate, God, sacrifices some of the divine in order to bring the world into being. Just ask Jesus on the cross as the nails are going in. Right? There's a sacrificial act that's made in love. So what's the sacrifice that's right sacrifice?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's no teacher who can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no guru who can tell you that. And there's no psychologist who can tell you that, although there can be guides. But in the end, we have this deep trust. Can I trust my deepest heart's desire?
No.
And can I
What if your deepest heart's like, is he saying your deep, like the thing that is in the most good faith? He's saying deepest heart's desire is your joy. And the most bad faith, the deepest heart's desire is the thing that is presented to me or that I want. And I don't know what he's saying, but you know what I mean? This idea of sacrifice, like I really struggle with this idea of sacrifice. I really do. Because I think if you do something that is for your betterment, then it's something you want because it would be better. Like as an example, I've been working double shifts. So like I've been recording before a stream and then editing after stream. So I don't have to work while my sister's here, but it's not because I'm taking time off. Like you don't get time off. You still have to work when you work as an independent contractor. It's not like you get paid vacation or something. So you work so you can feel like you're taking time off, right? But that was a sacrifice I wanted to make so I could have more time with my sister while she's here. So I slept less the last 2 weeks, or I've been spending less time with my partner the last 2 weeks so I could get it done. So I could have time off with the both of them. But that was something I did because it made sense for a better experience in the future, right? That's a sacrifice. But it's not like it's just a reasonable decision based off the data. I just made a calculated decision because I thought it was the best decision to make. Well, I have to edit some when she's here. Yeah, I'll edit a few videos while she's here, but I won't be like doing this. So you know what I'm saying? Like is that what he's saying? Or is he saying something different? Like convincing people to suffer in a way they didn't, like unwise suffering in order to get what the other person wants. Like wise suffering is for the betterment of you and others. Unwise suffering is at the detriment, at the expense of you and others. So it feels like, is he telling her to suffer or sacrifice in a way that's bad for her? You know what I mean?
clarify that desire? And if I can't clarify it, I shouldn't do it. But that's true whether we're a Southern Baptist couple who have been together for 50 years. There's a sacrifice that needs to be made. And if you don't make that sacrifice, you will wind up living together, familiarly, but intimacy, aliveness, surprise, and delight will be gone. And once eros collapses, so does ethics. So this is the big deal. This is about ethics. This whole conversation here is about ethics.
So
I
once
want to just get
love
this last because
collapses,
it's
so
this
does
book you
ethics?
pointed to, Aubrey, about the evolution of love. It's based on this very deep premise that we've all talked about so much, that all ethical failures are based on a collapse of eros. I don't feel my aliveness. I don't feel the fullness of presence in my life. I don't feel radically engaged and alive and moved by life anymore. So I feel this deadness. And then I cover up that deadness with what? With pseudo-eros. But pseudo-eros becomes exponentialized war, abuse, destruction,
Addiction.
right? Addiction of every kind. So everyone thinks, oh, right, this is just some, kind of highfalutin, kind of wildly exclusive privilege. No. This is a great journey into what's possible in being fully alive for us particular people in our particular lives, in order for us to live in that full aliveness so we can be radically ethical beings, pouring that aliveness into service. And every single person watching has a completely different story. But in that story, you have to ask yourself the question, you never abandon yourself, but what are you willing to sacrifice as a great sacrificial act? In Hebrew, the word for intimate and the word for sacrifice are the same word. It's a three-letter root, korban. The sacrificial act and the intimate act are the same. And unless I'm willing to sacrifice, I can't be alive. And if I'm not alive, I ultimately become, to borrow the biblical phrase, an asshole. I'm not ethical. I can't give. So, wow.
There's so much to unpack
I picked the bear.
in understanding the difference between compromise and sacrifice as well.
Yes.
Because without this kind of understanding of sacrifice, where you're laying something with full heart and even a kind of joy to the altar, rather than saying, oh, I got to fucking compromise. Compromise always feels like I had to give up something that I didn't want to give up. Where sacrifice, when it's intended, I'm intending this sacrifice for for something greater than myself. I'm giving my best to the highest, which is, so I'm giving something that is important to me onto the altar.
If you guys haven't heard me say it, you compromise who does the dishes, not on values. Okay? You sacrifice for the greater good or for yourself, but not at the expense of yourself or the greater good.
Or something that's even more important to me. So it's not a compromise, because we could look at this and like, what are the compromises we all had to make? But it's not that. It's really the right question is, what are the...
Yeah, chat says in best faith interpretation, he's saying stuff that can be correct and useful tools for those healthy enough to use those tools correctly. Exactly. So like, see, you remember when I was having, man, every time I talk about horrible people, it always comes back to destiny, doesn't it? Man, I swear to God, life really, anyways, like Destiny would get upset when I said, don't listen to him for relationship advice. He'd say, what does it matter if I'm bad at relationships, if I give good advice? I don't want to hear a pedophile tell me not to have sex with kids, not have sex with kids. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear a person who beats their spouse to tell me I shouldn't beat my spouse. Like, I don't want to hear you tell me what's ethical and good when you can't even do it yourself. So I don't want to hear this guy and these people talk to me about goodness and love and purity. And you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear you tell it to me. I don't like this relationship. You guys seem unhappy. Like, I don't want to hear this from you. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the problem we're having here is like, yeah, I don't care if what you're saying is correct. It's coming, the messenger makes it bad. Not the message, but like, I don't need to hear it from you. Because when you say it, I know you mean something really bad. You're going to use it to hurt people. And that's the problem I'm seeing with this bubble. It's like, yeah, I don't want to hear it from Dr. Mark Gaffney. You know what I mean? I don't want to see this woman sit here and cry about how difficult and horrible this relationship was because they had to, even though she started off a relationship with him when he was with somebody else. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why isn't she getting it, girl? But I get it but see, she's 38. Ooh. See, I knew that. I had a similar, I had in my mid 20s. Is she learning it at 38 and that's why? I mean, she never went to therapy and she has that childhood trauma. Yeah, maybe it's that's what's happening too, is like she's older, but like it doesn't mean she's done the work. And like age isn't always proof. Now, the reason I think this is important, I don't like when people say, oh, younger people can be more mature than older people, but they're still younger. If you meet an older person who hasn't yet done the work, then that means that is a much different person than a 28-year-old who hasn't done the work or a 25-year-old who hasn't done the work. And I don't know why people aren't paying attention to that. They'll say, Oh, Brittany, when you reviewed this age gap couple, the reason they got divorced wasn't because of the age gap. It was because of all the irresponsible actions of the older person. Yeah, which could have been avoided if you'd paid attention to the fact that an older person wanted an age gap relationship with a younger person. And the age gap was significant. The issue isn't the age gap. The issue is how old everyone is in the age gap relationship. How big is the gap? When is it taking place? Like, the reason the age gap is a red flag is because the older person who's 30 years older maybe shouldn't be engaging with this person who's 22. Obviously, the indication isn't that it's the age gap alone. It's all the baggage that comes with the idea of an age gap, right? All of the red flags that come with that. You know, it's not always true for every situation, but it's more likely true. And since people think they can be the exception, like, I live my life assuming I'm the rule. And I am grateful to the universe when I am the exception, but I'm hardly the exception in life. I mean, people are hardly ever the exception. And so for you to walk around life thinking you're the exception to the rule, now the question is, what rule and in which bubble? That's the other part, right?
Sacrifices.
And the unique sacrifices.
And the unique sacrifices that we've all had to make this work, because we believe in something that's higher than these separate self desires that would be seen as a compromise from the separate self. And
remember, the younger people have access to the most present knowledge of the world. Like, if you're 70 and you got a bachelor's from Harvard, you know what I mean? Like, how relevant is that bachelor's or that master's now compared to a 25-year-old who has it now? Because the 25-year-old is going to have the most present, updated information. The old person's going to be outdated. Your education might be from the same place, but the quality of it's going to be different. So younger people might seem more worldly or self-aware or more wise than older people, but it's just because older people get stagnant, right? Like, that's just the trajectory of most old people, is we get stagnant. That doesn't mean the younger person isn't still young. You know what I mean? Even if they have more modern language, it doesn't mean they're not still immature, right? So all of these things, you know, you have to take them into consideration. Oh my God, I'll give you an example that's so... Yesterday, we went to the government office. We had an appointment. And it went well, which was good, you know, because I live in Croatia now, so I have to renew my visa and I have to do the paperwork. And this girl stomped up to the desk wearing a bathing suit top, like a bikini top, and these pants, and you could tell she like had money and was very entitled. She came up to the window, and she was not Croatian. She came up to the window and was like very demanding and like very vocal. And I sat there, and the woman was like, "You need to wear a shirt." And I was like, "Yeah, girl, you need to wear a shirt." And I say this as a person that's like very casual with clothes. Like, girl was disrespectful. It was very entitled to come to a government appointment in like beachwear. Like, it was signaling very inappropriate. And then she was entitled and demanding and then obnoxious, and everyone else was chill. Everybody in the thing was chill. Anyways, so we see this girl and we're like, oh, she's young. What is she, like 19, 18 to 21? But she looked like she had money, okay? So I was like, is it her money or someone else's money? Okay. So our appointment, she leaves. Boom. Our appointment takes longer, and eventually we leave. We stopped to eat something because we needed to wait for the bus. And she was at the restaurant we were at. What are the chances? I mean, I guess, but like, you never, you know, and then we ran into her again. So I got to observe her again in a different setting. The guy she was with and her definitely looked like somebody had daddy's money. It was giving daddy's money. It was giving entitled. It was giving like, we're so cool. It was giving very like disrespectful. And as I sat there and I was like watching it and trying to think about that, and Ches says, was the government building near a beach? Yeah, it is near a beach, but it doesn't matter. You like, it's a whole beach town. I live on the coast, right? Like, I live with the seas in my backyard. I take pictures of it all the time. Like, we're a beach town. Like, Croatia, most of Croatia is like, you know what I mean? There's like a beach, but it doesn't matter. Like, living in a beach town doesn't mean you show up to government offices in beachwear, right? Like, that's what adulting is. Adulting is wearing the right clothes for the right settings, right? So we saw her at a restaurant, kind of similar thing. We're like, this isn't a beach restaurant. This isn't a restaurant you wear beach clothes to. And I was like, okay, girl, what are we doing? Right? And then like, what is this? Now, in certain places in Croatia, they've actually had to ban swimwear from certain places because, like, you know, you're supposed to, that's not, you know what I mean? Even when I was in Miami with Melina, we had breakfast at this place. They asked me to cover up because the area, I get it. Like, certain places are cooler when you what's it called? Like, dress nicer. And it was true. Like this restaurant was so much better when I dressed up and I looked cute versus like in bikini wear. Anyways, I get what you're saying though. Okay. And I just sat there and I thought like, man, this is a young person. This is a young person. She's so immature. I couldn't even imagine talking to her. I couldn't even imagine engaging with her. I couldn't even imagine a conversation I could have with her that would be valuable in any fucking way. And then I told my partner, now imagine I'm a 45-year-old man and I'm like, that's the person I'm going to go for. Like, what is going through your mind? You know what I mean? Like, what is going through your mind? Right? Chad says that's super common in coastal places. No, it is super common in certain coastal places. I grew up in California. I grew up on the beach or near the beach. Listen to me when I say this. There is a fucking difference between being in a beach town and going for an important government meeting and showing up respectable. There is a fucking difference, and you've got to know there's a difference. And maybe not in your bubble, but as a person who grew up in a beach, near beach people, yes, you're barefoot, shirts, yeah, but not for important meetings. You don't, you know what I mean? If it's a beach wedding, you ask what the attire is. If it's a government appointment, you don't show up demanding things. Like, it's about reading the room. So not all coastal towns, like coastal towns, I grew up in coastal towns. You still have rules. Do you know what I mean? And the fact that the government employee was like, you need to wear a shirt. Like, what are you doing? Like, she's signaling. So it's all about signaling. And I know it's a made up rule, but there's a made up rule for a reason, right? So you gotta think about like how you're presenting in the world. Anyways, that level of immaturity, that level of a lack of consideration, like that level of youngness is what I'm saying. No matter how young, like no matter how much like maturity you think a younger person has, they're still young. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. And I don't mean to argue too much with you, chat, but like, you know what I mean? I'm trying to convey that I don't understand why we're having this assumption that because someone is old or young or mature for their age, they're still not young, right? Like they're still young. And I feel like that lack of awareness is really frustrating to me. Like this girl is 28 and he's 44. Like, I guess it could be fine, but like my brain is not braining with it. 28 and 44, like girl, you know, what are we doing here? Anyways, all of this to say, it's interesting. The social script is interesting. And also in reverse, this romanticization of an older person must be picking me because they see how wise and mature I am. They're picking you because you make them feel young. The older person isn't picking the younger person because they're so mature. They're picking you because you make them feel younger as they, you know what I'm saying? They want to feel young again. So anyways, okay, there's my rant. Thank you so much. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you. Are you saying I misread the comment? I must have misread it. I do read fast, guys. You said, yeah, that's super common in coastal places. What's common in coastal places? The shore has tons of places that say no shirt, no shoes. Wait. I'm not sure what I misread. Maybe I missed a comment somewhere. No shirt, no shoes. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm probably just misunderstanding. Ignore me if I'm misunderstanding. My bad.
But looking into the future of our own lives, our own stories, we see, no, that's not a compromise. That's a sacrifice.
Yeah. No, that was a really helpful frame that you gave to me as I was sort of wrestling with this piece of me because, you know, we spoke after that and we were both in just such a loving place of like you not wanting for me to, you know, abandon that part of me that's real, that's not from woundedness, that's not from my trauma, that's not from all of these things that my mind was trying to orchestrate to help me to understand. But it was just actually a true piece of me that was partial. There's also, you know, the piece of me that the ability to have a connection with somebody, which we can get into that later, but the ability to have a connection with somebody if it's true and having that level of freedom, like that's actually another piece of me that is so absolutely true. And so kind of in that inquiry, what I was really recognizing was like this unique sacrifice for me is not just in devotion to our love or specifically our relationship. This was something when I lied on my back, you know, tortured by this inquiry and asked God, like, what do you want from me? And God said to choose this.
Oh,
so
Lord.
This isn't just my devotion to you. This isn't
You know? Different bubbles, different beliefs. I'm not a fan, but they're adults. They can do what they want.
Just my devotion to you. This isn't just my devotion to we. This is actually what I am being guided from God, and it is my devotion to God. And so even though that there is this piece of me that in some imagined place, I've never actually experienced monogamy. So it's just imagined. Like there's never been one time that I've actually known that. But the interesting thing is there's always going to be sacrifice, because say I made that partial piece of me the whole thing and I left this. I leave the potential of my dharma and everything that we can do in the world and our children and what they can do for the world. It's like it's sacrificing something so much greater. And so I wanted to make that distinction, because this is unique to me. And it's the thing, you know, that you shared, that, you know, sort of in the pre-tragic, it's like, what do I get? In the tragic, it's what do I give up?
Ugh.
And that's going to be the case for everybody.
And in the
it's not
post-tragic, it's what do I sacrifice?
Don't talk about your own relation. Don't be like, that's what everyone, don't mix me into this, girl. Do you know what I'm saying? Don't mix me into this, girl. Okay? Don't be like everybody's got it. Don't everybody, nobody.
Sacrifice and a holy sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a right.
And there's actually the beauty of it is that love deepens through that sacrifice.
Oh, Lord.
Because there's the distinction between
We just watched the cult about the FLDS. Oh, girl. This is, you know what I'm saying? You know, God got a lot to say about sex. And I feel like, I don't know that God cared. Jesus died a virgin and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl. Chad said, is this low self-esteem? That's a great question. Is it low self-esteem? It's definitely like filling a void. She's talked about her trauma. I don't know. It's definitely like she doubts herself a lot, which could be a sign of low self-esteem. I don't know if that's the right word, but she doubts herself a lot. And when you doubt yourself a lot, you look for others to give you the answer. And listen, even me, for all the confidence that I am, like, doubt has been more of the issue than low self-esteem for me personally. Like, I haven't felt like I had low self-esteem, but I felt like I was too quick to judge, or I was too mean, and I should be more open. But the problem is like, my spidey sense is pretty good at picking up bullshit. And all the times that I've doubted myself, it's been over bullshit. And so I try not to do that even now, where I'm like, even with this couple, I'm like, I don't want to be too judgy, but I feel like I already know this is going to be bad. And so I'm like, fuck this. And then people are like, you're too judgy. Wait till they tell you. But I don't have to wait. I already know, girl. I can see it. And then I feel bad because like I can be wrong. And so I don't want to be wrong. So maybe it's like doubt is really the main foundation. A lot of us is like, I felt like I always had high self-esteem, but I always felt like I doubted. But then I trusted myself enough. But then people would doubt me. So then I would doubt myself. But it feels like with her, she doubts herself already. And then other people have to reassure her that her doubt is wrong. But her doubt might actually be her spidey sense to get out. Like, she's doubting the relationship, which is good. But then they come in and go, don't doubt the relationship. You're doubting the relationship, but that's what's wrong. Your childhood trauma is convincing you to doubt our love. But actually, her survival siren is going off and being like, get out, girl. Get out, girl. And I think it's right. I think she should get out of this relationship. You know? Like, I think she should get out of this relationship. But yeah, maybe it's something with that, guys. What do you think? Let's see. You're recognizing patterns. Sometimes they're super predictable, and sometimes people won't follow through the pattern and change. That's true. She said she had unresolved issues with her younger sister. Now her husband has brought another woman into the relationship against her will. Well, it's not against her will. It's not against her will. It's against her initial desire. At this point, it's not against her will. And look, these two women might leave and be best friends for the rest of their life because they've gone through this together, right? I think the issue is I wish this man would pick women that were actually already open or already into this relationship dynamic. It's interesting that he keeps hooking up with women who this isn't where they've already concluded they'd like to be. Like, if you're already poly or open, just meet other poly open people. If you're already non-monogamous, just meet other non-monogamous people. But instead, you keep picking people that are monogamous and then, quote, making them non-monogamous. It's like, my dude, you're being inefficient.
Compromise and sacrifice. Like, our love has grown and deepened.
Actually, one of the rules I have for this marriage, the one I'm in, this one and only marriage I've been in, is one of the rules I had is like, I didn't want to have to convince you to be something you weren't. So like, are you already this person? Because I don't want you to change to be with me. Right? I feel like he And I guess in his case, he's probably thinking, yeah, but I'm meeting people organically. They're probably not going to be open or poly, which is true. But most people you meet aren't going to be your high compatibility partner anyways. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's something there that the way we date in the world is so fucked anyways, that he's probably fucked too with what he knows. But this is all fucked all around. And yeah, it's so funny. I've seen this exact pattern in other content creators who are very, very attractive. And I look at them and I always, I don't want to cast judgment and I don't want to say too much because like, I feel like I just don't think people know themselves and then they get into relationships and then they figure it out with their partner. And I'm saying, you know, one of the things you could do for yourself is to know yourself. And I think you can be very young and know yourself. Like my farm brother, he's been the same person all his life. Okay. But that's because he was born into the perfect bubble for him. He could be 22 and get married to the love of his life. I could never do that. Most people are never going to do that. If you're the kind of people who can get married young and that's actually the right person, that is the exception. Most people who got married young are divorced now. And they mostly divorce now because they outgrow or change in the relationship. My brother and his wife, they have not, in the 10 years I've known them, they've only become stronger in the people they already were. They did not change in the sense that like a lot of us change, right? Like they didn't drop their religion and become poly or do drugs. They were Catholic through and through. Same people, they just matured in who they were. They matured. They didn't change. Does that kind of make sense? So you changed through maturity, but they didn't like, I changed. I left the Catholic Church. I was open and poly. I was doing this stuff. I lived in Seattle. I was going to be a girl boss. I did this. I've changed my life 100 times. And relationships either stayed or broke or friendships stayed or broke. You know what I'm saying? So it feels like to me, people don't know who they are. They get into relationships. And this is why they say like, oh, relationships, like you don't know who you'll be in the future. How can you promise it to somebody? If you know yourself at a certain point, you can properly predict enough to to get people to consent to a marriage with you. But I think it'd be a little disingenuous to say, well, I can't guarantee that I won't murder you tomorrow. People change. It's like, well, I can guarantee you I won't murder you tomorrow unless I've gone insane. I'm not really pro-murder. Do you know what I'm saying? In the same way that you could say, hey, I've hit every partner I've ever been with, so I'm probably going to hit you. Versus it'd be over-promising to say like, hey, I've hit every partner I've ever been with, but with you, I've changed. Probably not. You know, I've never cheated in a relationship, so I'm probably not going to cheat on you. It doesn't seem to be a part of my MO. I've never done it. But if I do cheat on you, you should take me to the doctor because I've probably gone insane. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay.
Through that sacrifice. And we all, you know, everyone has sacrifices. I just, you know, wanted to share that story because it's my own personal experience. But, you know, I can feel for a lot of women watching, you know, who have had discomfort around, you know, something like this or an expanded context or their partner having these kinds of feelings, like from my own sense of myself, this feels like my unique sacrifice that's in devotion to God.
Yeah, and you know, when I went to that's so beautiful, Vi and Alana, Aubrey. I was in Oxford, and I was, you know, writing there in the Bodleian Library, and outside my window on Friday morning, there would be like 50 Romanian men who would be lining up, who were working in Great Britain, who were sending money back to their families, right? And you know, whenever I see kind of the demonization of men, I think of those men, you know, kind of working like 17 hours a day. And that was their devotion. That was their sacrifice. It was gorgeous and it was beautiful. And for those men, that model was their stunning and beautiful model. And I am on my knees in devotion to that beauty, just like I'm on my knees in devotion to your beauty. There's not one path up the mountain. And I would just ask, just so tenderly, Ab, you know, with Vailana, with Alana, that people give up being threatened as you listen.
Oh, apparently he's been married 3 times, but he's no longer married. His last wife left him and apparently left him in 2004.
There's no sense that you should be doing this or that this is better than anything you're doing, but there is a demand here. There is an invitation, which is whatever your authenticity is.
Ooh, and apparently she had a lot to say about how bad that marriage was.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever your integrity is, right, on your unique path, for your unique risk, for your unique sacrifice, don't compromise.
To thine own self be true.
Right? Really, to thine own self be true and live great love. Most people have given up the possibility they can have great love. And that's not true. And if we don't have great love, if we don't live as outrageous lovers, something wilts inside of us. We're no longer, you described Lana so beautifully as you met in.
I wonder if he's allowed back in Israel because Israeli Times and other Israeli publications do not like him because he has multiple victims. And so I'm curious if he's even allowed back in Israel. They're mad at him.
This place, how you were.
Man, if Israel thinks you're a bad person, that's crazy.
I'm seen, right? I'm recognized, and we're all systematically misrecognized. And then all of a
Free Palestine.
sudden, I'm recognized and I'm welcome in the universe, right? So this story for me is another.
Chad said he's not allowed. Is he really not allowed back in Israel? Damn.
Welcome home sign in the universe. Great love is possible.
Yeah.
Right. And maybe last sentence, I can't tell you how many people in the last couple of weeks when I mentioned that I was going to do this podcast, they said, don't do that. That's just too controversial. And of course, I've avoided all controversy in my life. So I certainly wouldn't want to step into right. But the truth is that I wasn't willing not to do it because I'm proud of you and I'm proud to be proud of you.
Oh, brother.
Right? I'm proud to be proud of you. Right. Because you're standing and living in great love and you should be proud of yourselves, divine pride. And y'all said in the last couple of weeks, everyone in their different ways.
Speaking of Pride, if you join Patreon right now, it's 50% off for Pride Month. Woo woo! Happy Pride, everybody. Also, if you are members, I'm doing a live stream tomorrow, same time, same place here, to prepare for the fact that I am not going to be here Monday or all of next week because my sister's coming to town. So just a heads up.
We would do this no matter what. Right? Rich or poor.
This Sunday, we're watching Mickey 17 if you guys are interested in dissecting the film. Every Sunday, usually on the Discord, we have an event. So come join us.
Sickness or in health, however the ways of beauty go, we're three souls together, not with radical distinction, a marriage, a lovership, a deep honor, you know.
Divine pride? Yes, divine.
Alana never wants to have a day where she feels my love is less important. Vi never wants to have a day where she feels I'm less married, right? Radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. And Aubrey has got to be awake all the time, and Vi's got to be awake all the time, and Alana's got to be awake all the time because we have to actually place attention
this guy stinks.
And be surprised anew every day and let the blessing spread.
And the post-tragic garden is it is an arduous path because it takes you through, it takes you through the tragic. There's no way to get to the post-tragic garden without navigating the tragic. And the tragic is full of the proverbial Scyllas and Charybdises, the rocks and the hard places and the eddies and the whirlpools. And it's a hero's journey to get there. And there's lots of different places where, particularly I'll speak from the masculine perspective, that you can stumble. And you can stumble in your ethics and become the dark sorcerer who's manipulative. And one of those ways is if you're controlling the resources, you could try to use the control of that resources to not give a true, blessed option. So in the inquiry of whether Vailana wanted to choose, I wanted to make sure that if she didn't choose.
Oh, Ched says I learned from another reaction video that he'd make his partner sign the NDAs. The Mark guy.
I promised I'd love her forever. I'd make sure that she would have, a share in the resources of our kingdom. She would have a beautiful.
What? Shared in the resources of our kingdom? Girl.
To choose. I wanted to make sure that if she didn't choose, I promised I'd love her forever. I'd make sure that she would have, a share in the resources of our kingdom. She would have a beautiful, blessed path that I wasn't using my resources to control her in any way. And
like
then
he'd give her a milli or something like, sorry, we broke up. Here's a milli.
Also, you have to be, if you're in this type of construct, you really, as I said, you have to be willing to put your money where your mouth is, proverbially in the erotic jealousy arena. Because both Alana and Vailana have had lovers while we're in this construct.
Okay.
And if I folded in that moment, it's not that there aren't difficulties or things. Fortunately, I've had a lot of practice of losing my mind over that jealousy. And
okay, so he's not Myron Gaines. Okay, which is a point in the, it's not much, but okay, at least he's not like, we're open on my side, but not their side. So they're all allowed to engage with people.
Experience there. So I've been able to be like, I can love you madly. I'm not going to love you less. I'm not going to hold a grievance. And I'm not one of those people that enjoys that idea. I'm not thinking about it like, oh, they're with another lover. That's not erotic for me. But I'm also able to just
it'd be okay if it was.
I know.
I'm just saying,
but everybody wants to assume it's the only way. It's the only way they can think that it makes sense.
Right.
People
I
call
got
me
it. I got it.
Chuck Norris. Like I must love this shit. I don't love this shit, but I love my partners and I love the ethics and the value and the truth of actually playing this fair and loving and straight the whole way, because the love is real and the eros is real, and that's inextricable from the ethics. And the ethics are, okay, like, you know, like, let's look at this. And, you know, one of the key things in these constructs is, can you trust that when your partner is with somebody else, that they'll leave the garden that is your partner better than when they found it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, and like, that's really the key. And in that, are they coming back with more vitality, with more energy, with more love to pour back into the relationship? And, you know, fortunately, in our construct, it is that. And in many of the construct, you know, for most of the time in that lovership that you're with, it was that. You know, Vi would come back more alive and be a better version of herself. And then it would be more ecstatic on the reunion. You know, and Alana exploring and figuring things out. And it was exciting. And then ultimately her saying, I don't know.
I just got to the part in BoJack Horseman where we meet Hollyhock's dads. They 8 dads. And it's so cute and I love it. And I think the best parts of poly and open relationship to me is when it just feels so fucking normal and everyone's over for a barbecue. Like, fuck, just come over and drink a beer, bro. Don't think about it too hard. Here's a burger. Relax. Like that. Like, I think my favorite version of polyamory open relationships is just deconstructed. Confident in your relationship. Everyone's a person. Don't be fucking weird. Just like, let's enjoy life. It's not like you're celebrating, oh, my partner's with somebody, but it's like saying, I have no fear. We're all just people enjoying life together. Right? Chat says, wait, BoJack is for members on tier 2. So there's 2 tiers to memberships. Tier 1 gets live streams on Mondays and tier 2 gets live streams, obviously. And, oh, you guys emojis and live streams. And then tier 2 gets all of it. BoJack Horseman, all 6 seasons. I'm on season 4. I just finished. So 2 new episodes coming out the next couple Mondays. You guys will see new episodes for BoJack. Tier 2 for members on YouTube. YouTube, the only place for exclusive content. Anyways, okay. Yeah, I think that's what I want to see when I hear people are in open relationships, or if any variation of that construct. I would just love for you guys to be cool and loving and wholesome about it. I just don't want to see you guys cry, because love shouldn't feel this bad. Like, everything shouldn't feel this bad. It should just feel good. You should be like, oh yeah, like, I never minded. I always loved being in open relationships or polyamorous relationships because it just felt so normal. It felt like a bunch of people just hanging out. Do you know what I mean? It just felt nice. Like, even now, when I catch up with my friends that are like poly and stuff, I'm like, hey, how are you? How's everybody? And they go, well, this partner's doing this and this and this and this is happening here. And yes, sometimes you need marriage counseling, like in any relationship, or sometimes things go wrong. But at the end of the day, everyone's just like a person, you know? Right? Chat says, wait, Brittany, are you saying that if your partner decided to go off with someone else, you'd be like, okay, whatevs, next? What are you trying to say? What is the question you're asking me? Why did you think I said that? What do you mean? Like, my partner just like got up one day and was like, bye, bitch. And then like he like left? Would that be weird? That'd be strange. Like, that wouldn't make any sense. Like, I'd assume he had like a fucking stroke, because that's not a part of his personality. Is that what you're asking? Like, are you saying, would I be okay if my partner ended my marriage out of the blue? I'm asking because you said you don't experience jealousy. Well, jealousy is just not with partnerships. It's also with, like, I never was jealous of my siblings for spending more time with my parents, or my friends for having friends. Jealousy isn't just with romance, right? Jealousy is with everything. Jealousy is a fear of losing. Oh, my friends are hanging out with their other friends. Does that mean we're not friends anymore? Like, I don't think like that. All my friends have other friends and everyone has other relationships. Like, I never thought like, oh, this sibling got to go hang out with mom and dad and do a special trip, but I didn't get to. It's like, okay, have fun. Love you. See you when you get back. You know what I mean? Like, jealousy doesn't exist just, jealousy exists in all forms. You can feel jealousy with coworkers who, you know, maybe are getting shown more attention by the boss, and you're afraid you're going to lose your position with the boss because they're looking at, you know, they're giving somebody else more attention, right? You said, I'm just trying to understand these gotcha questions. Oh, these aren't gotcha questions. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's not, it's, because the question, when you ask like a question like, oh, you wouldn't care if your partner went off and did something, that's not asking about jealousy. That's asking, hey, are you concerned your partner had a stroke because they just left out of the blue? You know what I mean? That's a different question. But if you're asking about jealousy, then I'm not afraid of losing something, because I'm very secure in my attachments. I'm just very secure that my parents aren't going to abandon me for somebody else's kids. Right? Like, I'm not I'm not afraid my parents are going to abandon me for the love of another sibling. I'm not afraid my best friend's going to leave me for another friend. I don't think like that. I think if relationships come to an end, they come to an end. But I have like a very secure attachment style, right? I think that's probably what it is. I think you should figure out what attachment style you guys have. I had more anxious attachment when I was younger, for sure. But I never felt entitled to people either. Like, I don't feel very entitled to people's intimacy or space. So like, I'd be sad if a friend didn't want to hang out with me anymore or talk to me, but like, that's their right. And like, that's life. What are you going to do? Like, okay. Like, it's sad. And I've cried about friendships that have ended, but also like, yeah, what are you going to do? But that's not jealousy. The jealousy is not happening when something's occurring. It's a fear that something will happen. I am jealous of this person getting to spend more time with you. I feel like you're picking them over me. It's not even what's happening necessarily. It's a fear of what could happen. Right? So does that help figure out jealousy a little bit better and how it applies to situations? Yeah, I'm not afraid of hypotheticals. I prepare by talking to my partners and friends and family ahead of time or during, or I say, hey, I'm feeling uncomfortable. Can we talk about it? But it's not because I'm afraid of losing you. It's just like, I'm unsure of what's happening. Does that kind of make sense?
Necessarily that I'm better from this, and they're saying, okay, I'll wait and I'll explore and feel. But I think, for all of those, the men are out there like, oh, Aubrey's got it made and figured out. Like, really, really think. Like, if your sweetheart, your beloved, goes to spend the night with another man and they're having sex and doggy style sex and oral sex, hopefully not any more than that. That's about the limit of what I can take. But nonetheless, like, could you really be okay with that? Like, could you really, really champion that? Could you really be a wing?
I don't know. I used to like watch my partners have sex with other people and I would talk to them about what I did at work that day. You guys are all weird about sex. Like, this is sex repression. This is sex negativity to me. These people are not sexually healthy. You know what I mean? Like, I just think these people don't have like healthy sexual relationships with intimacy or sex. Now, it's okay to feel jealous. I'm not saying it isn't. It's okay to put boundaries on your relationship. I'm not saying like you're not allowed to feel like, yeah, I don't want you to have sex with other people. Right? Like, I want to be absolutely clear. Like, I don't want my partner having sex with other people because we've negotiated that we're not having sex with other people. And it wouldn't make sense for our relationship and the people that we are and the way that we're doing life and our plan for life. Right? Like, so we don't have sex with other people. That's okay. But that has nothing to do with whether or not I would have a problem with my partner having sex with other people, which do not ask me that question as a follow-up because that's the wrong question to ask. Because had my partner and I negotiated for an open or poly relationship, obviously rules apply as it was within reason. We haven't negotiated that. We negotiated a very specific monogamous relationship. So that's the expectation. Okay. So again, these things are very different. Now, if you're the kind of person who genuinely does not want to see your partner having sex with other people, that's also okay. You need to talk about that, right? You got to talk about those details. I think like there's this idea, Sneeko did this with his past girlfriends where he'd be like, I saw her having sex with someone else and I realized I didn't want this. If Sneeko had continued to deconstruct, he probably would have been like a really happy open relationship person. But he refused to keep deconstructing because he didn't like something, but I don't think he knows why he didn't like it. Like, if it really bothers you to think of your partner having sex with other people, you probably shouldn't be open. If it really bothers you, and that's okay that it bothers you, you probably shouldn't be open. Like, I don't know why you would put yourself in a situation, even as this man, to say, like, it actually really bothers me that this is happening. Well, then why are you doing it? Also, you could nut instead of another woman? Like, why are we even in this position? Just be monogamous. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the problem, is like, it shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard.
Man, and be like, I want this for you, and also hold the discretion.
I want your pleasure even when it doesn't come through me.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's been like the big compersion piece, and I want to honor you for.
Shit, she said the word compersion. Okay, our girl has her vocabulary. Compersion. Happy for your happy, joyful for your joy. Happy for your happiness. That's like another way to think of compersion. Interesting.
My own exploration with a very unexpected, lover that came into my life in very same thing, like very synchronistic ways. We talked about it so much. Like, I thought maybe I would have like a tantric teacher or something like that, but I wasn't really like putting my vibes out there to have any kind of lovership. But, really wonderful human, Joshua, came into my life, and like Aubrey was my wingman. Like he had my back. Like he reached out to him and gave his blessing before I even knew, and all of these things unfolded. And what I want to share, about that particular experience was, I've never had that experience for myself. So my imagination of what you receive from this dynamic has always been imagined.
Compersion is a cool word used in a lot of poly bubbles or open relationship bubbles. It's talking about like an expression. I put the definition in the chat, a really quick definition. It's kind of like, think of it being happy for your partner's happy, like happy seeing your partner fulfilled in other relationships. I like to think of it as in any other, like any relationship. Like I'm happy to see my partner fulfilled in their friendships. I'm happy to see my partner fulfilled in their other relationships. Like I am not jealous or envious, or I'm just in a celebratory, like an example I get is, do you ever want to go out when your partner goes out with their friends? Do you ever want to go out too? If I wanted to go out with them, I would just go out with them. Right? Like I'm not trapped by some social script that says I can't hang out with his friends. But I find myself, when he rarely does go out, not interested in going out, but I'm really happy that he's finding joy in his friendships, and it makes me really happy that he has those friendships, right? Like he is not upset that I'm on the phone for hours at a time sometimes with my sister or somebody. He's just happy that I'm like, I have these connections, right? I'm happy seeing the people in my life take happiness in their relationships. Now, compersion is usually associated with sort of like lovers and stuff, but I think it's a nice way to think of anytime you see somebody in your life having a good relationship with somebody else. Because you have to remember, a lot of people are really insecure, really traumatized. It's okay. Go to therapy, where they really, really, really get scared seeing their friends even have good relationships with other people, or seeing anyone in their life having better relationships with somebody else than themselves. And I think that's just a part of your story, and that's okay. You can go to therapy for that. But yeah, I personally fall into a category of person that I'm also, just remember, like I'm a very specific category of person. I'm a Taurus. I'm headstrong. I'm very independent. Like I'm very happy when people are happy. I am not interested in holding anyone down in that sense. So like I'm very specific. But yeah, like I think I think there's a group of people that are truly lost, and they don't know they're lost. And so instead of getting help or getting the tools or going to therapy, they just assume everyone's suffering the way they're suffering, that everyone's jealous the way they're jealous, or everyone's, scared the way they're scared, or everyone's angry the way they're angry. Like the world is hurting. The world's in a meaning crisis, right? I mean, this is partially a meaning crisis right here. So I try to keep that in mind, right? Chad says, have you ever been jealous, a jealous person in the past before deconstructing? No, I don't think I'm special. I think it's my biological predisposition. I do not care what people are doing with their lives. Like I'm very fucking secure. Like I'm very relationshiply secure. Like, have I socially been awkward in situations and couldn't figure out if this person wanted to hang out or not? Yes. But I am not saying I did anything. I didn't have to do anything. I don't have that experience. So I didn't do anything. I cannot help people who experience jealousy except to say that, hey, it's a normal feeling. You can just like recontextualize the jealousy, right? Realize that I didn't have to do this. I didn't have to do this journey because I just been this way since I was a kid. But if you find yourself being jealous and you're afraid you're going to lose something, remember that person can't be lost to you. They can only go in a direction. You should celebrate them going in a direction of their joy. Work on your friendships, keep them healthy, be good on your side of the street. And like you gotta let people do what they're going to do. So if they decide they're going to be friends with somebody else more than you, that's okay. Don't be afraid to lose them. Be joyful that they're finding more connection with somebody else, right? Like, be sad for yourself and be like, man, I really miss that friendship, but I'm glad they're happier now. Be sad, cry about it, but don't wallow in the jealousy of like, I got to keep them closer and I got to keep them from being friends with other people. And I'm just afraid to lose them. And what if they go on this friend trip and they never want to see me again? That's okay. That's sad, but it's also okay. Right? So like, yeah, I think a lot of jealousy is just very human, and it's often from like a lot of childhood wounds. My childhood wounds are differently. They were just different. So I had different problems, right?
But what being in my own, lovership with somebody else and feeling a really profound, deep love and connection and intimacy and the richness. You know, both Joshua and I are very musical. So there's part of like my muse and my soul that would come alive in the time that we would spend together. That's just its own unique essence. It's not in competition or comparison with Aubrey. It's just feeding a different part of my soul that's like generating more aliveness and more depth and more richness. And, you know, I'm really grateful to him for that. And one of the things that it has offered me is a really deep perspective of understanding, wow, I can have this deep, profound relationship with someone where there's so much allurement and desire and, you know, creativity and all of these things. And it doesn't compete with the depth of my.
Ironically enough, I think people need to figure this out with friendships and other relationships as well. Like a lot of people don't know how to be in a relationship and be in friendship. So you have to learn this even with your friends. Like, it's okay to be a person that like prefers your partner over your friends, but hopefully not at the expense of your friends unless they're not deep friends. Like if they're casual friends, fuck them. No offense. But if they're like more friends you want to build a relationship with and time with, like you have to schedule that into your life, right? Like my partner and I share all of our time together, but you know, I try every Saturday to schedule in a friend call to make sure that I'm still bonding with my friends and making commitments towards people because I do want them in my life and I want to show them love and consideration. And I want to do the best I can to incorporate people into my life with the limited amount of spoons I have. You know what I mean? And so I think sometimes people forget that in a way. Like you have to make an effort with all kinds of connections. And these connections don't have to replace the connections you already have. Sometimes naturally things come to an end and new people come into your life, but you're not replacing. No one's being replaced. You cannot be replaced. People can only move on to something else. You can never replace me because people fill a role and leave a role, but like you're not replacing the consciousness. That's why I think it's deeply cruel to tell someone like, I'm going to replace you. You're fulfilling the role with somebody else at most, but you can't replace my consciousness. Like you can't take from my consciousness and replace it with someone else's. You can only take this role from me, but you can't replace my consciousness. Is that kind of, you know, does that make sense? I just think it's deeply cruel to tell people like, you were never the child I wanted, I'm going to replace you. Or you were never the partner I wanted, I'm going to replace you. Like, I don't like that idea of replacing people. I think it's cruel.
My relationship that I'm so fulfilled by. There's actually this interesting place where it's deepened our relationship. You know, you would think that like things are in competition or in conflict, but it's actually the more alive I've been, the more alive our relationship has been. And so it's really given me that perspective of knowing you from the inside of like, I'm never going to be Alana and Alana is never going to be me. They're both poets. They love Rumi. I don't understand what the fuck those poems say. Like for the life of me, you can read me a million of them. I don't get it. I wish I did. I just don't. You know, like my lovership, like I'm so musical and sound is my nature. And I got to really experience like this generative aliveness that somebody outside of our relationship could really, you know, bring to our life. And, you know, it was a really beautiful path. And,
you know, I don't want to be that girl, but this is the first time I've seen her light up and be really happy talking about this Josh guy. I'm just saying, girl, you might want to hit him up. You might want to hang out with Josh some more because you seem pretty happy when you talk about this man, you know.
I'm super grateful for it. And there's just like so much love and honor there and deep respect. But yeah, I think in the context of what we're really forging here, there's like this necessity for there to be an all-inness. Like, you know, Alana is all in. And then there's also, it's kind of paradoxical because it's like we're so deep, we're so in agreement, we're so committed. And there's also the freedom, you know, like it's like radical commitment and total freedom that whatever comes, it's like I can actually walk out into the world. And if there's some synchronicity and I feel a connection with somebody, you know, it's not that I'm going to like act on it in that moment. Like we have to be in agreement that feels, you know, right for our relationship. But like the freedom to know that I can trust in whatever is true for me. Like that's ultimate freedom in the context of monogamy, in the context of radical commitment, which is like, it feels like total paradox. But something that I just wanted to touch on because it's, you know, it's been so helpful for me to see through your eyes, you know, and it was.
Are they just like, is it just like a, like I got some open poly friends, they're life partners. And then they have certain people that are in their dynamics that are life partners. And then some people that they're just dating to see if they're going to be life partners. And life partners means like to death. That's the goal, right? The goal, they've said, yes, I'm committing to doing life with you, which is like a very different commitment. So is that what they mean by radical commitment? Is like they're just doing life together through the ups and downs, but hopefully not abuse? Because that's one of the qualifiers with my open poly friends is like, obviously not through abuse though. Like abuse is a no-go. Same in my monogamous relationship. Like we're doing life together. We're committed. Anything that happens except for abuse, we're doing life together because again, marriage is great. The world is hard. So is that what they're trying to explain to us? Like they're it's fine. We're jumping into a bubble. They have their own language. But is that what they mean by radical commitment?
Wasn't something that I was looking for, but it was the perfect thing that really met what I needed. And it also offered me so many deeper places of healing things within myself that are just different from our dynamic. So it's like, it's not in competition. It's actually really generative. And I think that's the key. Like it has to be generative.
Yeah.
If it's I don't want to like reduce it, but if it's sort of like taking energy and there isn't like the full we-ness in the field, like that's where it can get a little bit complicated.
Real intimacy is always creative.
Yeah.
It's always creative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alana, you got some thoughts there? What's stirring in that mind heart of yours? Anything you're thinking?
I think that one piece in that was just you having that experience helped us deepen so much, because it wasn't that there was an unwillingness to see me or see my position in this constellation, but I think that allowed you to see me on such a deeper level, and also my unique sacrifices. And not that it was exactly the same, but I think that was really like a key moment of opening for us to really just feel and deepen in our intimacy and understanding of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think for Alana, the depth of love, there's no ceiling on the depth of love. There's structural uniqueness in our relationship, but there's maximum freedom, and then there's the constraint of the love that it's just natural. It's a natural law. It's not a contractual law. It's just the natural law of how much love there is that we won't violate.
Chad said her hair looks too good to be going through all this. Both of these girls are way too pretty to be in this relationship. That's a joke. That doesn't mean anything, but it sounds funny, and I like saying it, but it doesn't mean anything, right? Like, but both of these girls be lesbians. You know what I mean? I hope they're happy, but I don't know. I don't know. The first time I saw that woman light up, Josh was mentioned. So I don't know who this man is, but he must play his instrument well, because you know what I'm saying?
Violate that love with another thing, unless it is genuinely additive to the love that's already there. Or hypothetically, it could be a different, greater love that could cause a sacrifice, but none of us feel that even in the slightest. It's like, okay, whatever's going to work, whichever other players come into this, field that we're in, this field of erotic mystics, whatever they are, they have to be generative to the whole. They have to really work in a way that works and synergizes and makes all of us greater.
And is like additive.
Yeah.
It's like adding, it's almost like a soup, you know, you want to add the right flavors.
It's worth saying that
shut up, Mark.
Most people, most of the time, are struggling to make ends meet.
What?
So they're like, I've got about 6 minutes today to work on my relationship. And that's actually tragic. That's not a good thing. Right? That's not the vision. The vision of returning to Eden is that people can actually be in the dance of love, that we can be creative in love. And you've decided to be erotic mystics. And to be an erotic mystic means that part of my great experiment in life is that I want to, for the sake of all, actually try and generate new configurations of intimacy, and then to vulnerably share about them and to experience the holy and broken hallelujahs to see what's possible.
I have a headache. I have a literal headache. Bro, you know what is annoying about it? Is I don't know how to tell them this. And look, I get it. They probably haven't read the books and they don't know. It feels very JoJo Siwa being like, I'm the first gay to do this. I'm the first person to make pop music all about being gay. I'm the first one of my kind. And I'm like, well, yeah, you're like, he apparently, allegedly, Israel was mad at him. I was looking up articles because he was teaching on tantric sex. How you know about tantric sex? And then you're sitting here like, you're the first ones to create this model. Girl, all this, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not the first ones to do anything. you're not, what did he call them? Erotic mystics. You're just people discovering this for the first time while thousands of other people, billions of other people, thousands of years ago, we've already been doing it, girl. We've already been doing it. That's what I'm saying. Everything has already been discovered. We're just like discovering truth. Everything's already been invented. You know, like not literally, obviously, but like, you know what I mean? And that they're out here being like, we're the first one. You're not the first nothing, but also with peace and love. I get it. Just like, this is why I always say, like, I'm not the first one to do the levels. I'm just one of the ones to do it in this way. Like, I am sure there are billions of other people on the planet right now who are coming up with their own level system. I'm just explaining this thing I discovered in my language, but like, I don't think I'm making anything new. Right? So when people go like, Brittany thinks she's the first one who ever made this thing. No, I want to make it abundantly clear. None of us are the first to do anything. I just don't believe in that concept. Like, I don't believe in original stories. I don't believe in original data. I don't think anything is original. So every time we give a man credit for inventing something, he did not invent nothing. He discovered something at most. But like, even then, do you know what I'm saying? Like, we are not doing the same things. It's very Christopher Columbus. Like, girl, you ran into, okay? You did not, okay? Discover, you ran into, you know? So it's like, I don't like this attitude from people.
And not everyone should be a physicist, and not everyone should be a chemist, right? And not everyone has that possibility. But what we do want to do is we want to also recognize, and I want to just kind of feel this for a second, that as people listen, just you have to.
Wait, that's so good. Discord said, fun fact. Let me pull up the message here. The person who credited to making the first official miniskirt said, I didn't make anything. I just noticed women hemming their skirts like that. Genius. I fucking love that. Thank you.
Feel into your own life. What in your own life, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, what is this evoking you? You don't want to imitate this. Bad idea. Bad idea, right? You want to see what creativity it is evoking me. So for example, if I'm with my partner, what are the split off parts of me that I can't bring to the table? Well, now we got 3 people again. It was just me and you, but there's the split off part. What's the split off part of you that I haven't allowed to come to the table? So this is about, you know, you want to watch this podcast as a movie. It's a late night French foreign film, right? You know, about this wild cast of characters, you know, someplace, somewhere.
If only you could see into all the drama. That...
Right. And, you know,
Make a good film.
and it hasn't.
If only you can see into what? All the drama? Or are you guys like fighting or something?
Been cheap grace, right? No cheap grace. No. Right. And you know,
Make a good film.
And it hasn't been cheap grace, right? No cheap grace. No cheap grace. But it's got to evoke something in you, which is, what's your journey of love? Love is gorgeous and love's hard. It takes everything, full commitment, full fierceness, full tenderness. And
do you guys remember the bubble we went into a few days ago about like spiritual psychosis and the white girl who's like, I attract what I allow in, learning to be an empath, that girl? That's that bubble, but this bubble, they're different. So the other girl, she probably went to Burning Man too, but they're burners who are rich people who are getting to ayahuasca and drugs, right? It's rich people shit. The other girl is like a rich person shit too, but like it's like the other hippie bubble. This is what I'm saying. They all need to hang out together, but like I don't want nothing to do with it. In all of my years, I've always avoided these bubbles for the most part because I'm like, nah, it's all. When I was dating a burner, I would hang out with the burner friends and I would be so excited because I thought they were going to be like deep and interesting. They were the most superficial, boring ass people I have ever been around in my whole life. And I was like, I can't hang out with your friends. And my partner was like, at the time, they're like, why not? And I was like, I was there for 6 hours and we didn't talk about anything. It was so boring. And every time I tried to talk to them, they wouldn't talk to me. And he was like, yeah, but they're all educated and stuff. And like, I went to the ones with degrees and I was like, what do you think about this philosophical concept? Or like, what do you think about this? And they're like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. And I was like, what is happening? The most interesting and fantastic people I ever met was like in activism circles, specifically like POC circles, for sure. Like, those were interesting fucking people. Now, those were some goddamn conversations, bitch. But like white hippies with dreads and everyone smoking, I don't know, bro. It just was not it, bro. It was not it.
so the invitation, I think, and correct me, but that you're issuing together as erotic mystics is not be like us.
Mm-hmm.
We certainly don't have any sense that we're doing anything better than you, not in the slightest. More like, if we can share who we are in some way which provokes your own journey, your own story, your own love story, and your love story somehow deepens because you're called into that depth. And And by seeing this podcast, you're just not willing to settle. Right? You don't want to leave your context. You want to deepen your context. You want to take not the wrong risk. Don't be foolish. Take the unique risk. And for most people, again, and I apologize insincerely, but I want to say it again. For most people, most of the time, that's usually with two people. That's the right path for most people most of the time. But it's definitely not the right path for all people all of the time. And I would rather not have hundreds of millions of people going to sleep alone at night who are desperate, right, to create some depth of intimacy. So let love dance and let new configurations arise and let every person's right to love and be loved, to desire and be desired, fill them with eros so we can be filled with ethos. We can create a good world, which no one's left out of the circle of intimacy.
So beautiful. So beautiful. Alana, I'd love to hear from your perspective because there will be a lot of people, and Vi and I have shared from our perspective, I shared from the masculine perspective, certain things, traps that you could fall in. Vi's shared traps that she could fall in the competitiveness. The world, there is a kind of intensity. This is challenging that we have this, and it's almost like people are afraid that this unique configuration is going to be contagious.
I feel like this is when straight people discover something that gays have been doing for literally ever, and we're just like looking at them like the BDSM scenes I was a part of at the dungeons in Seattle, they were very gay. Like they had gay events, they were gay people. Like there was a mixture of heterosexuals as well, but it was deeply rooted in examining like where this culture even came from, how it was deeply rooted in like queer circles. You know what I mean? Like this is so straight. I want to gag. It's just so heterosexual.
Like we got to quarantine people from this, construct so that it's not contagious and nobody gets any wild ideas. But from your perspective, coming into this relationship as it was, like what are the things that you've learned and what are some of the traps that you see and speak to other people, because there will be hundreds, if not thousands, who've found themselves in a similar position to you. And like, I know you have some, beautiful thoughts about a king and a false king and different ways that which you can actually align your devotion if you are in your position. Now, of course, you can only speak from your own uniqueness, but also just for anyone who's positionally similar. It's not going to be the same because you're uniquely you and it's uniquely Vi and it's uniquely me, but positionally similar. What guidance would you give that you've kind of learned in this process? Because I'm sure it wasn't what you imagined,
Yeah, I mean, I think so much of coming into this has, again, forged my capacity and my faith in the unknown, because there have been so many things that you just weren't able to see through. And again, going back to that felt sense and that gnosis of trust and truth in my system has really been the guiding light. And I can speak a bit to like the unique sacrifices. I think that that's something that a lot of people would.
Jet said align your devotion is very so bubble. Yeah, what is that? That's what I mean. The whole like the devotion. Like I grew up Catholic, so these words were all there, like devotion, and that's not that weird. But it's like devotion to who? To your calling? I mean, I guess it was like when Peterson was arguing with the Jubilee people, and he was like, "You worship your wife," and they're like, I don't really worship my wife. And he's like, well, don't you hold her in high esteem? If you hold it in high esteem, you worship it. And I was like, oh, shut up, bro. Gag. I'm going to gag. Like, that's not what we're talking about. And that's the problem is like, if you're in a bubble, use words in a particular way, have the conversation. But I swear to God, the way some of these fucking people have conversations, it's like, dude, I want to have a real conversation, please. We have to like agree on the terminologies enough to say like, if you're going to use worship in this way, fine, but it has nothing to do with the context of this other thing relating to God, in which people put things on a pedestal. I do not worship my husband. I do not worship my wife. I do not worship my partner. This concept is so weird to me. But like some people do. Some people in relationships have kings and queens and they put their person on a pedestal and they lead and they don't ask questions. Yeah, you do that. I'm not doing that.
Imagine into or come across if they were in my position. And, I think there's a constant evolution of like different things that we all meet. And some of, one of the things for me is the way that I love and love to be loved is like very full on and very intimately and kind of consistently. And obviously within our constellation, there's different availability. And so, one of the specific challenges that came up for me was, going to sleep most nights by myself and just like these pieces of desiring for these moments of life that, attribute to a certain level of intimacy that you do have in more of a normal partnered context. And I think that I've seen...
Oh, great. Is she about to talk about all the ways that she isn't fully fulfilled in this one relationship? That's the thing. Look, in my opinion, I don't agree with the premise. This is my personal opinion. You can disagree, of course. Brittany, okay, when I was in my 20s and I was in poly relationships, I used to think the cool thing about poly is that when your partner isn't fulfilling you, you can find it in someone else. I think that was a bad way of looking at it. That if I ever did poly again, the way that I would say it is, I'm so fulfilled in this relationship, I would never open it up unless it was somebody else who was as fulfilling in the same way, not literally the same way, but in the same dignified way. Because I think once you have a fulfilling relationship, having anything else is settling. Once you have fulfillment in a dynamic, anything else is just settling. And I just would never want to settle again. So opening up my relationship just to settle with somebody else feels so silly. Like it feels so inefficient to my brain. I couldn't do it. So, I get it. I understand why I thought that way. I think a lot of people think that way. I don't want to think that way now, but it feels like the way the women are talking is like something similar where it's like, well, if it's not fulfilling here, I can go get it from somewhere else. Like the question I would have for Aubrey is, why did he feel a need to open up the relationship? Unless it was just a voice from God or whatever. But like, what was missing in the relationship that he so desperately needed to find in somebody else? Like, what was that about? Right? And then if nothing was missing, then why did he need to have this dynamic if the relationship had nothing missing? Now you might say, well, if nothing is missing, then why would I open up my relationship? Well, if nothing, you don't need to add things to your life just because something's missing. Sometimes you just add something in that improves your life and brings the quality of your life up. Like, I think I'm focused on the quality of my life and the quality of my relationship. And I want to do anything that makes the quality better. So with Vailana, the reason I'm concerned for her is it sounds like when they opened up the relationship, it brought the quality of her relationship down. And that's concerning to me. I want it to bring the quality of your relationship up. Now, they might have chosen a nice person, Alana, and Alana made the quality better. But did opening the relationship bring the quality of Vailana's relationship down? And Alana's just a nice person, so kind of like, okay, but did it ever really bring it up? And that's the question. Did the quality of your life get better overall? And, that's at least how I would think about it.
All of these things as provision and really approaching things from what is this here for me, and not... I think there's like a basis of having to consistently feel that truth, not abandoning and really recognizing. And I can really resonate with your experience of that questioning as well. It's like getting really clear is am I abandoning something that I truly want and desire and that is like true for me? Or is this bringing me to a threshold where there is more possibility? And,
What?
Starting off a little slow, knowing that we're going to pick up speed and intensity soon. Anchoring deep to your hearts.
Okay, well, this is an 1.5 hour long documentary. Anti-cult, healing in a mad world. Aubrey Marcus has been called a cult leader, but what is it really? Fuck you, Discord. You're so good. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I will cover this video. I will record. I was going to record videos for members when I'm gone because I can't do it tonight. I'm out of spoons as it is. We got to finish this video. So maybe I'll record a reaction to this video or I'll show it on stream tomorrow. I'll make a decision. Somehow I will get my reaction to this video out to you guys because I'm going to be gone for so long in the next week. I want to get as much content out to you. Maybe I'll do a recording of this because I am fucking dead. This is crazy. Okay, noted. Thank you, Discord. Fuck me, bro.
With these like different pieces, I think I've just consistently been brought to a place where I've witnessed that whatever is available or what's available is really like a deepening for me with God, you know, like those moments where there is spaciousness and I am alone. How can I not see it as lack, but I can see it as like, okay, what is this mystical third thing that is here for me? What is waiting for me? Why is this a provision? What's offered in this moment? And I think that there's such a gift of our love is that it is so full and so rich. And so there isn't actually like the feeling of lack. It's just deepening into what the deeper levels of some of these expectations that you have in relationship or these ideas of what relationship.
And yes, Chad, breath work is real. Breath work is amazing. Like, guys, all listen to me. On my journey into the spiritual bubbles and other things, there are things that are real and work. And there are things that get co-opted by bad actors who fuck up your life. Make sure you're not fucking up your life with bad actors. There are so many real things. The body is a real vessel. It needs to be cared for. Breath work is real. Meditation is real. All these things are real, but co-opted by the wrong person. And all of a sudden you're in a goddamn cult. And all of a sudden you're fucked up. And all of a sudden you come out with no life savings because they've taken it all from you. Okay? So like, I just want you to discern what is the thing that's helping me and what's the thing that a bad actor is using to manipulate me. Like religion. Some religions are good for you. Some are bad for you. Like, oh, girl. This is the question. Is this one of the helpful bubbles or is this one of the not helpful bubbles?
Relationship will look like and feel like. And one thing that I recently like moved through and observed was like a big piece for me was the feeling of being witnessed just in like the small day-to-day moments and things like that. But again, it's a unique sacrifice because it's like, well, I actually feel the most witnessed and the most seen in the context of this relationship.
Ooh, witnessed is very like religious language, but interesting. Seen, you know,
and
good.
So
seen is good language. Witnessed is interesting language. Witness me, like on what's it called? What's that movie? Witness Me. You know what I'm thinking of. I can't think of it in my head right now. Mad Max. There it is. I got it.
Not saying that those feelings aren't true, but it's like there's something
Fury Road
for me there, you know, and also, yeah, I mean, I think that there's the reason that this is so true is because like you are a good man and like you are a good woman and like speaking to the false king and the true king that you mentioned, like as my teacher Kelsey shares, it's, you know, the false king perpetuates distortion. And so if I was feeding into, you know, this relationship and I could track that there was true distortion, you know, resulting from either one of our individual relationships, like it would be a sign that there is something not true, but that's never happened. It's always been an initiation into more love and more truth and also just more possibility. Like how much can you be willing to be uncomfortable to allow possibility and the potential and then moving through that and being like, wow, it actually feels so good and it's so much more liberating, you know, to my being than what I think my ideas of what love or relationship look like. And also again, like our shared mission, like you both have been so supportive and helpful and like celebratory of my unique being and helped to bring me into a place where I can see that as something of service and just given me permission to be who I am and to see that that can be a service. And I think that that's another quality of relationship that.
What's your jobs like? Do you guys have hobbies? Do you read? Man, I know this podcast is about their relationship, but it's kind of necessary for me to understand that they actually have lives outside of this little relationship. Like, what do you do? Like, you know what I mean? I think that's what's interesting is like, I think the reason people feel, okay, I have a theory that the healthiest relationships on YouTube aren't on YouTube. Like, I think the people that must be in the healthiest relationships don't actually share their relationship online, except in very rare circumstances. But for the most part, don't make content together for and about their relationship. You know what I'm saying? Chad said the new age bubble is their life. Damn, wait. Wait, oh, the new age bubble is their life. This is the seeking for wholeness bubble. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you know what? To be honest, to be fair, I used to think the BDSM bubble would be my whole life. Not literally, because I had a job and stuff, but I used to work and then go hang out in the BDSM bubble, which was so much fun. But I don't want that to be my whole life. You know, like people do this with art bubbles or with teaching bubbles. Like, you know, those people on Queer Eye that are always like lifelong teachers and they never leave church or school and they're always there. And then the queer guys have to come in and be like, you gotta do more than work, baby. You gotta do more than just like give to people. It's like, yeah, I don't want anything in my life to ever be my life. Does that make sense? Like work is not my life. I don't live to work. I work as a part of my life, but I do 100% into my life, not 100% into anything in my life. Yeah, like my relationship isn't my life. Nothing I do is my life. My life is my life. And my life is a combination of all the things I do. Right? So like their whole life is maybe this bubble, maybe. Yeah, that's interesting. I think my parents, I think they might be considered like their life is Catholicism, though they have a life outside of that, but not really. Like my parents' life, I think, is heavily defined by Catholicism, but then they don't feel like this to me. But maybe not, and most of my BDSM friends don't feel like this to me either, by the way. I think it's the way they're talking about it that makes it feel weird to me. But maybe because it's just not like my bubble. Yeah, I also just don't, I have a feeling like there's a lot of bad stuff happening in this bubble. I just don't know what it is yet. I know some of it, right? Mark's involved and all these other things. But I think there's something bad happening here. And I think this is just the surface. Whatever we're seeing now that we have an issue with in this podcast, there's something more going on. Because if this is the best representation in the bubble and there's still problems, then who's the worst representation of the bubble? Do you know what I'm saying?
Like in a true exchange of dynamic, you'll always feel like more empowered and more encouraged to be who you are at the core without changing what is true.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, again, this is not prescriptive. And I can also hypothesize an evolution of consciousness, a new story. You know.
Wait, Chad, you said I don't think something malicious is happening, but I do think there's a dynamic they're fostering is causing them a lot of harm unnecessarily. Well, I think his work is malicious because he's scamming people. Right? Like his work is malicious, right? Selling books with bro science about not using sunscreen. Like there's something really dangerous about that. Him being an RFK Jr. fan. Do you know what I'm saying? So like he might not intend maliciousness, but there's something going on, which tells me if he built a business off of that and a brand off of that, then I'm worried for all of his clients. But then rich people get bored and they join these things. Guys, the one thing I've learned about rich people is they love this shit. They love spirituality and spending thousands of dollars. I had a woman brag to me that she spent $100,000 to spend a night in a billionaire's hotel to go to one of his courses. And I was like, okay, why? And she was like, I learned so much and it's so important and I can't wait for you guys to join us one day. And I was like, oh, girl. And I just kept sitting there thinking, ain't gonna be me, girl, ain't gonna be me. And like, that's what I wonder too. How many other people were on that call listening and thinking like, fuck this is quack. That's quack job stuff. Okay, rich people are crazy. Rich people are literally insane. They are so fucking crazy. $100,000 to spend a night in a hotel room of a billionaire? For what? What in the world could possibly change your life being in that room? God, please. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people are crazy.
You know, in a new level of consciousness where even if just seasonally, you know, there are younger men or younger women that encounter a couple that have great life experience and great wisdom and great, you know, great opportunities and great growth that's available, and entertaining these dynamics, these triads. Some, you know, would be seasonal, some may last in eternity, you know, but there's so much taboo around this subject and people play around with it and they stretch edges a little bit. But I can see a world where this is far more normalized and that there's actually places and conversations that people can have.
Yeah, obviously I want ethical non-monogamy to be considered as normal as monogamy. Ethical monogamy, obviously not ethical unethical monogamy. Like monogamy isn't automatically ethical just because it's monogamous, right? Or monogamy. I would love a world where ethical relationships are prioritized and given examples of it. I just don't think they should be this hard. I don't think any relationship should be this hard. It shouldn't feel like you're losing yourself. You shouldn't feel terrified in a relationship. It's okay to grow. It's okay to have fears. It's one thing to have a fear, and it's another thing it's one thing to have fears, and it's another thing to force yourself into a fear that you feel is out of sync with your joy. Yeah.
One of the challenges, it's just hard. I imagine there's probably, I don't know, Reddit groups where people are talking about this and gathering together to talk, but there's not it's so rare actually that people are really talking about it to really understand, okay, what are the sacrifices? What are the benefits?
What's annoying to me is when he says it's rare, we're not talking about the same thing. When I say like most people are monogamous, or at least think they're monogamous, but actually they might work an ethical non-monogamy. You know what's really annoying to me is that he's saying it like he just invented it. That's what's pissing me off. Join a gay bubble. Go to Seattle. Have you heard of Portland? Have you heard of New York? You think there's not polycules and circles and like you never heard of poly before? Like, you know the words, but he's acting like he's the first one he's not, you know what I'm saying? I think that's what's annoying is like, you're acting like alternative communities haven't been fucking with this shit for years. Or like communities, you know what I'm saying? There's something about the way that he's saying it as if he's the first one to come up with it that's pissing me off.
Traps.
It's very like white man colonizer to me, but I don't even know if he's a white man. I don't even know what he is. He's really tan, and I'm not sure if that's from the sun because he doesn't believe in sunscreen or what. Yeah, he thinks he's a pioneer. Exactly. He's driving me crazy. Christopher Columbus syndrome, 100% chat. He's driving me crazy.
What are the things to look out for? And I think that's I think what I hope and what my desire in sharing anything that I ever share, whether it's a psychonautic journey, what are the virtues and benefits? What are the traps? What are the perils? What are the costs? What is the preparation? What is the integration? What does all of this look like? What is the communication technology? What does all this look like? And I think that's, something else that can drive this and does drive this forward for us is just saying, okay, we're here in this place, open sourcing our technology. And it's not recommending it, but it's open sourcing it. And whatever you can learn from it, beautiful.
Yeah, it would have been so helpful to have some other kind of model of like, this is how it works. These are the traps. These are, just like anything to be in the exploration of feeling a little bit more like there's a little bit of a map when I meet this, that has a little bit of structure and ethos and agreement. With this, we were just, other than with you, like we're just figuring it out as we go. Like,
read The Ethical Slut and start there. Here's a book recommendation. Read that.
Step by step. Every single step is just this totally mysterious horizon of like,
oh, Lord.
Okay, now we're here. All right, now what do we do here? And how do we make it through here? And how do we love more here? And so, yeah, I guess for me.
Yeah, they really do think, I agree, Chad. They really do think they're the first ones to do this or something. Bro, did you not Google? Like, you know how many books before I went even to my first dungeon party, the woman who mentored me in BDSM made me read like 8 different books before I could go. Because she's like, hey, this didn't come out of anywhere. And most of them were about gay leather daddies. Because she's like, yeah, people have been doing this for years. And a lot of them are underground marginalized communities. Where is the uplifting of marginalized communities in this conversation? Because Black polyamory is a thing. Like, have you gone down the Black polyamory bubble? Because like we're doing stuff. People are doing stuff. Like, there are all different bubbles that have been engaging with these things. Like, you know what I mean? This is so, like, I'm so frustrated. Yeah, whatever. And, like, look, a lot of those books, I know you guys are, like, drop the BDSM book list. Look, a lot of those books are even very outdated, right? But you learn from them. Like, what's the other one that everyone says to read, but it's so outdated, but it's still really good, but it's so outdated? Give me the thorns, keep the roses, roses. Give me the thorns. The thorns, not the roses. Oh my God, it's been so many years since I've read that book. But that was one of the books I had to read before I went to the dungeon. It's outdated. It's on, don't buy from Amazon, but it's out there. Oh God, I can't remember the exact title or the author at the moment. It doesn't matter. The point is it feels like, where's the uplifting of marginalized communities that have been doing this underground forever? But I think they're not cool. Look, I'm going to go back to my original theory. They think they're ugly and too weird. Because marginalized communities don't have a lot of money. They're not rich people. This is why when I say, like, I never felt good about sensationalizing my life when I was in BDSM or poly, because it felt like I was really just living my life. You know, I was really just living my life. And rich people feel like the people who dive into these bubbles and sensationalize it on like late night shows. Oh my God, Jimmy Kimmel was at the dungeon. It was crazy. You know, it feels like you're sensationalizing my life when it's just like a Tuesday. But then maybe that's the point, is like they have to sensationalize it and promise you they're selling you something that no one's ever shown you before so they can sell their courses and make their money. Versus saying like, hey, here's a really cool thing you can do. You want to do it? Like BDSM, one of the best things about BDSM is that it was consensual and it wasn't about money. Like you paid the dungeon fee, but you didn't pay people to play with you, because ultimately you were just like people bonding and vibing. I don't know. It just feels like rich people shit because they don't actually want to be grounded and realize normal people are doing this shit already.
Again, so not persuasive.
They don't want to do normal stuff. They don't want to be normal. They don't want their life to be normal. They want it to be profound and amazing. But what they don't realize is normal life is pretty profound and amazing. That's what is annoying me.
Prescriptive. This has been the hardest and most radically beautiful and majestic, path that I've ever walked. And it's not an easy one.
Yeah.
And I just feel like there's so much depth that can be seen through any lens of whatever kind of relationship constellation where it could be serving.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's beautiful. I mean, It's funny. The job of the teacher is almost never to tell people what to do. If a teacher starts telling you what to do, leave. Right? In other words, we never give up our own autonomy, ever. But what we do need to do is to actually live inside a story of value. Live inside a story of Eros value. And, Aubrey, we were talking about, earlier, and we've talked about in other contexts, I remember a moment when it was 2016, and Hillary Clinton was debating Donald Trump, right? It's a moment in, kind of world. There were about 80 million people watching. I was at Terry Nelson's house in Mill Valley, kind of watching the debate. And then Donald Trump has brought Melania. That was clearly not going all that well. There were lots of other things kind of in the news about that. So there's kind of that happening. Then Anthony Weiner and Huma Abedin are there.
Anthony Weiner sent a dick pic to a minor. So he must get along with him really well since they both like minors.
Then there's all this press about Huma and Hillary, because that's what's going on. Anthony's sexting other people. That's a problem. So that couple wasn't doing that well, right? Bill and Hillary, let's not even go there, right? That was not going that well, right? And Trump has brought a whole bunch of women who have sued Bill. And then you look at the scene and, you say to yourself, what do children think watching this, right? These are the...
I don't think you should be talking about children and what they're thinking. Where does this guy get off? What?
Leaders of the Western free world. And all of it is acted out pathology, hidden, manipulated, used, hijacked, commodified, right, in the lowest level of political power games. So, something's wrong with this story. And just to pretend that that's not true is to look away. And so what we tried to do, and you have that over there, we tried to do in this book, right, which it's called The Evolution of Love. And it's called The Evolution of Love from Quarks to Culture, is tell the story of the evolution.
Is he out here just like pimping his own books out?
Of love. And in this book, there's actually an attempt to try and talk about the history of the world as the history of relationships. And we do the third essay is like a deep reading of science. Reality is relationships. The second essay, levels of relationship. The first essay, how the meta-crisis, existential risk, is because our relationships are alienated from the whole. Our relationships are breaking down. So we try and write. So we try to, and we've all been in this together. And as I was writing this constellation, of course, emerged, because that's what happens. I'm writing, and then we're going through this kind of story together.
Okay, fun fact, because he's just rambling. I don't do group activities with a lot of I used to do BDSM in a very spiritual practice. But the reason I don't do a lot of group activities is because I felt like people were there to objectify my group my spiritual journey. And why I did it in my private practice with people was because it felt like I could really get somewhere and build something and learn something about myself when everyone participating was engaging in sort of getting someone to the next step, right? I've done a lot of rope work. I've done a lot of masochistic scenes. Done a lot of meditation work. And I did do things in public. I did do public scenes. I did do party scenes. That's not the issue. But each scene had a different vibe to it, right? And sometimes when I see groups of people coming together to experience meditation, it feels very performative versus actually getting us somewhere to the next step. And I think that's the thing. My brother is friends with some Native Americans, and he was invited to like a very special ceremony. I think it was a coming of age ceremony. And he was explaining to me like the ceremony process. And I was like, that sounds cool. Like, that sounds like you guys are getting somewhere. Like you're figuring something out about yourself. Like he said it was a really cool experience and he felt really cool to be involved. Like, I think there are ways to engage in ritual, in practice that really makes you feel connected to existing. But I think when you shroud it in money and kind of like fame or power or ego, it doesn't feel good. You know, that's not what it has. That can't be the answer. I feel like the answer has like, it feels so like an antithesis to the answer. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear my brother tell his stories or I tell my stories, it's about the connection. It's about building. It's about learning about the self. It's not about how much money you can make. You know what I mean? It's not about how much money it costs. Like, man, I spent $5,000 on this fucking ritual course. It's like, you spent $5,000 on a spiritual course? Like, how spiritual can that be? You know, capitalism and spirituality, like, they can't be together. They don't have a relationship together. Should you be paid for your labor? Yes. But should you turn spirituality into your labor? I don't know, girls. I don't know, if I'm going to be honest with you. Like, it's one thing for your spirituality to be a labor of love or a labor of trade, but for it to be your labor of resource, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think it gets tainted under capitalism if I feel honest. Yeah.
Together. And of course, we all realize that this is a story about the evolution of love. And your commitment has always been, how do we participate in the evolution of love?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Does this
Call
configuration of intimacy evolve love? And it's funny, we call new configurations of intimacy, we can't recognize them, so we call them in evolutionary theory mutations. Mutation. But mutation means a mutant. Something aberrant happened. That's not what a mutation is in biology. Mutation means there's a new configuration of intimacy that actually has an ability to give more life. And so therefore, the system of life chooses that configuration because it gives more aliveness into the world. And so this is a story, which is a love story. Right? The story that's been told today is a love story. And sex is a love story. Right? Sex is love in the body at its best. And sex is always at the altar. Right? There's always sacrifice. Right? There's always a sacrificial act. And we've tried to share here today a great love story so that we can all be called to live great love stories. I mean, what a holy and broken and beautiful moment to be in together.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that we're coming to a time where the workarounds to make the old story work. You know, I remember reading Bertrand Russell, and he's complicated, but also brilliant. And he said, prostitutes are the safeguard of the home. I remember that phrase very particularly.
Right.
Right. You know, and that was just the way it was in his time, where actually, you know.
Chad said, what are you sacrificing when you're fucking? My time, my dignity. That's a great question, Chad. That's hilarious.
You have your committed monogamous relationship, and then you go to the bordello, and, you know, you have your sexual experience, but it's the safeguard of the home because it prevents some other form of adultery, I suppose, you know, was his reasoning. And we even look at a hero that many of us hold as a hero, who I believe was probably the greatest president, you know, that I've been aware of, JFK.
Bro. He loves the Kennedys, bro. He's got a hard-on for the Kennedys, bro. The Kennedys who lobotomized their aunt. No.
We all know he was sleeping with Marilyn, you know, and Jackie was lovely, and we love her too.
I hate? Ooh. Oh, God. The audacity, bro, to be like, yo, my favorite president was a cheater, but like vibes. Yo, these men be walking out on their wives, but vibes. I bet their wives were into it. Look, if their wives were into it, they were into it. But do we know that? Okay, don't speak for the wives.
And then, but somehow we're like, we've just made that exception, you know, and kind of normalized, but actually it's fucked up in some way, you know?
Oh.
Yeah. And, but so.
Oh, so he's saying we normalize the cheating, but it's fucked up. So they need the consent. Interesting. Okay. Wait, is that what he just said? He kind of is calling out JFK? I agree. We shouldn't be out here cheating. but we've normalized the cheating, which is true. Okay, because man, when the worst person you know makes a good point. Because actually, when I talk to Democrats, bro, they fucking still love Bill Clinton and blame Monica. And I was like, y'all need to get over it. Bill Clinton was the bad guy there. Okay? Like, people blamed Hillary for staying with Bill more than they blamed Bill, which I understand because Hillary did uphold the patriarchy by staying with Bill. And yo, Dr. Kirkonda talks about this a lot, how infidelity is pretty common in relationships, more common than we think. And lots of couples do repair themselves through the infidelity, but that's because y'all are settling to begin with. If you're in a settling relationship, yeah, you can heal through the cheating. But in a relationship where you're not settling, or in a relationship where you actually want to be dignified through the relationship, the cheating is no joke. You know, there's a difference when I was lenient on JoJo for being 22 and having a 5-month relationship and then being on TV and allowing a guy to be more emotionally connected to her. Yeah, like, it's not good. It's emotional cheating. It's bad. Everything's bad about it. But I'm going to be more lenient on the 22-year-old who has a 30-something-year-old flirting with them, and they're put in a really weird position where they want to perform on TV. They've already had Mickey Rourke making horrible jokes towards them. And like, you know what I mean? They're trying to be like one of the cool kids with the older people. Fuck all of you for holding JoJo Siwa more accountable than all the adults in the room with them. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I will meet young people where they are, but I'm not going to be meeting these old people like that. Because at the end of the day, even if you're ignorant and less mature and you've had less tools than an older person, you still had all of that time to get those tools and you didn't do it. Oh my God. You still had all of those years on earth to get better and you chose not to do it at some point, you know? And that's the problem. Now, I'm not trying to make a firm, you're the worst person ever statement. I'm just trying to say, like, yeah, no wonder I'm more lenient on younger people going through it than I am on the older people who still haven't learned. Right? Oh my God, I'm tired. Chess says, do we know about this man's heritage? Do you personally hold any weight to the cultural appropriation that these kinds of spiritual entrepreneurs partake in? Well, I think that's a good question. They keep mentioning Dharma and stuff. And so I think of Dr. K, obviously. And I think the thing is like, if spiritual practice is real, then it can't be culturally bound. If language is universal, it can't be culturally bound. Like, the dilemma is like, the reason I think they're all constructs and not real is because you're gatekeeping them. If it's objective and it's true, then it's for everybody. If it's subjective and specific to your culture, then it's just something you play pretend in, which is cool, right? So my dilemma with this cultural appropriation stuff is like, if it's only for your culture, then it just proves it's not real. Because truth doesn't have bounds. Like, it wouldn't make sense for the truth to only exist within your blood lineage, right? So cultural appropriation is something to consider when we're talking about the subjective experience. But I think I can't speak to whether or not anything that's been done here is cultural appropriation, but I have had my ears go up a few times with some of the words they've been using, right? Chet says they wouldn't be cheating in an open relationship. You can cheat in an open relationship, right? Wait, it wouldn't be cheating. It would be in an open relationship. Yeah, but you can cheat in an open relationship. Wait, what is that about? Never mind. Don't answer that. I was reading chat and I read it out loud before I processed why you said that. My bad. Yeah, you can definitely. Let's see. Wait. Hold on. I'm getting distracted. You guys are too distracting. Hold on. Yeah, so that's what I think about the cultural appropriation stuff. I'm not sure what's happening here, but I would say that it's not uncommon for people to commandeer spiritual language and utilize it to make money, which is always a red flag for me, or something like that. It's so common for people to weeaboo their way through this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, what are you gonna do? But there's so many red flags in this bubble. The cultural appropriation is like the least of my worries at this point.
So all of these,
if it's even happening, I don't know.
Workarounds, it's time for, instead of the workarounds that make a system not work, and my advice to people who are in the realm of infidelity is, I don't come to them with judgment. I understand the crisis and the challenge that they're dealing with. I just ask, is that the only option? Are you sure? And that's it. That's all I'll say is is there a way? Is there a way that this could be in the full light of truth and evolve into something more? And I don't press it.
Aubrey Marcus, Go for Your Win Mastermind. From New York Times bestseller, founder of On It, and host of Aubrey Marcus podcast, has over 60 monthly listeners, or million listeners. Come for his guide. Find your life purpose. Are you ready to face your potential?
What do you want more than anything else?
For this podcast to end.
What is your win?
To not
What
watch
is
your
that
content.
life that's so full, so joyful, so exciting?
Okay, please, thank you. Please tell me right now. I've never made anything this cringe in my life, okay? I don't know how those debate bros were so fucking stupid when reviewing my work that they thought in any way that I was doing any of this. I'm so not even, that's such a wrong category. I'm so offended that anyone thought this was the shit I was even doing slightly. And this is so sexism, because I swear to God, what?
That you
Yeah, it does sound like a parody. This literally sounds like a parody. I agree.
wake up out of bed and you're like, hell yes, this is what I want to do. This is the life
That'll be $10,000, baby.
I want to live. Well, that's your win.
Whoa.
And you have to set your sights on what that is and go for it to bring yourself to that state.
Whoa.
That's what going for your win is all about. It's about helping you clarify and focus.
Hashtag let them. That's a joke.
What is my win in its totality? Not just what I'm here to do in business, but how I'm here to express physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, romantically. What is my win? And am I going for it? And if I'm going for it, do I have all of the tools, the mindset techniques to help bring me to a level of success in actually achieving what we're going for? But ultimately, the going for the win is the most important thing. And that starts with real clarity. What is my win? And when you take this course,
Jesus fuck. Testimonials.
All right, so I'm sitting out here reflecting on Go For Your Win, and I just have so much gratitude in my heart for that course becoming available when it did.
The impact this course has left on me as a person has been indescribable. It's not your traditional personal development.
Look at these young fucking people. You don't got money for a course.
Raw, how to sell stuff online courses. Like, you could tell everything was done with heart.
Thankfully, I had Go For Your Win to keep me focused on what is my why? Why am I here? What is my purpose? What is my mission? What am I here to be of service of? And I just so appreciated these very intentional, very clearly laid out lessons each week.
This course is about honing in on your intention, your internal compass of alignment for your path, your mission.
I'm a college student, so I've paid X amount of dollars to take courses before, but nothing has provided as much value as this. Like, this is a course that I feel like every human should take if they want to like really find something within themselves that they want to go for and have the tools to do that. So.
Okay, look, legally, people should be able to sell courses. I have no problem with legally selling courses. Ethically, I think your course should actually be beneficial to people and shouldn't guarantee them an outcome, including, you know, if you do like a photography course or other things, that makes sense to me. Like, courses aren't bad. People take courses, right? You take courses in school. The course part isn't bad. The issue is like when it's about fulfilling your destiny and like knowing your purpose in life. I am hesitant to all these very famous people that get interviewed on all the podcasts, all these cold plunge people. Yeah, it just feels like all bullshit to me, but it feels like it's rooted in something that is true, which is why it appeals to people. Look, everybody has the answer, but no one has the full answer. That's why I don't identify with philosophy systems. It's why I don't want you to label yourself like, I love this method and this is my favorite method and I swear by this method. It's like, just say it really helped you, bro, and it might help you, but who knows? Because you don't know. I don't know. It's just like, yeah, spirituality and capitalism coming together, I think it is just a red flag for me.
Sit beyond that. You know, I'm not trying to be the moral judge here. And there'll be lots of people who are judging me and judging us and calling this some unholy coupling and all this, you know, pressure and that'll come in. But fundamentally, ultimately, it's just a question like, are you?
I wonder who they pissed off the most, the red pillars, the feminists, or the religious people, or the spiritual community.
Sure. Is there a way that you can live in full integrity and full love and that you can max out your categories? And also to say, for me, in my unique configuration of desire, I know that in this unique configuration that we have, I will be happy to the day that I die.
Amen.
I know that. I just know that to be true. And it doesn't mean that I couldn't have fun in some
Can I ask the ladies the same question?
other situation. But I'm
Different
fundamentally like I can rest and know, like, no matter what else is going on in the world, like I will be happy to the day that I die, as long as we're happy. You know, like,
as long as we're happy.
and I'll fight as hard as I can to protect it, because, and then, so it's not the hungry ghost constant need for novelty to generate some, you know, some form of eros that only lasts for a fleeting moment, like the burst of a firefly or the breath of a
Oh my God, I hate poets. Just kidding. I love you poets in my audience. Chess says, Britt, how would you theorize about solving a meaning crisis? I imagine the answer would be to know yourself better, but I have a hard time understanding that when these people really feel like they are. Yeah, that's a great point. I think all of us have prejudice and bias that play a role in how we judge somebody and whether or not they are on the right track. One of the reasons I preface this live stream with, look, just because it's not for me doesn't mean it's wrong. It's because there are going to be things that I'm not like the biggest fan of, but like, it's not wrong. It's just different. Right. But I think I think the dilemma is like, there's layers to how we're making judgment where, you know, so if I'm judging whether or not the thing you're doing is objectively true, that's a different judgment than whether or not I think it's unethical or immoral, right? I think for me, what I'm looking at is this particular dynamic itself wrong? Is there joy here? Do I think they're happy? But why do I think they're happy? Like, I don't think anything in this direct dynamic is what I think is unhealthy. I think it's all the little pieces we picked up on as an example. Like, they're right. They're going to get attacked for being open or slash in a what dynamic structure are they in? Committed monogamy. What was it? What was the way they phrased it? They're a three-way dynamic, right? I'm not judging them for that reason. So you can take that off, right? Like, if they're like, oh, well, Brittany's only judging me because there's 3 people in my relationship. Like, no, I don't judge people for that. Next, well, you're only judging me because we're in an age gap. Well, yeah, I am slightly judging you and concerned that a 44-year-old is having a relationship with a 28-year-old, but I'm more open-minded to that than you would believe. Next. Okay. Oh, radical monogamy. Thank you, chat. Okay, well, Brittany's really upset because, like, we're more spiritual. Well, okay, like, I'm partially spiritual, so that's not actually what the issue is. Next. Well, Brittany's just judging my relationship. I'm judging your relationship because the way that Vailana and the way that the story was told sounded tragic. You used words, Aubrey used words to indicate badness. Alana made a joke about toxicity and drama. Like, they are indicating with their language that there are problems in this relationship. And anytime an adult person says all relationships have problems or we have problems, my little dog ears go up and I go, oh, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean by problems? Because, you know, usually that's a cry for help for a lot of people. Like, hey, I'm having problems in my relationship. It's like, hey, do you need help? No, I'm fine. We're just like having problems. Well, what do you mean by problems? What do you mean by problems? What does that even mean? You know, it's like, what do you mean by problems? So I think that it's hard for us to sit here and talk about like, oh, we're having a fulfillment in our meaning crisis. We're figuring out who we are in the universe. But these people over here aren't. I think you need to make sure that you are, when you're discerning or judging people, you take care of your, you know, your bias and prejudice, and then try to figure out like, why am I upset with this dynamic? Again, the only time I'm heavily critical of people's relationships, like in a way that I'm like very upset about it, like in a, you know, in a, like a, I don't like this, is usually when somebody in the relationship is distraught. You know, like, hey, they're upset. Like, I remember when my brother and his wife were having a compromise conversation about, I think it was something to do with cleaning. I think it was diapers or something. I don't remember. And they came to me and they said, your brother isn't helping. And like, my brother was like, oh yeah, it was about diapers. He's like, oh, I don't want to change the diapers. You know, I don't like dirty things. And I was like, well, I know that you're willing to do a lot of dirty things that aren't baby poop, but you're going to have to do baby poop. He was like, Brittany, it smells so bad. I was like, it smells horrible. Do you think any of us want to do this? It does. It smells, I don't know what's up with the babies and the smell of their poops, but baby poop smells so bad when they start eating real food. Oh my God. And I said, you think anybody wants to do this? You have to do this with your wife. We don't compromise on values, but we compromise on who changes poopy diapers. You got to change a poopy diaper. And he did. And he eventually got there. But when they came to me, they weren't having problems in the marriage. They were having a disagreement about compromise. And that's really easy to solve because nobody hates each other. Nobody dislikes each other. Nobody is trying to actually get away with like not having responsibility. My brother takes on a ton of fucking responsibility. My brother is not lacking in responsibility. That's not the issue. The issue isn't lacking in the responsibility. The issue is my brother is a clean freak and doesn't like to deal with things that are like baby poop adjacent, but he does it, and he does it now, and it's not a conversation anymore. Because what he needed to get over was his own ick around something gross like poop. Like I remember one time the baby boy was in his high chair and he goes like this, and I see him going like this, and I go, oh, what are you doing? And I realized he had moved into his diaper and pulled out the poop and was playing with it. And I was like, baby, the poop baby. And I grabbed the baby and I threw him in the bath, and I was like cleaning him. And like, yeah, you know how many times I've done this as a nanny? I walked away one time from 2 babies I was nannying to go to the kitchen to grab something. I came right back. And by the time I had come back, literally 30 fucking seconds, they had gotten the poop out of their diapers and smeared it all over the playpen. I was like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. And I'm like, man, these babies. And I even took pictures to show the parents, and I was like, bath time. And I like put the babies in the bath, and I cleaned everything, and I just sterilized every single thing that got touched. Okay, I understand it's not fun. It's the least fun time. You know, every time I think about, thank God I'm not having a baby, I just think about potty training. Do you know how hard it is to potty train a human being to be clean? You know what I mean? Anyways, all of this to say, it takes a lot of wisdom and patience and discernment and deep breaths to really assess if the thing you're observing is toxic, bad, dangerous, malicious, or just messy people being messy people, or if you yourself are also trapped in something that's messy or good. Like, am I really finding my purpose in the universe, or am I just faking it? Am I lying to myself? Am I actually happy? Yeah, you're the only one who can really answer that, but you know the truth. You know the truth. And hindsight is 2020. So, 10 years from now, we'll know more of the truth. You in 10 years will know better than you now, but only you know what's really happening. But you got to be honest with yourself. When you ask yourself that question alone from anyone's judgment, you got to actually tell yourself the truth. And that's harder than you guys would believe, because some people, they know that if they even think it or face their real truth, it's almost like saying it in front of a crowd of people. That's why some people don't do it even to themselves. Some people aren't even honest to themselves. So first you got to do that, right? Okay, I hope that answered that question. Okay, let's wrap up. We're almost done.
Buffalo in the cold plains that just evaporates into nothingness. No, this is growing, and it's getting stronger and sturdier and more alive, and actually separating each of our individual relationships, separating more and more from the field, so that everything else is like, yeah, that sounds complicated, and it's not even interesting. And so for me, I've found this interesting place in me that I can just really rest and know that I can live a life of full integrity and full love.
It's
and
gorgeous,
what a blessing.
Right?
What
Gorgeous,
a fucking
right?
blessing.
And here's a vision of a redeemed world, and we have scripture on this, right? Right? A redeemed world is where everyone in the world has the possibility to go through, if they choose it, this journey, Aubrey, Vailana, Alana, that you've gone through. In other words, the possibility of being in the field of Eros isn't limited to a small group of people. That the hundreds of millions of men in China that can't find a bride, right? That the man without a job that no one will look at, right? That we begin to look at each other with different eyes. We begin to create new configurations, new possibilities that made this be a spark, right? To actually flame love in the world and all of her creative possibilities, because no one who doesn't want to should be going to sleep alone, right?
Boo. 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 Boo, boo, boo. 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 No.
Reality is about intimate communion, and it's about the utter joy and fullness of loving
boo.
each other madly, intimately, deeply, and closely. And it's not good, says the scripture, for the human being to be lonely. Mm-hmm. So let's move beyond loneliness and actually come together in this wild cacophony of intimate communions, of which you have all lit a flame and issued a challenge.
Amen.
Amen.
Boo.
And add sugar gliders and Savannah cats to fill in the gap.
Damn.
I'd love to just offer one final closing sentiment from you, Vi, and you, Alana, and Alana. this is, thank you for being willing to jump into the public eye here with us and share that. And there's so much depth of wisdom that you have to share. But to both of you, to offer anything to the listener directly, some piece from your own heart.
Come on, girls, reassure me.
Related or unrelated, but anything that's moving through in the listening of something to share.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I've said it so many times, but it really has been the pillar throughout my life. And then watching it, be such a guiding light in this experience is like, really, it is so worth it to forge and attune what truth feels like in your body and to you, and to create a relationship with truth and with faith, so that each time you're met with something that feels like it might be testing it, you just know that you can lean into that place. Because for me in my life journey, it has never brought me to anywhere but the most liberated, beautiful, beyond what I could possibly imagine. If I had a million minutes or a million hours to think that this would be where I would have been guided to, from just listening to the whispers and trusting the whispers and not submitting to the fears that can feel so real and can be so validated, in the external world or in our own mind sometimes, to just really, it's so worth it. And it's so beautiful. And it's something that I think, can only cultivate more beauty and more alignment with whatever your destiny is.
Do you have any, and I know we're at we're wrapping this up, and so I don't want to open up, huge new rabbit holes, but, one thing that we've talked about extensively is anthro-ontology, the ability to actually know what is real in your body. And often the mind will seduce us into a lot of different things, and we'll feel something.
It's just giving. It's giving. I don't talk to my girlfriends about when things are rough unless they're in the cult. It's giving. I don't talk to my therapist who validates my emotions because I'm actually feeling insecure in my relationship. I tell people all the time, like, I don't talk to people about my relationships anymore, like my marriage, because it's so healthy and stuff. But if things were going wrong in my marriage, we would talk to a marriage counselor, assuming it wasn't abuse. If it was abusive or it felt toxic, I would talk to my friends and be like, hey, is this toxic or am I reading the situation wrong? But if it was just like a marital bump in the road, we would go to a marriage counselor, because that's kind of what they're fucking for, right? Like, your friends are not your marriage counselors. But if it was like, I'm in danger, I'd be like, hey, am I fucking up? Like, am I missing something in this marriage? Because like, I'm starting to feel weird, bro. Meaning, because here's the difference. If I went to marriage counseling, I would tell my partner, because we'd go together. But if I needed to check in with a friend to be like, hey, I think I'm like, something's wrong, like I'm unsafe, then I wouldn't tell my partner, because they would be unsafe, right? I would tell my friend and be like, hey, like, should I get out? Like, am I in trouble? Like, am I, you know what I mean? And same with my partner, if they ever felt like it was in that kind of a situation, because we have a very strong belief that, if there's abuse, then like divorce is obviously like an option, because like we're not supposed to be abusing each other. That's like the one thing we're not supposed to do in a marriage is abuse each other. Brave take, but the way that we see the world constantly, like Bad Baby was recently quoted in saying like, so he hit me. You want me to like break up a family for that? Yes, girl. Yes, girl. Break up your family for that, girl. Like, yeah, if there's abuse, you got to break up the family. But all of this to say it's giving, when I've doubted, I've leaned into the religion. Yeah, but like, what if the religion is keeping you from actually realizing you're in trouble? So what are the tools that they have to help when that doubt shows up? Who do they have? A medical professional, somebody outside the bubble? Like, who do they go to? Who's the person that helps them figure out where the doubt is coming from? You know what I'm saying?
The mind will quickly create a bunch of scaffolding to justify a story, to explain the feeling and make it make sense. What's some guidance that you have for how?
Wait, chat's making me laugh. So chat goes, I don't know, Britt. In this case, it might be good to let your fears lead you. Hey, wait. Doubt is different than fear. Doubt comes from fear, but doubt also comes from intuition and like pattern, when you recognize a pattern. So doubt is also very helpful. Pay attention to your doubt, but do not listen to your fear, but pay attention to your doubt. You know what I'm saying? That's funny, chat. But like, don't do anything because you're afraid, but do something because, avoiding, being reasonable with the data at hand is necessary. Like, I wish I could ask these ladies, like, what do you doubt about? Where is the doubt coming from? Where is the doubt leading you? Who are you talking to about this doubt? Which, now that I've said it 100 times, reminds me of that movie, Doubt, with Meryl Streep.
How do you feel this truth in your body? Like, your cognition is distributed in some of the most balanced ways, from your mind all the way to your bare feet, which are always walking on the sand and rocks in Kauai. I mean, we took a 9-hour hike and she didn't put her shoes on once. It's fucking crazy. So I think that has something to do with it. But what is it? How does somebody feel? How does somebody feel? How do you feel the truth?
Yeah, I think it's unique for everybody. But in my experience, there is a deep quality of resonance and ease and clarity. And I think that, there's thinking into it, it's so somatic, and it's almost, in my experience, so quick. It's almost the first thing that I feel or know. And then I can track, moving into the fear or moving into places of distortion where that starts to come in afterwards. But if you can attune, and honestly, a big piece of it for me has been presence. Like, if I can be present enough to feel that first gnosis, and it's just a practice of feeling gnosis in your body.
Okay,
and I think
did she learn to talk like them, or was she already talking like them when she got with them? Are they all trained to talk the same way? Notice they all sound the fucking same. And I understand that. Like, you exist in a bubble, you pick up on words, you guys all talk the same, but they all literally sound the same. I mean, I do not know that, I see distinctive personalities between the two for sure, or between the two girls, but the way they all talk, are they all just very, you notice that nobody, you know what I mean? Like, is it all just very, I mean, it's fine, but I'm just wondering, is this on purpose? Is this a part of the brand? Is this, what is this? Chad says this is new bubble speak, but it's not, no, I don't mean the way they talk. I mean the sound. They sound the same. Their canter is the same. Their sound is the same. They sound the same. I'm not hearing it you're talking about how they sound. Oh, the cadence, this is how they sound in the bubble. Oh, this is the bubble. Oh, interesting. That could make sense, actually. Man, I'd really disrupt this bubble. I show up and be like, hey, I'd be like, what's up? I would literally disrupt the fuck out of this bubble. I'd walk through the door and trip and fall and be like, my bad. I'm so loud and obnoxious. I could never, girl. That's so funny. Okay, my bad. It's the bubble. Okay.
It will be different for everyone. And honestly, I've practiced it so much that I don't even know if there's a particular formula for me, but there's a familiarity to that. And I can feel, anxiety or worry or contraction or competition. So many of the qualities of the smaller self that we've talked to here tend to be products of something that is not true. And I think also truth, in its nature can be disruptive, but it's important to recognize, what is it disrupting? Is it disrupting something that's trying to keep you small or trying to continue a story of comfort, or is it disrupting something to liberate you into something greater? And just really using presence and stillness and spaciousness to attune to that.
Yeah. It's almost like, even, let's say Mark and I, we're not skilled musicians, but if, Derek over there was playing a guitar that was out of tune, something in us would be like, I think that instrument's out of tune. There's a vibrational frequency that's, when it lands on my body, I just feel like it's not quite in tune. And I think we're beautiful instruments that are tuned to the frequency and harmony of truth. And if we can actually remember ourselves and be in the truth of ourselves and be in hone that instrument, I think it can be, as it has been for you, an incredible guide, and that has been for us as well, the ability to, detect that. Now, of course, Vailana and I have, we have a lot of energy that moves up between the ears, and it can get in the way, and we all do, but I think it's an important lesson to feel truth with the wholeness of your body. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. Vi, any final words?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that come to mind. I feel like, particularly from reading this book from Martine Prechtel called The Smell of Rain on Dust, he talks about the importance of grieving. And, I think that importance, for me, there's been so many different cycles of our relationships where there have been big deaths of the life that I imagined for myself, or, what my small self would deem as comfortable. And I've really given the space to grieve those parts of myself. And in one of the more recent ones, you know, with that part that I made contact with of the part of me that imagines that I could be happy in a just total monogamous relationship, you know, through my unique sacrifice, you know, I grieved that part of me because it deserved.
Girl, I'm gonna scream. Oh my God, this whole podcast has set feminism back 100 fucking years. Fuck.
Just that love and honor, like really. And in that process, you know, I just hugged myself and what was coming through was like, I know this isn't what you wanted, but it's what you need.
Bro, if my partner came to me and said this to me, I would burst into tears. I would feel like I have done a great disservice to the dignity of my relationship and my partnership. I'd be like, Habibi, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. I would never want you to describe this as a part of our relationship. No, this is, I mean, a big part of why we chose monogamy is because we both had these conversations and none of us wanted to put each other in the situation to feel like this. No, fuck it. I love you. Fuck anything else. Like, you know what I mean? No. Like, she's obviously a monogamous girly. Go be monogamous, girly. Go be monogamous. Go find your high compatibility partner, girl. It's okay. It's okay to be poly. It's okay to be monogamous. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so tired, bro. Oh, no. Chat says the microphones are too expensive to be going through the pain of her having to record this. Stop. You're hilarious. Oh my God. Yeah. Her idea of calling it a unique sacrifice, her talking about the sacrifice, girl. No, girl. No, girl. You know what a sacrifice is, girl? Postponing gratification today so you can save up, okay, for the thing you really want to buy, like a house. You make sacrifices, girl. But like, come on. Oh my God, I'm going to scream on behalf of women everywhere.
And I think that that's like one thing that I'd really love to leave with people, just, you know, maybe being in the exploration of like, you know, life isn't ever going to turn out always the way that you want, but there's an element of it that can be exactly what you need. And I think for my own becoming and liberation from my small self's comfortability, you know, that ultimately wasn't driving me. It was driving.
I hate that idea that she's equating her small self with the version of herself that genuinely feels called to monogamy, but is denying it as a way to get to quote a higher self. A higher self, like it should be hard, but it shouldn't be like this. This isn't the hard I'm talking about. When I say it's hard to be introspective, I don't mean this, y'all. What a good example to show what I do not mean. When I say introspection is hard, I do not mean this. This is so depressed. I'm depressed, okay? When I say introspection is hard, it's hard because you have to... Actually, if she was being introspective, the reason it would be hard is because she would have to admit that this relationship isn't fulfilling. If she was actually being introspective and honest with herself, she would have to actually face the fact that she wants out of this life, out of this comfort, out of these people that she's loved, out of these connections, out of these friendships. She would have to actually realize that the life that she's created for herself isn't actually fulfilling her. No matter how hard she tries or sacrifices, it's not good enough. Damn. That is why introspection is hard. Introspection being hard would not lead her to having this relationship with monogamy. The fact that she had to mourn not being monogamous makes no sense to me. Like, now I could try to be good faith and say, I had to mourn the fact that I wasn't going to be a mother, but I need you to know there's no part of me that wakes up at any point since I've finished that mourning process that has ever thought about being a mom again. I never think about it. I do not want it. I thank the universe every day that I am not a mother. And I thank the universe every day that I didn't make a baby. Not past Brittany, this Brittany. I do not feel that way about past Brittany. I feel this way about present Brittany. Present Brittany is grateful that not that past, if I had made a baby before that, it would have been great. I would have been a great mom. But this Brittany is a different Brittany than that Brittany. So I thank the universe every day that this present Brittany isn't a mother, which is different. I want to see her saying, I'm so glad that this present version of me never is so glad I didn't become, that I'm not monogamous. But she's not saying that, is it? Right? Yes, chat. Your morning seemed more like a growing pain. Hers seems like an ongoing denial of self. You're so smart. Exactly. You genius. Exactly. Mine was a growing pain to become and transform into a new person. I don't think about it anymore. She seems to be in process mourning. What is happening, girl? Why are we still mourning? You know? Like, exactly my concern. Ugh. You're so smart. I have the smartest audience in the whole world. You guys are the smartest. Now Venmo me $1,000 billion. Thank you.
Driving me towards comfort, as you said, it wasn't driving me towards like this total liberated possibility of so much more beauty and so much more intimacy. That I really, just really wanted to share that piece. And then the other one that's been really helpful for me is in relation to the small self is like, who's in the driver's seat of my consciousness? Who is it that I am serving? Is it my small self's desire for the comfort and the perceived safety that I could get by trying to control or contract or all of these things? Or am I actually allowing for my soul and my higher self to be in the driver's seat of my consciousness? And I've been really deeply in devotion to that. And there's this beautiful thing that can happen when you can elevate yourself out of, the separate self, that it's just like everything is here. This is my trauma. These are all the things that I know. This is what I think I need, like it's like so defined. But when I lift myself out of that and really inquire into what am I being of service to? And for me, this relationship, and softening and dying over and over and over again, I can feel the part that feels like it's in service to just something that is greater than me. I'm part of it and I'm an active player within it that is willing it and choosing it and devoting to it. But it also feels like it is something greater than me, that like when I look up at God and I ask our son, like, what do I choose? And it's so clear.
Oh, they have a kid? Oh, they did have a kid. They did have a son? Oh, shit.
And there's no part of me that can be in conflict with that, because that's this divine relationship that all of the other details and things, like, they work themselves out as long as you're authentic, as long as you're telling the truth, as long as you show up for the difficult conversations, no matter what they may look like.
I mean, hey, a lot of people in religion sound just like this. So, someone earlier in chat said, man, their kids are going to get so sick of them. Bro, their kids are going to be like, hey, guys, I'm the kid of this thruple over here. And I need you to know, honestly, bros, it was kind of weird growing up. My parents are pretty cool. But honestly, there's a lot of fighting. Let's talk about it. It's like they're going to be vlogging about how their parents are like so over the top. Oh, man. That's crazy.
Like this relationship is so important.
And yes, polyamorous people can raise families together. So just like FYI, okay, polyamorous people in open relationships can raise babies.
And to have, because it has helped me to overcome all of the places where I was too afraid.
Yeah, thank you, chat. Why does God care so much about people fucking? Yeah, what God are you following that they're like, you have to be poly, or you have to be open, or you have to be in this throuple? What are we talking about?
To get over myself.
Yeah. That relationship with God.
Mm-hmm. They're all allowed to have partners, chat. Chat's asking. They're all allowed to have partners. But I don't know. Actually, I think, wow. Thank you, chat. Thank you for the super chat. Says, let's align ourselves with energy. 1,000 milli. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Don't worry, guys. One day you too can make me a billionaire. If you really believe in yourselves, one day you too can buy me a private jet. I really believe in you, chat. You can do it. You can do it, guys. You just got to work harder. You just really got to sacrifice more. Have you guys heard about divine sacrifice? You need to divine sacrifice yourself into buying me a private jet. Okay, let's go, girls. Get it together. This is crazy. Abundance mindset, guys. I have an abundance mindset. Send me your money. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're almost done, girls. Let's go. Let's go.
Ready?
Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Kay, for the super chat.
Wow, huh? Right?
Yeah.
Right? And maybe our last word, and Ab, you'll close it, is...
Hebophile. Hebophile. Just kidding. That's my guess, though. What is a hebophile, I believe, for 10,000, please? What is a hebophile?
If this was just a personal exploration of three people trying to maximize their psychological breadth, it'd be okay, but somewhat boring. Sorry. But all three of you are madly devoted to being in service. All three of you are madly devoted to showing up in the world and participating in this evolution of love. And so what you've been looking for, if I can, and what we've been trying to...
Oh, Chad, I think you're right. I don't see that he's had a kid. So maybe when she said, when I look up at our son and I think about that, is it like a mystical son, like a spiritual son?
To clarify is, what is the configuration?
Oh, does she mean sun, like the sun in the sky? Oh, when I look up at our sun, is that like a new age term? Do they have suns? Like people have moons? Is that what she meant?
Of intimacy that makes me most ethical, most in integrity, most alive, most devoted, most feeling of the whole, most
Okay, yeah, Chad's saying sun, like S-U-N.
committed, right, to creating a world in which there are no more lonely people, in which every man, woman, and child, right, actually has a seat at the table. And you've been doing it, and we've been doing it not just for today, but to heal all of the yesterdays and for the trillions of unborn children, which actually won't be born if we can't actually participate in the evolution of love. So this is the context of this whole conversation isn't actually merely personal fulfillment, looking at each other's eyes. It's been looking at a shared horizon, and then from that place coming back and looking at each other's eyes, and what kind of intimacy and wholeness and communion can we create that will radically enliven us to be in mad devotion, right, to the whole world. Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ugh.
You know, I think there's an affirmation that comes from our brother Paul Selig. And the affirmation is, I know who I am in truth. I know what I am in truth. I know how I serve
What's happening? Are we praying?
in truth. I am here. I am here. I am here. And I have come as love. I am love.
Yeah.
And there's deep, deep, deep wisdom in that. And if you know the answer to those questions, you feel them deep. And that you know that you're love in motion. You're evolving love. And you really trust that about yourself. Then you open yourself to the mystery of what does love want from me today? You know, and that's service to God. You know, like when you ask that.
Here we are.
Here we are. Here we are. Thank you so much. I love you all individually and collectively, exponentially, maximally, infinitely, to the ends of time.
Everyone, hands in the air.
Yeah.
Make this real holy. Moment is holy.
We love you guys, and we'll see you next week. Thanks for tuning into this video. Make sure you hit subscribe.
I'm so tired, bro. I am so tired of these people. Capitalism and spirituality have no relationship, okay? I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to, nothing, okay? If your spirituality involves capitalism, I'm over it, okay? Thank you, chat. Pray for Brittany's mental health after this. Thank you. I'm gonna need a lot of fucking self-care, bro. Oh, man. Well, thank you for suggesting that I watch that. I'm glad that we could use it as examples of what I'm not talking about. Please go to therapy and talk to a medical professional. If you're having severe doubt in your relationships, that's okay. Figure out where it's coming from. It's okay to question the relationship you're in. It's okay to question your decisions and to be okay with making a different decision. I wish nothing but the best for everybody. Thank you, Bryson, for the super chats as I rebuke this video. Also, Jet Fund, thank you. I rebuke in the name of our Lord FK Twigs. We rebuke in the name of Pride Month. We rebuke. What an experience. Now, there is that video that Discord shared with me about it, him proving it's not a cult. So I will figure out a way to review that for you. Like I've mentioned, this is our last live stream for about a week. My sister's coming into town on Monday. So tomorrow I'm doing a special member stream only. I have a bunch of content already lined up, so I don't think we'll have time to also do the cult video, but it's okay because I have got a bunch of content that I want to make anyway, so I'll figure out what to do, but we're going to review it either way. So tomorrow, same time, same place here. I know some of you won't be up on a Saturday morning, but I'll be here. I'll make content. Monday on the 9th, podcast will be posted on the podcast channel. That following week, I will have a daily video uploaded for you because I pre-recorded a bunch of content, so get ready for that. And then I'll see you again on the 18th, which is Wednesday. So I'll see you. Yeah, I won't see you from the 9th to the 18th, but I will be making content. So I just won't be streaming, Yeah. Okay. With that said, thank you for being here. I'm sure the Discord and I will continue talking about this. Leave comments on this video, I'll continue talking about it. What a weird bubble, bro. What a weird fucking bubble. I'm gonna be real. What a weird fucking bubble. Oof. Give me that sweet promised 90s American life where I live in a suburb and my kids have friends next door and I'm good, bro. I don't need whatever this is. I'm good, bro. Give me monk meditating in the mountains. I'm good, bro. I like that. Whatever this is, it's like, nah. Okay. Give me a girl boss living in, Seattle in her 1-bedroom little apartment. Give me it. But like this, whatever this is, I don't like it. Okay. I don't like it. Chad says, I thoroughly enjoyed your reaction to this. Okay, good. Because look, I'm open-minded. I've read a few books in the New Age bubble. I'm not opposed to people finding a construct that works for them. I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be happy, dude. And I don't know. I want you to be joyful, Yes, Bryson mentions Mickey 17 on Sunday in the Discord. Come join us if you would like. We have an event almost every Sunday in the Discord, if not every Sunday. It's just sometimes we take off for Mother's Day, Father's Day. We'll take off for Father's Day this month. But come join us. Come join the Discord. It's 50% off for Pride Month. I think it's for new people. You'll see it. If you are eligible, your code will be on the front page of Patreon. 18 plus, guys. I don't want teenagers in my Discord. Thank you. And with that said, I will see you tomorrow for stream for members. Okay, girls. Treat yourselves well, and I'll see you on the 18th. Oh, that's so weird. Wait, is that? Yeah, I'll see you for the next public stream on the 18th. I miss you so much. Is it really true? That's so true. Oh my God. Okay, see you guys then. Bye. Bye. I'll be active on my Discord. Don't worry. I'll post cute videos of my sister and I. Well, maybe of me, because I don't think she wants to be public, but you know what I mean. All right. Bye, guys.